You took her. You took Mio, and then you paid people to swear she was never born. Those were the first clear words my fiancé said to me after 11 hours under the monitors, and she aimed them at my face like she had been rehearsing them for a decade. I had been holding her hand when her eyes opened. I let go the way you step back from something you don't understand yet, and I told the nurse to page the doctor. Kaede watched me do even that small thing, and flinched, as if gentleness from me was the most dangerous object in the room. What I had that morning was small. There had been a car accident on the wet ramp under the interchange. Kaede had come out of surgery stable. We were 3 weeks from a wedding I had helped plan down to the seating. That was the whole of my certainty. And she spent the next 10 minutes taking it apart with a calm that frightened me more than screaming would have. She did not rave. That was the thing. She described a wedding I remembered planning, then a honeymoon I had never taken, then a house by a lake, then a daughter with a gap in her front teeth who sang the same 4 notes every morning. She described 10 years. She described the day I supposedly signed the divorce, and the day I supposedly drove our daughter away while she stood in the road. Her sentences had dates in them. Her sentences had weather in them. People who are confused do not remember weather. Kaede, I said, we are getting married in 3 weeks. There is no Mio. There is no divorce. I kept my voice level because I thought level would help her. It didn't. She reached up with the hand that still had the monitor clip on it and worked my ring off her finger, slow and deliberate, and set it on the tray table between us like she was returning something she had shoplifted. The wedding is off, she said. I am not marrying the man who did that to me twice. I did not argue her right to end it. I got a great deal wrong in the weeks after. Not that. A person who is afraid of you does not owe you a hearing. I picked the ring up, put it in my pocket and said, okay, it's off. Something moved across her face when I agreed so fast. It was not relief. It was recalculation, the look of someone whose script just skipped a line. The doctor who came was not the surgeon. He introduced himself as Jun, an independent consultant the hospital brought in for this kind of case. And he did the one thing nobody else in the room was willing to do. He took her seriously enough to test her. He asked her the year, the prime minister, the name of the nurse who had just left. She got them all. Then he asked about the house by the lake, and she answered with the same steadiness, and I saw him note the difference between the 2 kinds of answers. Post-traumatic confusion scatters, Jun told me quietly in the corridor, offering data rather than comfort. It contradicts itself. It drifts. What she's describing is internally consistent and autobiographical. Consistent is not true. I want you to hold those apart. But it is also not nothing, and I won't insult either of you by calling it a bad dream. I asked him what it was then. He said he didn't know yet, and that a doctor who told me he did would be lying. I could have used all of it. That is the part I am least proud of, and it started that first hour. I wanted to lean into the bed and say, if your memory is real, prove it. Tell me something that will make you believe me back. I wanted the crisis to be a lever. Jun's presence stopped me while Kaede looked at me like I was the lake she'd lost the child in. Goodness had very little to do with it. I only get credit for not doing it. Kaito arrived before I had decided anything. He was listed as Kaede's corporate emergency contact, which as her chief operating officer, he had every right to be, and he moved through the ward the way he moved through boardrooms, warm and unhurried and certain that being reasonable was the same as being right. He put a hand on my shoulder. Ren, she's frightened of you. I'm not saying you did anything. I'm saying the kindest thing you can do is give her air. Within the hour, he had made himself the door between us, and he did it so gently that refusing him would have looked like the crime she was accusing me of. A ward sister asked her for the chart what exactly she believed I had done. Kaede answered in front of Kaito, 2 staff, and whoever was in the corridor. She described a bridal suite, champagne poured for 2, rose petals, my jacket over the back of a chair, a woman with a document case. She gave it like an inventory, item by item, and everybody in earshot got all of it. At the time, I only registered how detailed it was. I did not register who was listening. The door was not a metaphor for long. 20 minutes later, the ward clerk turned her screen a few degrees toward me, apologetic, and showed me the visitor field. My name had been moved out of the family line and into a row marked pending confirmation by corporate contact. She had not done it. It had come down from an administrator, who had it from the man now at the nurse's station explaining calmly that the family wanted fewer people in the room. I can put in a request, the clerk said. It goes to him. I asked her to file it anyway, so the refusal would exist in writing. Kaito approved 1 supervised quarter hour that evening and declined the 2 after it, each decline stamped with his name and a time. He was not hiding. He was building a hinge and letting everyone watch him oil it. Then Kaede said the sentence that changed what I was allowed to ignore. She was staring at the ceiling, not at me, when she said, "At 2:40, the backup loop on this floor overloads. The man in the corner room, the one with the heart monitor, he dies during the transfer because they move him last." She said it flat, a thing already grieved over. Kaede told her gently to rest. Jun wrote down the time. I looked at the clock. It was 1:58. I am a systems risk auditor. That is the whole of my competence and also its whole edge. I do not fix machines and I do not treat patients. What I do is notice when the story a system tells about itself stops matching what the system is actually doing. So I did not run to the corner room to save anyone. I went to the technical station where the floor's clinical safety coordinator, a sharp woman named Mickey, was frowning at a panel, and I asked her a single question. Had anything on the backup loop run warm in the last hour? She didn't like me being there, and she told me so. Then she looked anyway, because good people check even when they resent the person asking. There's a thermal creep on the secondary, she admitted. It's within tolerance. It's been within tolerance all week. I asked to see the load logs for both loops side by side, not to touch them, just to read them, and I told her plainly why. A patient had named this exact failure and a time, and I would rather look stupid at 2:40 than sorry at 2:41. The logs told a small ugly story if you read them the way I read things for a living. The primary and secondary loops were each reporting healthy on their own dashboards. But the two dashboards were counting the same 3 rooms twice, so the true draw was higher than either screen believed. Each system thought the other was carrying a load that neither was. I did not diagnose it. I pointed at the overlap and said to Mickey, "These two numbers can't both be true. One of these loops is lying to the other. That is the most I ever do. I find the seam." Mickey took it from there, and I need to be honest that from there it was hers, not mine. She pulled up the wiring map, confirmed the double count, and chose the fix. Shed the shared rooms onto house power and let the secondary cool before the combined draw crossed the real ceiling. Jun set the medical order, which patients moved, and in what sequence. And he moved the man in the corner room second, not last, because a heart monitor is not a thing you gamble on courtesy. My job became the hallway. I put people where Mickey and Jun told me people needed to be. Kaede tried to end my involvement in the middle of it. He wasn't wrong to, from where he stood. Get him off the floor, he told Mickey. He is emotionally compromised and he's a liability in a clinical space. I did not defend myself. Mickey did, and not for my sake. He flagged a double-counted load 10 minutes before my own board would have caught it, she said, not looking up. I'm logging his observation as material to the incident review. He stays until this is closed. She said material to the incident review like a door locking. Kaito heard it and stepped back. The hallway fought back the way hallways do, with small, immovable facts. The service lift Jun's sequence depended on was locked out for a maintenance window nobody had canceled, and the night charge nurse would not roll 2 patients past a fire door on a verbal instruction. She was right. I found Jun, told him the lift was gone and the door needed a signature, and he wrote the order against the wall. That cost 4 minutes and gave us the corridor. The charge nurse then did the thing I could not. She reordered her own 2 beds, so the heart monitor patient went through first, because she knew which of her people could be moved fast. I wrote the new sequence on the whiteboard, so 11 people could read the same plan. At 2:38, the combined draw spiked the way the 2 lying dashboards had hidden, and the secondary loop tripped its own breaker. 2 years ago, that trip would have dropped the whole floor. That afternoon, it dropped nothing, because Mickey had already shed the shared rooms, and the man from the corner was 2 doors down on house power, with Jun's hand on his rail. The lights browned, then returned. A ventilator hit battery and recovered. Nobody died. In a hallway that had been braced for a code, the loudest sound was somebody exhaling. I did not feel triumphant. The shape of it looks like a save, and it wasn't one, not by me. Mickey fixed a fault, Jun protected a patient, and all I had done was refuse to let a frightened woman's impossible sentence go unchecked. When the floor was stable, I went back to Kaede's room, and I stood in the door instead of entering, because standing indoors was the arrangement now. She already knew. Someone had told her the man lived, and she was crying in a way that had no gratitude in it, only vertigo. He was supposed to die, she said. I remember him dying. I remember the sound the family made. She pressed the heels of her hands into her eyes. Why don't I remember it anymore? It's going. The room, the sound, it's going. And then, in the same breath, with the same certainty draining out of one memory, don't come near me. I still know what you did. The fact had changed. The fear had not moved an inch. Jun witnessed it, and he did not oversell it. He didn't tell her she was psychic, and he didn't tell her she was broken. He told her carefully, that a memory of a death that hadn't happened was now competing in her with the death that had just been prevented, and that the older one seemed to be losing. He wrote the time down again. He kept his own dated medical record of every one of these shifts after that, separate from everything else, and he never once in all of it wrote the word true. I stood in that doorway and did the arithmetic I did for a living, and it came out somewhere I hated. I had just watched a fact dissolve because reality contradicted it, which meant the whole terrible 10 years she was carrying might be edited by events, piece by piece, if the events came out right. It also meant that whatever had happened between us was now a moving target I could influence. That should have scared me. Instead, it tempted me, and I filed the temptation away without looking at how heavy it already was. There was a lawyer by then. Kaede had asked for one herself, which I only understood later was the smartest thing she did all week. Her name was Nana. She worked for no one but her client, and she arrived with the specific unglamorous authority of a person who reads consent forms for pleasure. Kaede asked to record something privately, with Nana, with the door shut, and me on the far side of it. I heard the request. I did not hear the contents, and Nana made sure of that with a look. What I learned afterward, and only because Kaede chose to tell me a fragment, was that she had dictated a sealed, dated account of what she remembered and forbidden its publication in any form. It was not evidence that the future was real. June and Nana were both blunt about that limit. It was a record of what she believed and when she believed it, so that if her memory changed again, there would be a timestamp before to compare against the after. I had no access to it at all. That envelope held one more thing, and I only ever learned its shape, never its content. The schedule Nana attached to it carried a single line marked withheld. One detail Kaede would not release to any doctor, court, company, or relative, on any terms, in any redacted form. Nana kept that line out of every disclosure she made from the first week onward. Nobody argued with her about it, because outside the two of them, nobody knew it was there. She would not take the ring back. I offered it once, stupidly, thinking it might be a bridge. She looked at it in my palm like I was offering her the accident. "Keep it or throw it in the harbor," she said. "It isn't a promise anymore. It's a receipt." Then she turned to Nana and said in the flat voice she used for facts, "Date this version separately from the one I gave you an hour ago. They aren't the same. He needs to know they aren't the same." She meant Jun. She did not mean me. I was in the room, and I was not a person she was speaking to. By evening, the machine outside the room had already moved faster than the people inside it. Kaido's public relations firm put out 3 careful sentences, confirming that Kaede and I had ended our engagement by mutual decision and asking for privacy during her recovery. It was true the way headlines are true, which is to say it left out that she believed I was a kidnapper, and I believed she was ill, and neither of us had decided anything mutually. My name was in it once, softly, in a construction that made me the one who had walked away. I found out later, from Kaede's own chief financial officer, Sora, that the statement was the first thing that made the board look sideways. Not at me. At Kaito. A controlled statement means a controller, and a controller who had installed himself between the CEO and everyone else in one afternoon was a fact a board could see. He had gained the door. The price of the door was that people now knew he was standing in it. For me, the accounting was simpler and worse. I had lost personal access to the woman I was 3 weeks from marrying. Every message, every visit, every question now went through Kaito, who took each one with the same warm patience and turned most of them into no. I was a former fiancé, a possible saboteur, and a name in a press release, and I had one thing going for me. I had been right about 2:40, and Mickey had written that down. Nana came out to the vending machines near midnight, and I made my one attempt. I asked her carefully whether there was anything in what Kaede had recorded that could be checked against a real timetable, because if it could be checked, it could be disproved, and disproving it was the only door I could see. She let me finish the whole sentence, which I have since decided was a courtesy. No. And hear the reason, not just the answer. She is my client. You are the man she named. Everything I hold is hers, including whether you ever learn it exists. I said I only wanted to help her. Nana capped her coffee. Everyone says that first, she said. The ones who mean it stop asking me and start earning it somewhere she can see. I did not leave that night until a nurse asked me to. On the way out, I passed Kaede's door, and it was open a few inches, and I heard her voice, low, talking to Nana about where to store the recordings so no one from the company could reach them. Not the wedding hotel system, she was saying. The suite up there, that's where it starts. That's where he does it. And the lawyer Nana, she's the one who... The door swung shut on its own weight before she finished, a nurse cutting through the hall. I was left in a corridor holding a ring that was now a receipt, with 2 names in my ears I had no framework for yet. The wedding suite, and the woman she had just hired to protect her. I only knew they were next, because the way she had said them was the way she said things that had already happened to her. The message came from Rika, our wedding planner, 4 days after Kaede took the ring off. It was 2 lines. The bridal suite is booked again for tonight. It's under your canceled documents. I read it twice on the train platform and felt the specific cold that comes when a system does something that should be impossible. I had canceled everything. My name and my papers were supposed to be dead files. Someone had reached into a dead file and made it walk. Rika met me in the service corridor behind the ballroom, holding a tablet like it might bite her. She was the kind of professional who color codes grief, and she was rattled. I didn't authorize it, she said. The change came through a vendor account, not the front desk. I only caught it because the suite was on my hold list from your event. I asked her not to touch anything and to keep the vendor log open. I already tried to kill it, she said. Twice. She turned the tablet so I could see the rejection notice. Her own planner credentials sat 1 tier below a corporate vendor line, and the corporate line had booked the room. The system had told her, politely, in a gray box, that she did not outrank the change. That account is a company 1, she said. Your company, hers, whichever it is now. I can lose my accreditation here for even showing you this screen. I asked her why she was showing me. Rika looked at the ballroom door she had spent 5 months measuring for a wedding that no longer existed. Because I built the seating chart for 400 people, she said, and somebody used my file as a costume. Then I went up, because a man whose canceled name is walking around a hotel goes to look at it, and that was the first mistake of the evening, though not the worst. The suite was staged. That much arrived before anything else did. Low light, 2 glasses poured, a jacket that resembled mine over the back of a chair, rose petals doing the ugly work petals do in photographs. And in the middle of it, as surprised to see me as I was to see her, stood Nana, Kade's lawyer, holding a document case and looking at the room as I was, like we had both walked into a photograph already captioned. I came for a sealed packet my client asked me to retrieve from the hotel safe, Nana said. Before I could speak, before I could even decide whether to speak. Her voice was flat and fast and lawyerly, laying down a fact for a record that didn't exist yet. I did not arrange this room. I do not drink. I have never met you outside a hospital corridor. Whatever this is, I want it noted that we are both standing in it, not sitting. She was building a defense in real time, and she was building it for herself, not for me, and I respected it even as it stung. Kaede arrived with Kato while the 2 glasses were still full. I heard her before I saw her, a sharp intake of breath from the doorway, and I turned to find her taking in the composition of the room, like a woman recognizing her own handwriting. This is it, she said, very quietly. This is the room from the future. The petals, the 2 glasses, the jacket. This is where I found them. Her eyes moved from the staged tableau to Nana to me and settled into a certainty so complete it had grief already folded into it. Then the photographers came, and that was the crack in the certainty, though she was the only one composed enough to catch it. 3 of them, through the service entrance, cameras already up, arriving in a coordinated wave, before anyone on staff had called for security, before there was any incident for staff to respond to. Kaede's head turned toward the door at the sound, and I watched her do the arithmetic that being a CEO teaches you. They were already coming, she said. Nobody paged them. This wasn't discovered. This was scheduled. The hotel's duty manager discovered the limits of his own authority in front of everyone. He could clear the suite because the suite was let. He could not clear the corridor because the corridor was a public floor, and the 3 men in it held press cards. They stepped back as far as the carpet changed color and kept shooting through the open door. Nana put the document case behind her body rather than her face and said, "Close the door." 2 of the 3 filed nothing. The 3rd sold 4 frames of a corridor and a woman with a case, and the caption did the rest. Kaito moved to manage it on instinct, stepping in front of her, his voice pitched for calm. "Kaede, you don't need to see more. Let me handle the room. Let me handle the images. You shouldn't have to." She cut him off without raising her voice, which was somehow louder than raising it. "Stop speaking for me. Take the cameras out of my suite. And Kaito." She waited until he looked at her. "You do not talk to anyone about what is in this room until I say so." He stepped back. He was good at reading exactly how far he could push, and he had just found the edge. She did not leave it at an instruction. She called the agency that had drafted the hospital statement and got the account director on a Friday night, which tells you what her name was still worth. Nothing about tonight goes out under my name, my company, or my recovery. Not a line, not a background quote. The director asked, carefully, whether that included material from the office of the chief operating officer. Kaede looked at Kaido while she answered. Especially that. He registered the loss of the channel faster than I did. Nana refused to be my alibi, and she refused it to my face. I have a packet in that safe that would explain why I am in this hotel tonight, she said. And I am not opening it to save your reputation. It contains my client's confidential interests. Her rights are not a coin I spend to buy your innocence. I opened my mouth to argue that we were on the same side, and she shut it with a look. We are not on a side, she said. I have a client. You are not her. It was the cleanest boundary anyone had drawn for me in a week, and I needed it, because I had already started to reach for her the way you reach for a lever. I did notice one thing, and I noticed it because noticing is the only thing I am reliably good at. The 2 glasses were champagne, and there was a bowl of shelled walnuts staged on the table beside them. The kind of romantic detail a set dresser adds without thinking. Nana had said, unprompted, that she did not drink. The walnuts were the tell. You're allergic, I said to her. It wasn't a question. She went still. How do you... Because your case has an auto-injector clipped inside the lid, and you flinched away from that bowl when you came in. Whoever built this scene for a voluntary romantic evening had built it with a food that would have put one of the 2 lovers in the hospital. Rika had come up behind us by then, and she was not looking at any of the things the rest of us were looking at. She was looking at the floor. Those are silk, she said with real loathing. Those are the cheap silk ones from the party shop by the station, and they've scattered them in a ring. Nana asked, reasonably, whether that mattered. Nobody scatters in a ring. Petals fall. You throw from waist height and you let them land where they land. She crouched. And that's a coupe and a flute. 2 people drinking together do not get different glasses. I asked what she was actually telling me. Rika stood up with the face of a professional who has been personally insulted by an amateur. I am telling you that this room was dressed in about 4 minutes by somebody who has never dressed a room out of whatever was on the floor pantry trolley. Which means they didn't carry it in. Which means they signed it out. She was already walking to the pantry door with her thumb on the tablet, and she was still muttering about the ring of petals when she found what she found. The pantry withdrawal sat on the same account as the booking, and the booking, once she had a reason to open it, was ugly. The sweet time was swapped by hand, she said, holding the tablet out so I couldn't be accused of touching it. Original hold, 7, released. New booking pushed to 9 and backdated to read as original. Contractor account tied to corporate security, not the venue. It was the same species of lie as the double-counted power loop at the hospital, a system made to tell 2 times at once, so whichever time you needed would be the true one. Kaido made his move then, and to his credit, it was a good one, because his moves usually were. This is exactly why she can't be exposed to him, he told the room. Meaning me? Gesturing at the stage suite as if it were evidence of my character, rather than evidence against whoever built it. Give me the images. I release them tonight, framed correctly, and the story becomes an unstable ex-fiancé staging a scene at the wedding venue. It protects her. It ends the speculation. He believed it. That was the thing about Kaido I kept relearning. He genuinely believed the most controlled version of a story was the same as the kindest one. Kaede stopped him, and she stopped him against her own feelings, which is the only kind of stopping that counts. No, she said. I want the booking verified. I want to know who called the photographers and when. I want the vendor account named. Her hands were shaking. She was doing the responsible thing and hating it. I remember this room, she said to me, and there was no softness in it. And I am telling you that remembering it and knowing what happened in it are not the same thing tonight. That is the only gift you're getting from me. Don't mistake it for anything else. I didn't. I couldn't have if I'd tried. Then, with her own permission and only her own, Nana opened the packet. Not the contents. The title page. She held it so Kaede could confirm it, and no one else could read past the first line. And whatever was on that first line made Kaede's jaw tighten and her eyes close for a second. It's a rights instrument, Kaede said. For the room. For the record. She came to retrieve a document that protects me from the company. She did not come here for him. She said him without looking at me. I had become a pronoun again. Rika closed the last of it with a second confirmation. Quiet and total. The photographers were booked at 6:40, she said, reading the vendor thread. 20 minutes before the suite was even swapped to 9. They were told there'd be a scene worth shooting before there was a scene, before Nana had entered the room, before I had. The cameras had been promised a betrayal that hadn't been arranged yet, which meant someone had been confident enough about the arrangement to sell tickets to it in advance. Kaede got to the other end of it before I did, and she said it out loud, and saying it cost her. I described this room in the hospital. She was looking at the petals, the 2 glasses, the jacket on the chair. A sister asked me what he had done to me, and I gave her the whole set, and half the ward heard it. And Kaede was standing at the end of my bed. Her mouth went thin. Nobody read my mind. I handed somebody a shopping list, and they went shopping. Nana did not ask for a copy of any of it. She wrote a preservation demand longhand on hotel stationery, naming the account, the dates, and the fields, and made the duty manager sign receipt. He refused twice and then called the hotel's own counsel, who told him to sign. "I don't have the log," she said, packing the receipt away. "I have proof they now know they must not lose it." A screenshot off Rika's tablet buys the company 6 weeks of arguing about how I got it. Lawful was measured in refusals, and it was slower than every instinct I had. Kaito retreated cleanly, like water, leaving a dry mark where he had been. He conceded the evening, apologized for the distress, and escorted Kaede back to the family estate, because she wanted him and not me. The vendor thread stayed lit after he left. Over the next days, Nana traced it, an assistant quietly removed from the security contractor's schedule, a payment routed, and then relabeled. The people who clean up after a plan leave more fingerprints than the people who make one. Kaede's memory moved again before she left the suite. I saw it happen, the way I'd seen it in the hospital, a fact loosening while a feeling held. "It's changing," she said. Not to me, almost to herself, one hand pressed flat against the wall as if the room might tilt. "In the future, she and you were." She stopped. "The room stays. She stays near you. But the other thing, the reason it hurt, it's going out like a light I can't find the switch for." She looked at Nana with something like apology and at me with none at all. The affair had dissolved. The distrust it left behind did not need the affair to survive. What I felt watching that was not relief, and it was not decency. It was appetite. A second remembered wound had just disappeared in front of me, and the part of my brain that reads systems for a living had already started a ledger. Which events, arranged in which order, made which memories fall away. I caught myself doing it while Nana was still closing her packet, pricing her, weighing how much more useful she would be if she opened the whole thing. She had refused me twice in one evening, and I had gone looking for a third angle anyway. That was the honest inventory of the man standing in those petals, and I did not like it enough to stop. Kaito found me at the service lift on his way out and made the offer in the friendliest voice in the building. "Let this go and I'll have your site access reinstated by Monday. Contracts, badges, all of it. Nobody has to lose a career over a bad night." I asked what letting it go meant. "It means you don't help her lawyer chase a booking system." He said it kindly. He gave me until Monday, and the deadline was the only part of the sentence that wasn't a favor. Nana lost something real that night, and she named it before I could pretend otherwise. "By tomorrow, there are photographs of me in a bridal suite with the CEO's ex," she said, packing the case with hard, precise movements. "It doesn't matter that they prove nothing. My practice runs on discretion, and someone just spent mine to build a picture." She wasn't asking for comfort. She was invoicing the room. By Sunday, 2 of her clients had asked for their files back, and a third stayed and asked gently whether she would be in the news again. She told me all 3 in one line, unprompted, because she wanted the bill somewhere. I would have to keep looking at it. The public did not swing to me. The soft press release from the hospital and the harder rumor from the suite met in the middle, and the middle was mud. Some people decided I was an unstable man who staged scenes. Some decided Kaede was a woman having a breakdown who saw affairs in wallpaper. Nobody decided I was innocent. Innocence is not handed to you by a crowd. You assemble it in front of them out of proof they can hold, and I had none. Kaede left on Kaito's arm, which was its own answer. But at the door she stopped and reminded everyone that underneath the fear, she was still the sharpest person in any room she stood in. "The booking came through corporate," she said to Nana. "Not to me, never to me. A contractor account with access to the wedding vendor list. That list has our vetting data on it. Everyone who was cleared for the event, including him, including his credentials." She said it like a woman handing her lawyer the end of a thread. "Whoever swapped that room could touch that data. Find out what they did with his." Rika was still in the corridor when the floor emptied, holding a flat white box she had carried up from storage without telling anyone. Place cards. 400 of them, hand-lettered, paid for, never used. "They'll bin them at the end of the month," she said. "I'd rather you did it." I took the box. It was heavier than it looked, and I carried it around for 11 days before I could put it anywhere. She asked, awkwardly, whether Kaede was eating, then apologized for asking, then asked anyway, because 5 months is 5 months. I said I didn't know. It was the truest sentence I had said all evening. "There is a record of you on the sealed research floor at 3 in the morning. 3 nights ago. That was how Daichi opened the hearing, sliding a printout across the table without warmth or malice, a security professional reading me a fact. On the paper was an access line, my name, my old credential number, a door on a floor I had no business near, time-stamped in the dead middle of the night. Around the table sat 5 directors, the company's chief financial officer Sora and Kaito, and every one of them was looking at me like the paper had already answered the only question worth asking. I had spent 4 days deciding how to behave, and the rule was simple. Do not perform. A frightened innocent man explains too much in a different key from a guilty one. A room like that hears both as a story. I said, I canceled that credential myself the day the engagement ended. I'd like to see the original timestamps, not the report built from them. Then I stopped talking and let the silence sit on people expecting a fight. Kaito filled it with his usual gentleness. Ren, no one wants this to be ugly. We all understand you're in pain. A man loses his engagement, loses access, feels erased. It would be human to walk back into a place that used to be yours and do something you regret. He spread his hands. Admit the lapse, apologize to the board, and we can treat it as grief instead of sabotage. It was a beautifully built exit, and it was a trap, and the tell was that it required me to confess to being on that floor at all. He wasn't offering me mercy. He was offering me a signature. I did not take it, and I did not accuse him either, because accusing Kaito in that room with nothing in my hand would have proven exactly the instability the record was designed to suggest. Instead, I turned to Daichi and asked the only kind of question I know how to ask well. The record shows the credential being accepted at 3:02. When was that credential revoked in the system? Daichi looked at me for a moment, and I watched a small professional discomfort cross his face. The discomfort of a man who realizes he was handed a conclusion and asked to find the evidence for it afterward, rather than the other way around. Before he did, one of the directors asked to see the footage, and Daichi put it on the wall because refusing would have looked worse than showing it. 11 seconds of a service corridor, grayscale, a camera set high for door coverage rather than faces. A figure in a dark coat crossing left to right, head down, badge hand up and out of frame. It stopped at the reader for a beat and a half and went through. That's him, the senior director said. Daichi let 2 seconds pass before he answered, and I have always credited him for those 2 seconds. That's a man of roughly his height in a coat, he said. There is no face on this recording. There is no gate sample I can match against. If you want me to say that is Ren, I would be saying it because his name is on the access line, not because of anything in the picture. I kept quiet about the coat being wrong for the weather and the right-handed reach on a left-hand plate. I am left-handed. I told Nana later, the room was already primed to hear anything I said as a story, and a suspect narrating his own footage would only be writing fiction out loud. I'll have to pull the revocation log, he said. Kaito answered before he could move. The revocation timing is irrelevant. Former auditors know the quiet windows in the system better than anyone. Whether the credential was live or not, he had the knowledge to walk that floor. It was a clever pivot, turning my competence itself into the accusation, and for a second, it worked on the room. But Sora, who had been quiet, said, "It's not irrelevant to me. If it was revoked, then something accepted a dead key. I'd like to know what." She had a way of asking budget questions about moral problems that made them impossible to wave off. Daichi pulled the revocation log. The credential was revoked at 6:14 the previous evening, he said slowly, reading it twice. The access event is 3:02 the next morning. The door accepted a key that had been dead for almost 9 hours. He set the printouts side by side. His posture changed. He had stopped presenting a case against me and started looking at a fault in his own system. Then he used a workaround, Kaito said. A stored token, a cached authorization. Daichi didn't argue with his COO. He did something better. There's one way to know, he said. Let me reproduce it. He asked for a controlled demonstration right there, a test door and a spare reader, and the board, hungry for certainty of any kind, agreed. I sat on my hands, literally, because the worst thing I could have done was touch anything and hand them the picture of me operating the system I was accused of abusing. What Daichi demonstrated was quiet and damning. He took the vetting data from the wedding event, the cleared guest file that included my credentials, and from it, he generated a working clone of my dead key. And the test reader accepted it exactly the way the sealed floor's door had. It's not a stored token, he said, holding up the cloned identifier. It's a manufactured one, built from a data set that had my subject's credentials in it. Someone made a copy of a key that had already been thrown away. He looked faintly sick. He had walked in to convict me, and had instead built the machine that exonerated the method, if not yet the man. Sora asked the question that mattered, in her flat auditor's voice. Name the data set. Who held it and who had access to it? Daiichi traced it back through the reader logs, and the answer arrived where the suite booking had arrived, in the same boring corridor of the company. The wedding vetting file, he said, processed by an external security contractor. The access on it runs up through... He stopped, and I watched him choose to finish the sentence. Through corporate security. Toma's group. Under the COO's office. He didn't look at Kaede when he said it. He didn't need to. Everyone else did. Kaede did not flinch, which is its own kind of answer. He simply changed what he was asking for. The chain of access proves the file was reachable by many hands, he said. It does not prove who used it. Daiichi, write up your conclusion. The physical intrusion is consistent with Ren's knowledge and motive, pending the technical review. He said it as an instruction, not a request, the calm authority of a man who signs the reviews he orders. And there, in front of the board, he asked a security specialist to certify a conclusion that his own demonstration had just contradicted. Daiichi refused, and he refused in the specific way that costs a person something. I won't sign a finding of personal intrusion, he said. My own reproduction shows the access could be manufactured by anyone holding the vetting file. To name a suspect now would be professionally false. Kaito's face did not change. The temperature in the room did. You're refusing a direct instruction from the COO, Kaito said. I'm declining to falsify a security finding, Daiichi answered. Those aren't the same sentence. Then he turned the refusal into something with weight. He copied the original access and revocation records and lodged them with an independent keeper outside the building. He announced it while the board was still in the room, so that no one, including his own office, could later edit history quietly or claim surprise. Kaito absorbed the refusal and answered it inside 4 minutes, which is the part that gets left out when people describe that hearing as the day the honest man won. He did not overrule Daiichi. He moved the work. Given the conflict, he told the board, the technical review can't sit with the officer who has now taken a position. I'm transferring it to the external contractor group under the security services agreement. They'll report to this board directly. It sounded like a concession to fairness. What it did was hand the review to Toma. Sora asked mildly who the contractor's reporting line ran through, and Kaito said the board, and Sora said, operationally, and Kaito said, my office, for scheduling. The distinction was accepted. Daiichi kept his job, kept his integrity, and lost the investigation in the same quarter hour. And afterwards, he sat very still, counting what he had left. By the following morning, Daiichi's team had been rotated off the incident and given the perimeter contract review, the corporate equivalent of being asked to count fences. He did not complain. He started keeping his own copies, badge by badge, and by the end that habit mattered more than my work in the same weeks. I should have felt vindicated. I keep using that word, vindicated, and it keeps not arriving. What the board did next was decline to convict me and decline to clear me, which is the outcome institutions reach when the facts are inconvenient and the risk is real. Until the technical review concludes, the senior director said, Mr. Ren's site access remains suspended, and he is barred from company premises as a potential organizer of the incident, not a saboteur. A potential organizer. A phrase with no doorknob on it, that you cannot argue your way out of, because it accuses you of a category rather than an act. The suspension was not abstract, and it did not stay inside that building. My contract ran through a third-party firm, and a man barred from premises as a security risk is a man that firm cannot bill out. The principal called me himself, which I appreciated more than the call deserved. I've got you on 2 other engagements, he said. A port authority and a private hospital group. Both of them just asked me the same question in the same words. Is your auditor under investigation? I said I wasn't, that no one had accused me of anything findable. That's the trouble, he said. There's nothing to clear. If there were a finding, we could fight a finding. He gave me 30 days of notice I hadn't earned and told me not to call the clients myself, which was the correct instruction and the one that hurt. By the end of that week, the company contract was gone. The Port Authority moved its review to the next quarter without explaining why, and the hospital group stopped answering my messages entirely, which was the more honest of the 2 responses. My profession runs on being the person allowed into the room where the systems live. I had just been declared the person who must never be in that room again. The last thing to go was the arrangement at the hospital. A message came from Kaito's office, courteous and copied to 3 people, noting that as I was barred from company premises, the supervised visit protocol could no longer be administered by corporate staff, and that any contact with Kaede should be arranged through the family. The family meant Masato. Masato meant Kaito. The door had not been locked. The door had been redefined as a corridor I was not standing in. Kaito had proven nothing and did not need to. He had made my presence a liability, and liabilities get removed whether or not they are guilty. Kaito took the advantage, and I watched him take it cleanly, warmly. A man consolidating without ever raising his voice. But he had paid for it in a way that would not show up for weeks. He had issued a written instruction to falsify a finding in front of the board, and Daiichi had refused it in front of the same board, and both facts were now on a record Daiichi had put beyond Kaito's reach. Every move Kaito made from strength left a document behind, and documents are patient. I only understood that I had lost my income and my access in a single afternoon, and that the man who took them had smiled the whole time. Sora did one thing on her way out that nobody registered as an event. She asked the secretary to minute a request, a schedule of all engagements with the external security contractor for the past 2 quarters, with amounts to be provided to the finance office. It was a routine question from the person whose job is routine questions. Kaito agreed to it in front of the board, because refusing a cost schedule in front of directors would have been the loudest thing he could possibly have done. Daiichi caught me in the car park, which cost him something too, because car parks have cameras. He did not apologize, and I did not want him to. I was handed a conclusion and told to source it, he said. That's happened to me twice in 19 years, and I signed the first one. He looked at the building for a while. I'm not on your side. I'm on the log side. If the log turns and points at you tomorrow, I'll say so at the same volume. I told him that was all I'd ever wanted from anyone. He nodded, then said the useful thing. In the flat way men say useful things when they are trying not to be thanked. Your lawyer should ask the keeper for a receipt with the hash on it, not a confirmation email. Emails get lost by accident. Then he got in his car. It was the first time in 9 days that anyone in that company had given me something instead of taking something. Nana's reaction, when I passed it on, was to explain what I had actually been given, because I had already decided it was more than it was. A copy with an independent keeper stops the original being edited without a trace, she said. That's all it does. It doesn't make the logs admissible. It doesn't make Daiichi a witness, and it doesn't oblige anyone to look at them. I asked what would. Someone with standing asking a court, or the company auditing itself. Neither of which you can start, because you're barred and unemployed. She said it without cruelty. One last thing came from Nana 2 days after that, in a message with no greeting because she didn't waste them on me. You should see this, it said, and attached was a line item she'd pulled while chasing the contractor's cleanup from the suite. Among Toma's payments, buried in ordinary security billing, was a transfer to a private clinic, run by a doctor named Shiori, coded as a loyalty assessment of employees. I read the phrase 3 times. Companies run background checks. Companies do not send their people to a medical clinic to have their loyalty assessed. That is not a security expense. That is something else wearing a security expense's clothes. I sat with that message a long time, in an apartment I could no longer be sure I could afford, holding a phrase that didn't fit any honest budget I had ever audited. A cloned key made from a wedding file. A clinic paid to assess loyalty. A COO who signed the reviews of his own operations. None of it proved a future or a kidnapping or anything Kaede remembered, but it drew the first line I could actually hold, faint and undeniable, running from a hotel suite to a hearing room to a doctor's office. Whatever had been done to Kaede's memory, it had a bill. Somebody had been paying it, in yen, through accounts payable, with a reference code. The woman across the table from me remembered a husband and 2 sons, and none of the 3 had ever existed. Her name was Fumi. Nana had brought me to the meeting as a witness, nothing more. And she had made me promise on the way that I would keep my mouth shut, because a barred ex-fiancé with a grudge is not a helpful presence when a vulnerable patient is describing a family the world says she invented. Fumi described a kitchen, a school run, a younger boy who wouldn't eat crusts. She described them as Kaede described the lake house, consistent, detailed, wrong. I know how it sounds, Fumi said, folding and unfolding a paper napkin, but I can hear my son's voice. I know which stair creaks in a house I've apparently never lived in. And then the clinic tells me I'm confused and gives me something to help me feel calmer about being confused. And I go home to an apartment that doesn't have any of them in it. She looked at Nana, not at me. I don't want to feel calm. I want my file. I want to know what they did to put a family in my head. My sister Emmy had already done the part she is good at, which is the unglamorous checking that separates a story from a fact. Emmy is a journalist, and a careful one, and she had run the names from Fumi's memory through the open registries twice, as usual, expecting to be wrong. The husband's name belongs to a man in another prefecture who is alive and married to someone else, she'd told me. The older boy is a real student at a real school. They're real people. They just aren't hers. Someone assembled a family out of strangers and installed it. Emmy doesn't rattle, but she was quiet for a while after she said it. Then she told me what she was going to do with it, which was nothing. I can place this in 2 days, she said. Woman given a false family by a private clinic. It would run everywhere, and it would end her. I asked whether she meant it would end the clinic. No, her. Every neighbor, every employer, every stranger on a train would know she believes in sons who don't exist, and the clinic would issue a statement about a distressed patient. She put her pen down. I publish what the owner of a life agrees to have published. That's the rule. It's going to cost you at some point, and I'm telling you now so you don't ask me later. I asked her to make an exception if it came to Kaede. I asked in the first 10 minutes, which tells you how much of my restraint that afternoon was actually planning. Emmy looked at me, with the specific patience of an older sister who has been waiting 3 weeks for the question. No, she said, and you'll thank me for it badly. About a month from now, she was out by 5 weeks. She was right about everything else. June was the one who drew the line I most needed drawn, because until that afternoon, I had been sloppily treating Fumi and Kaede as the same phenomenon, and they were separate. This matters, so hear it exactly, he said to me in the corridor. Fumi has a false past. It was built now, by editing which associations attach to which images. She has never remembered the future. Kaede remembers a future, and I cannot explain that difference. Fumi still proves the mechanism. You can rewrite what a memory means without any future at all. He let that sit, which means the future is unnecessary for the machine to work. Only the machine is. Fumi signed a request for her own records in her own hand, and I sat on mine again. This was the hardest restraint of the whole affair for me, harder than the hospital, because Fumi's file might carry the name and the method for what had been done to Kaede, and every instinct I had wanted to lean forward and help her ask for it my way. Nana caught the instinct before it reached my mouth. This is her request, she said quietly. For me alone, not yours. If you shape it, it becomes a tool of your case, and then it protects you instead of her. Sit back. I sat back. A great deal of being decent, I was learning, looks exactly like doing nothing while badly wanting to do something. Shiori, the doctor who ran the clinic, did not behave like a villain, and that was the most unsettling thing about her. She came to the consultation herself, composed and genuinely warm, and she offered Fumi a deal that sounded like care. I understand the impulse, she said, but opening your file now, in your state, could be destabilizing. Stay in the program. Let me guide you through it. In time, with support, you'll have full access. She meant it as protection. She also meant it as a leash, and both things were true at once. And Fumi, who was frightened, wavered. A kind cage is still the hardest kind to walk out of. Nana gave Fumi the one thing the clinic could not, counsel that answered to Fumi alone. She laid out the risks plainly, without softening them into a decision. If you withdraw consent and demand the file, you may lose the settlement that pays for your silence. You may become visible again. People may say you're unwell. Those costs are yours to weigh. She nodded at me. The clinic cannot hold your history hostage to your enrollment. That isn't a medical judgment. It's a condition on access, and conditions can be challenged. She never once told Fumi what to choose. Kaido acted on this from a distance, as he acted on everything, and I only learned the shape of it afterward from Nana and from the paper it left. He paid for an external lawyer to represent the clinic against the file request, which is a strange thing for a company's operating officer to fund unless the company's operating officer has a stake in what the file says. And in the same stroke he pressed, through the family, for a new restriction on me. I could no longer meet Kaede except in the presence of an agreed witness. He framed it as her safety. He framed everything as her safety. He was very consistent. The lawyer Kaido paid for arrived on a Tuesday and was excellent, which is worse than being aggressive. He did not call Fumi unstable. He praised the clinic's record, worried aloud about continuity of care, and held one position. The treatment record was the practitioner's own work product, and a patient's right of access did not reach the practitioner's methodological annexes. Say that again with the words in the statute, Nana said. He said it again, with fewer of them. She wrote down his phrase for the annexes and asked him to confirm the spelling. 4 days later, he conceded the category in writing, release with the annex redacted. A redaction, unlike a refusal, admits there is a shape under it. That was how we learned the module had a name. He made one other request that afternoon, and I did not understand its weight until much later. Before he left, he asked, pleasantly, whether Ms. Kaede's dictated accounts might be shared with the treating clinic, since a patient's own narrative of her symptoms was plainly clinical material. Nana said no. He said he would put the request in writing. She said do, and he did, and she refused it in writing, and both letters went into the file. The sealed accounts sat with Nana, off every clinic system and every company system, and from that Tuesday, there was a paper record of somebody asking for them and being told no. Fumi, meanwhile, learned what it costs to be represented rather than managed. The lawyer offered kindly to arrange her care at a different facility at the company's expense while the matter resolved. Nana translated it for her without editorializing. That is an offer to move you somewhere you have no history and no witnesses. You may take it. It is not illegal to take it. Fumi said no. She said it looking at the lawyer, not at Nana, and her voice only went at the very end of the sentence. Jun cut the legal knot with a medical sentence, because that was the only place the knot could be cut. Shiori's whole defense rested on the claim that access would endanger Fumi, and Jun, as an independent physician, put in writing that no immediate danger from Fumi reading her own records had been demonstrated. I won't sign that she's fragile so that a clinic can keep her file, he said. Show me the danger or release the records. That is the thing institutions forget about independent doctors. You can buy a lawyer, but you cannot buy a second opinion that hasn't happened yet, and Jun's opinion had not been for sale. Then Fumi did the thing that was hers alone to do, and she did it with her hands shaking as much as Kaede's had. She withdrew her consent to the program in writing, and accepted the loss of the settlement that had been paying her to stay quiet. I'd rather be poor and know, she said, than comfortable and furnished with strangers. Nobody talked her into it. Nana had made certain of that twice, in writing. I spent the next month failing to apply the same rule anywhere in my own life. The clinic, out of legal room, executed the request and handed the copy directly to Fumi through Nana, bypassing every lawyer and company. Nana insisted on that route so the chain of custody could never be questioned. Fumi took it home. She asked us to stay away when she opened it, and we did. I have always respected that she read her own stolen history alone. Beside the real things from her real apartment, the mug that was actually hers, the photographs of a life that had no sons in it. She came back the next morning with 2 carrier bags and a face I have not forgotten. She had done it methodically because method was the only handrail left. Session dates on one side of the table, her own photographs on the other, and between them, the calendar from her real kitchen with her real handwriting on it. Here, she said, and turned a page. The 8th of March. I have a memory of taking Renkun, my younger one, to a clinic for a fever. She stopped over the name for a second. Her invented son had my name in him, and neither of us said anything about it. On the 8th of March, I was in a session. Here is the note. 2 hours. She turned another page. The birthday party. It's the same room as the group room, the same window. They gave me a party in a room I sat in every week. That was when I made my mistake of the afternoon, and I made it out loud. I asked her whether she would be willing to say all of that on a record Nana could use, because the overlap between session dates and false memories was the cleanest thing anyone had produced in 3 weeks. Fumi looked at me for a long moment and said, "You're the fiancé, the one from the news." I said I was. Then no, she said, "Not yet, not because of you. Because if I do it now, everyone will say I did it for you." Nana did not rescue me from that, and I would have thought less of her if she had. Fumi said one more thing before she opened the last folder, and she said it kindly, which made it land harder. "You want me to be your proof? That's all right. Everyone in this room wants something." She put her hand flat on the folder. "But I get to decide when I stop being a patient and start being a witness. That's mine. That's about the only bit that still is." What she found and brought back and laid on Nana's table with a steadiness that had cost her something was the mechanism itself, named in her own file. A module, a protocol for reassigning the emotional role a person plays inside a memory. Who is the safe one? Who is the threat? Who is grieved? Who is guilty? Not erasing an event, relabeling it. The file described, in the flat language of a treatment note, how a chosen signal could be used to move fear from one face to another. I looked at it and thought of a woman in a hospital bed who feared me and could not remember why the fear had started, and I had to put the paper down. Shiori, confronted with her own document, did not crumble, and it would have been convenient to be able to say she did. She defended the method. "In my licensed practice, this loosens a trauma bond that is destroying a patient," she said. "A soldier who cannot stop reliving 1 second of one road. I have given people their lives back with this." Then she drew a line I had not expected, straight through Kaido's side of the room, What I do in therapy and what a corporation wants from the same mathematics are not the same goal. I answer for my clinic. I do not answer for his ambitions. She was not his servant. She was her own person defending her own work, which made her considerably more dangerous than a servant. Nana asked her one question on the way out, in the corridor, without a recorder running, and Shiori answered it. Did you obtain separate consent for the annex protocol? Shiori said. Consent was obtained for the program. Nana said separate for the annex. Shiori looked at her for 3 long seconds and then walked to her car, and the silence went into Nana's file with a date on it. The witness rule landed while I was still absorbing that, and it landed in Masato's voice, which was worse than it landing in Kaido's. Kaede's father called me himself. He had liked me. He had toasted us in a restaurant in March and told a long story about a boat. They've asked the family to agree that you only see her with someone else present, he said. I've agreed to it. I asked whether he thought I had hurt his daughter. Masato stayed silent long enough for me to hear a television in another room. I think I don't know, he said. And at my age, not knowing about your own child is the thing you protect against. I'm sorry. It isn't a verdict. I told him it was fine and that I would keep to it. And I meant the second half. Each restriction was small and reasonable sounding on its own, and stacked, they built a wall that from the outside looked exactly like the wall you would build around a genuine threat. Kaito was not lying about any single brick. The lie was in the wall. Nana found the detail that turned the clinic file from a private horror into a piece of a plan, and she found it by doing what she always did, comparing dates. The payment for the reassignment module, the one buried in Toma's billing, was dated to the same week as a document Sora had flagged inside the company, a prepared package, drafted and ready, titled as a plan to rescue the company from instability. A rescue plan for a crisis that had not yet happened. A module purchased before the CEO had publicly broken down at all. I sat with those 2 dates as I had sat with the loyalty assessment line, and the cold that came was different. Colder, because it ran backward. The rescue package predated the breakdown. The module predated the accusation. Whatever had happened to Kaede in a car on a wet ramp, someone had been ready for a version of it before it arrived. Nana refused to let me say the next sentence out loud. Prepared is not guilty, she said. Executives prepare for their CEO becoming a liability. It's ugly and it's ordinary and a court will yawn at it. She was right. And she was also writing the date down while she said it. I could not know whether Kaede's memory was true, where it came from, or what changing it would cost. One fact held. The machine that reassigns who a person is afraid of existed. It had been used on people other than Kaede, and it had been bought by a man who already had a rescue for the company written and waiting. I watched Kaede save her own company from a folding chair in a press overflow room, because that was as close as a barred man was allowed to get. The emergency shareholders meeting was held in a hotel ballroom, not on company premises, which meant I could be in the building at all, and Emmy got me a seat beside her in the press pen on her second credential. On the feet above us, Kaede walked to the front of a room full of people who had spent the week being told she was too broken to run anything, and she did not look broken. She looked like a woman who had read the terms. The opening move was Akasakas, delivered through the board rather than in person, an investor's offer with a smile built into the wording. Emergency credit, enough to steady the company against the reputational hit, available immediately on one condition. Operational control passed to Kaito as interim executive. Kaito's public relations firm had softened the ground for days with a forecast of client flight, major contracts wobbling, partners nervous about a CEO who saw affairs in wallpaper. By the time the meeting opened, the room had been taught to want rescue, and rescue had a name, and the name was not Kaede's. Kaito spoke first, and he spoke beautifully, which I had stopped being surprised by. He never attacked her. He grieved for her. None of us doubts her brilliance, he said. We doubt the wisdom of leaving a woman in recovery as the single point of decision for 1,800 employees. I am asking, as someone who loves this company and loves her, to let me carry the weight while she heals. Beside me, Emmy murmured, "He's good," and she wasn't complimenting him. He had made his power grab sound like a man volunteering to do the dishes. Kaede took the weapon out of his hand by picking it up first. "Before we go further," she said, "I will tell you myself what you have been told to whisper. In the accident, I sustained an injury that affects some of my autobiographical memory. It is documented. I am under independent care. I am also, per 2 physicians, fully competent, and I would rather you decide with the true fact in front of you than the rumor behind you." The room went very still. She had disclosed the exact thing they were planning to expose, and by disclosing it, she had turned it from a landmine into a footnote. Sora, the chief financial officer, did not let the moment become sentimental. Honesty is not the same as safety, Sora said from the table. The disclosure is admirable. It does not by itself answer the operational risk, and I won't pretend it does. It was the sound of an ally telling the truth against the moment. Kaede nodded like she'd expected it. She had not come to be comforted. She had come to win. Akasaka spoke from a screen, which was its own message. The man with the money did not travel. He was courteous, brief, and entirely without pretense. I am not an investor in personalities, he said. I am an investor in decision rights. My capital follows a structure I can predict. Give me a structure, and the money is in the account this afternoon. Nobody in that ballroom had said anything so honest in an hour. A shareholder near the front asked whether he had confidence in the chief executive. Akasaka said, "Confidence is not a financial instrument," and the room gave the bitter laugh rooms give when they have just been told something unpleasant and true. Then he added the line that mattered, still smiling. If this meeting cannot resolve the question today, my terms tomorrow will be different. Uncertainty has a price, and I do not pay it. Kaede answered him directly, which surprised the room and, I think, him. Then price it, she said. Publish the term sheet you would offer a company with an independent oversight committee and the one you would offer a company run by a single interim officer. Let this room read both. He declined, pleasantly, on grounds of commercial confidentiality. The refusal did more work for her than any answer would have. The floor question came next, from a small shareholder who stood up with the specific courage of a man who owns 400 shares and nothing to lose. He asked, in plain words, whether it was true that the chief executive had publicly accused her fiancé of abducting a child who did not exist. In the press pen beside me, Emmy stopped typing. The chair moved to rule the question out of order. Kaede said, "No, let him have it." She answered standing, without notes. I said something to a man in a hospital room 11 hours after surgery. It was said with total conviction, and it was not, as a public fact, established. I have not repeated it publicly, and I will not repeat it here. She let that sit exactly 1 second. You are entitled to weigh that against my judgment. I would. What you are not entitled to is my medical record, and neither is anyone at this table who has been offering you hints of it all week. I have replayed that answer many times. She protected herself. She protected the truth. And she did not protect me. She did not say the accusation was false because she still believed it, and she would not lie for a man she was afraid of, even when the lie would have cost her nothing. Watching her refuse the easy sentence, I felt something that was not hope. It was closer to respect. Kaido reached for more than he should have, which is the flaw underneath all his patience. He proposed himself as interim executive, with no external oversight, sole authority until she was, in his phrase, fully restored. On the feed, I saw a few directors nod, and I felt the room start to slide toward him, and I felt the specific helplessness of a man who could see the fault line and had no standing to point at it. Kaede did not slide. "Show me the credit terms," she said. "The full document, not the summary." Silence lasted a beat too long, the pause of people who had hoped the summary would be enough. The full document had a veto in it. Emmy found the clause on the feed the same second Nana texted it to me from inside the room. 3 words, investor consent required, meaning Akasaka would hold a permanent break on major decisions long after any crisis passed. Kaede read it aloud, calmly, so the whole room heard what it was buying. "This is not a bridge loan," she said. "This is a sale with the price hidden in the appendix." Kaito started to explain that all financing carries conditions, and his voice revealed its first seam in it, a small one. But I audit seams for a living, and I heard it. My only contribution went through Nana, and it was 1 sentence, and passing even that felt like more than I had the right to. From the dates Sora had flagged, and the metadata on the circulated papers, the rescue documents had been drafted before the public crisis they claimed to answer. I did not send Kaede a strategy. I sent a process note. The kind of neutral observation an auditor leaves in a margin. These papers predate the event they respond to. Nana relayed it verbatim and told me she had told Kaede exactly where it came from. She asked, "I don't launder sources," it said. "If it works with your name on it. If that's a problem, don't send me things." It was not a problem. What she did with it was lethal and quiet. "I'd like the meeting to note," she said, "that the emergency rescue package is dated before my so-called emergency. It was written for a crisis that had not happened. I will let each of you decide what it means that someone drafted my rescue before I fell." She did not accuse Kaito. She laid the date on the table like a card and let the room turn it over. She was fighting in the present, with a date and a document. She refused, pointedly to use the other thing. She could have stood up and predicted something, some collapse or contract, and dared them to bet against her. She didn't. Later, Nana told me Kaede had said, before the meeting, that a CEO who governs by prophecy becomes an oracle, and boards eventually burn oracles. So she governed by structure instead. She proposed a temporary independent committee to oversee operations during her recovery, chaired by Sora rather than Kaito or herself, with outside directors holding the balance. And then she did the thing that still sits with me longer than any board maneuver I have watched, because it was the opposite of everything Kaito believed. She placed a block of her own controlling votes into escrow. Voluntarily. She stripped herself of the ability to dominate the board by fiat, the very power Kaito was accusing her of being too unstable to hold. If you fear a single unaccountable decision maker, she said, then I will not be one either. I am not asking you to trust my judgment. I am removing my ability to force it. She had disarmed herself in public to prove she was safe to arm. The shares still belonged to her. The trust held only the voting control over that block, leaving ownership and the power to use it as two separate things. On paper, the distinction was dry. In the room, it meant she still possessed the weapon and had placed its trigger beyond her own reach. He tried procedure before he tried argument. Kaito objected that an escrow of that size required notice to shareholders and could not be tabled at an emergency session. Sora had the answer ready because she had been asked to check it 2 days earlier. The escrow instrument had been lodged that morning, notice served electronically at 6:11, and the depositary was an independent trust company with no relationship to any director. Who instructed the trust company? Kaito asked. The chief executive did, Sora said. On Tuesday, nobody at that table had known, and every one of them did the arithmetic at the same moment, which meant Kaede had built her own cage before she knew whether she would need it, and had been carrying the key to it in her pocket, while Kaito spent an hour telling a ballroom she could not be trusted with a wheel. Kaito tried to turn it against her, and it was the right instinct executed a half-second too late. This is exactly my point, he said. She's giving away control. A woman who trusts herself would keep the wheel. The independent directors rejected the argument, and one of them said, a person who voluntarily limits her own power is demonstrating capacity. Incapacity doesn't build guardrails. Incapacity crashes through them. They separated her personal fitness from corporate governance, and Kaito's whole case fell into the gap. The board rejected the immediate takeover. It declined Akasaka's poisoned credit, instituted Kaede's temporary committee under Sora, and left the wheel, at the level that mattered, in her hands. On the feed, I watched Kaito absorb it without a flicker, congratulate her, pledge his support to the committee, and recalculating a route rather than conceding a war. Beside me, Emi said, she won it herself. You didn't do that. No, I said. I didn't. It was the best sentence I'd said in weeks. The victory had a real price. She gave up day-to-day operational control to the committee. She could no longer use the company, its security, lawyers, or reach as a personal instrument, not against Kaito and not for or against me. If I had hoped it might clear my name, that door closed when she closed it on herself. Akasaka did not go away, because money never simply goes away, it repositions. Sora told me afterward that the investor left the offer standing, and quietly raised his price to Kaito for any future attempt. More shares, more control, more of the company promised against a takeover that hadn't happened. Every time Kaito reached for Kaede and missed, he owed Akasaka a little more of the thing he was reaching for. He was mortgaging the company to buy the company. I did not feel sorry for him. I did notice that a man in that position starts looking for a route that does not run through shareholders at all. The route he found was the family, and I learned it from the last thing that happened that day. Masato, Kaede's father, who had backed her early research and still carried the weight a founding father carries, called for a family assessment of Kaede's condition and her decisions, away from boards and press. On its face, it was a father worried about his daughter. Underneath, Nana warned me, it was the one arena where Kaede's corporate armor did not reach. In a boardroom, she was a competent chief executive who had just proven it. In a family room, she would be a daughter who had canceled her wedding and accused her fiancé of a crime. There's no quorum in a living room, Nana said. No minutes, no independent directors, no right of reply. Whatever they decide there, they decide about her, and the only vote she gets is whether to walk out. Kaito had already begun, gently, in 3 separate conversations Masato later described to me, to reframe her attention to me, from illness into something closer to appetite. Obsessive, controlling, dangerous to the man she claimed to fear. Emi paid for my seat before the afternoon was out. A wire reporter 2 rows back had recognized me, and by the time the room cleared, he had asked her, in front of 3 colleagues, whether the desk knew her brother was the man in the story. She said yes, because it was true, she had declared it in writing when she took the assignment. What she had not declared was that she had brought me in on her second credential. She lost the pen, not the story, the seat. Her editor moved her to filing from outside and told her, reasonably, that she could cover the company, or she could sit next to me, and that she had made the choice already by bringing a chair. Emmy took it without arguing and then said the only bitter thing I ever heard from her. I've spent 9 years being scrupulous so that one day somebody would believe me about something that mattered. This is the something. I told her I'd stay away from her work. She said, "Don't be stupid, you're the story," and then, after a moment, "Just stop asking me to bend it. Every time you ask, it gets more expensive for me to say no." We stood in the corridor for a while, not talking about it. She bought 2 terrible coffees from a machine and handed me one and said our mother would have enjoyed the ballroom. We drank them beside a service lift while the press filed out around us. Neither of us tried to improve the other person's silence. For once, it was enough. I left the hotel through a service exit so I wouldn't be photographed near the company I was barred from, and I stood on the loading dock in the cold, turning over what I had watched. Kaede had won without me, against a better funded man, by making herself smaller on purpose. It was the most competent thing I had ever seen her do, and it had changed nothing about the fear in her when Nana's texts mentioned my name. She could outthink a hostile board, and she still couldn't sit in a room alone with me. The win had bought neither of us safety that day, and now her father had opened a door into the one place her competence could be turned into evidence against her, and Kato, patient as ever, was already walking toward it. The door to the guest wing did not open when I tried it. It was not stuck. It was locked. From a panel I couldn't reach, in a house belonging to the family of the woman who was afraid of me. It took me a full stupid minute of pulling the handle before the word arrived for what I was. Not a guest. Kept. I stood there with my hand on a door that would not move, and I felt the exact thing Fumi must have felt, reading a family she never had. The floor of the world quietly sliding a few degrees off level. I had come to the estate that morning because Masato asked me to. He had convened a family assessment. Him, Kaede, Nana, and Shiori to sit in a room and decide, like reasonable people, what the boundaries between his daughter and me should be. I went because refusing would have looked like guilt, and because some part of me still believed that if the right people sat in the right room, the truth would behave. Masato is a founder, and founders think problems yield to the correct meeting. I used to think that too. Kaito came with a file, because Kaito always came with a file. He played for the room, a quiet reel of Kade's own behavior since the accident. Kaede having me followed, Kaede pulling my location from a security app, Kaede standing across a street from my building at an hour that had no innocent explanation. A person doing these things needs help managing decisions, he said, in that voice that laid grief over everything like a cloth. Someone steady needs the authority to help. He was using her illness to ask for her company. He was doing it with footage of her love for me. Shiori gave the family a medical frame, and it was narrower than they wanted. She read from her assessment precisely. A documented, unusual autobiographical disturbance. Decision-making, reasoning, and understanding of consequence intact. Continued treatment recommended. No restriction of capacity. Masato asked in the careful voice of a father buying reassurance whether his daughter might harm herself or others. Shiori said, "I have observed no such risk." Kaito asked whether she could rule it out, and Shiori looked at him and said, "I can't rule it out about anyone in this room. That isn't a clinical finding." She went further than that later, in ways that cost people badly. She would not go further that morning, and Kaito had to sit and watch his own doctor decline to hand him the phrase he needed. Nana had Jun on speaker inside 10 minutes. An involuntary hold needs an immediate danger. 2 physician signatures, a start time, and a 72-hour ceiling, and it can be challenged. You have none of that, Jun said. You have a worried father and a busy afternoon. Here is the part I refuse to soften, because the whole account falls apart if I let Kaede be only a victim. The surveillance was real. She had been watching me, and in that meeting, when Masato gently asked her to agree to distance, she did not agree. Somewhere in the shifting country of her memory, she had arrived at a new certainty, that Kaito would hurt me, that the future she remembered ended with a kidnapping and a dead child, and that the way to stop it was to put me somewhere it could not happen. So she asked the family's private security to secure the wing, for my protection, and they did it, because she asked, and because a frightened founder's daughter is a difficult person to tell no. When I found the door locked, I did the two things I had promised myself I would do if it ever came to this, and I did them in order. First, I did not break anything. There was a service window I could have forced, and a panel I could probably have shorted, because knowing how systems fail is my whole trade. And I stood there and chose not to, because a man who escapes captivity by breaking things confirms every fear that built the cage. Second, I asked the guard on the other side of the door, through the intercom, a single question. Under what legal authority am I being held? The guard's answer told me exactly where I stood. Personal instruction of the family, not a doctor's order. Not a medical hold. None of the narrow regulated instruments the law provides for when a person genuinely cannot be allowed to leave. The wish of a powerful family, enforced by men they paid. I said, private security has no authority to detain me. Write down that I asked, and the time. He was quiet. Then he wrote it down. Men on the wrong side of a door will sometimes keep the record straight if you ask them to be witnesses instead of jailers. 20 minutes later, the intercom clicked again. An older voice. The shift supervisor. He asked me to confirm I was not injured and not intoxicated, the two questions a professional asks before deciding how much trouble he is in. Then, I've requested the instruction in writing. I asked what happened if he didn't get it. At the end of my shift, I open the door and file a report, and somebody else can be the man who kept a man in a room. He did not get it in writing. Nobody in that family would sign a paper saying they had locked a competent adult in a wing of their house, which means all of them already knew. His request, timed and logged in the estate's own system, became one of the small hard facts that later made Kaede's account of her own conduct impossible to soften. She never tried to soften it. The log existed either way because a man on 1,100 yen an hour decided he would rather be a witness than a wall. A housekeeper arrived with tea about an hour in and found out what I already knew, which was that the gap under the door was a centimeter and the cup was not. Neither of us made a joke about it. She said, "I'll leave it just here," which is a sentence that assumes somebody is shortly going to open something, and nobody was. Then she said, "I have the linen key. It opens this wing from the corridor side. Nobody has told me not to use it." She said it flatly and she meant it, and for 3 seconds it was the easiest exit anybody offered me that day. I told her not to. She asked why not, which was fair. I said she would lose her job by Thursday, and that the only person who ought to open that door was the one who had closed it. She set the cup down on the far side of 2 inches of wood and apologized twice, in the voice of a woman who had worked for that family a long time and had never before had to apologize for one of its doors. I called Nana to make the captivity expensive in the only currency that would matter later, not to ask for rescue. I'm being held at the estate on Kaede's personal instruction. No medical basis, private guards. I want it documented that I asked to leave and was refused. She was already moving. Don't force the door and don't threaten anyone. A detention with no legal basis is worth more to you intact than a broken window is. Then she asked the real question, flatly, as she asks things she intends to act on. Do you want the police? Say so now and I make the call and I don't argue with you about it. Unlawful detention is unlawful, whoever's house it is. I made myself think about it properly rather than nobly. A patrol car at that gate meant officers taking a statement about a competent adult who had ordered a door locked in her father's house 2.5 weeks after a head injury. It meant Kaede as a suspect in a criminal file. It also meant Kaede holding, by the following lunchtime, a police report saying the former chief executive detains people, and a clear run at the family for authority over her. Not yet, I said. If that door is still shut at 6, call them, and don't ask me again. Nana wrote down the time I said it and the deadline I set because she does not take a decision without a clock on it. Then she told me what my waiting did not do. This is an offense whether or not I dial. I'm sending a written notice to the security firm's compliance office in 20 minutes, and it will sit in their file forever. And, because she is who she is, and Ren, this is her doing something to you. Don't you dare turn it into a favor she owes you later. Kaede came to the door herself, eventually, and we had the worst conversation of the whole affair through 2 inches of wood. You don't understand, she said, and she was crying, and it was not manipulation. That was the terrible part. In the future you die because I let you walk out of a room. He takes Mio and he takes you and I stand there and I let it happen. I am not letting it happen again. She believed she was saving me. Every word of it was love. And it was still a locked door, and I was still on the wrong side of it. And love that locks a door is not a different thing from what Kaede was doing in the boardroom. It is the same thing wearing a face I recognized. Kaede, I said, open the door. I can't. If I open it, Then he wins, I said. Because you will have become the thing you're afraid of him being. You are keeping a person in a room for his own good, against his will, on your certainty. That is exactly his argument. The only difference is, you love me and he loves the company. And I promise you, the person in the locked room can't feel the difference. I heard her breathing on the other side. I did not offer to stay. I did not tell her I forgave the surveillance. I told her the truth and let it be as sharp as it was. I could have gone out the service window. There was a housekeeper with a linen key who had offered. Either route would have taken the decision off Kaede. Again, the way everyone in that house had been taking decisions off her for a fortnight. So I sat down with my back against the locked door and waited, and made her be the one who opened it. It was the least active thing I ever did, and the hardest. Nana arrived within the hour, and made the wrongness legible in 4 sentences. Private security cannot detain a competent adult. No physician had authorized a hold. For his protection is not a legal category. Every minute that door stayed shut, the family was accruing liability for false imprisonment. You are not protecting anybody, she told Masato. You are committing a tort in your own house because your daughter is frightened and you cannot bear to tell her no. Masato went pale in the specific way of a man hearing an accurate sentence. He argued for a while anyway, because founders argue. He said the wing was comfortable. He said nobody had touched me. He said he would have let me out the moment I truly insisted, and Nana asked him what he thought the last 90 minutes had been. Then he named the thing that was actually underneath it. If I overrule her today, she will never tell me anything again. I will be the 3rd person this year to decide something about her without her. Yes, Nana said, that is the choice. It is a bad one, and it is yours, and you have about 4 minutes. Masato sat down on the arm of a chair in his own hallway and aged. Then he went to find his daughter, and he did not tell her what to do. He repeated to her what he had just been told in the same words and left her holding it. She unlocked it herself within the hour. But the reason she did was that her father had refused to save her from the decision, and I have never been able to decide whether that was cowardice or the single most respectful thing anyone did for her in 8 weeks. Kaito, sensing the room tip, tried to keep the door shut with better words. Leave it closed until the doctors weigh in, he urged. Surely we can all agree to caution. A day, 2 days until Shiori completes her assessment. And there it was out loud. Hold the person. Justify it with an opinion he was paying for. And let a frightened daughter's instinct harden into a standing authority he could inherit. Not an afternoon. As long as the right people, with the right concern, decided your own good required it. Kaede heard it, and nothing I had said did it. She heard her own reasoning come out of his mouth, cleaned up and extended into a policy, and she recognized it. I know she recognized it because she made a sound through the door I had never heard her make. A small broken exhale, the sound of a person catching sight of themselves in a window they thought was a wall. Give me the key, she said. To the guard, give the key to Nana. And then, to me, through the wood, quietly, I did to you what I'm afraid of him doing. I see it. I see it. She unlocked the door herself, by proxy, into Nana's hand, and I walked out without thanking her, because Nana was right, and a release from a wrongful cage is no gift. Kaede stood in the hallway with her arms wrapped around herself. Her face held horror at her own hands, with neither trust nor softness. I'm still afraid of you, she said. That hasn't changed. I was wrong to do that. Both can be true. Yes, I said. Both can be true. It was the first sentence we had agreed on since the hospital. I set the boundary then, and I set it for both of us. I would see her only when she chose it, only with an agreed witness present, and I would never again be in a room she or anyone could lock. Protection without consent is captivity, I said. I'll help you fight Kaito. I'll help you find out what's true. But I am not yours to keep safe against your permission, and you are not mine to convince against your fear. If we do this at all, we do it with the doors open. She nodded. Something in her that had been coiled since the accident, the part that mistook holding for love, went quiet. It did not come back as the story went on. That form of her was finished. The costs landed in the same hour. Kaede gave up her access to the family security and the roots it gave her, told Masato she could not be trusted with the tools of watching me, and would not hold them. Kaito, working the room she had vacated, took his consolation. The family, shaken and grateful for someone who sounded steady, backed him for limited operational authority in the company, resting it on Shiori's still disputed assessment. He got a piece of what the board had denied him by leaning his whole weight on an opinion he was paying a licensed doctor to hold. From that day, his power and Shiori's license were bolted together, and he had just told a roomful of relatives that he knew it. One last thing came out of the wreckage of Kaede's surveillance rather than Kaido's scheming. Nana audited it properly and made Kaede sit through the audit instead of receiving a summary, which is a distinction I did not appreciate until I saw what it did to her. They went through it at the dining table. Which queries, which days, which corporate tool, under whose authority, 22 location pulls, 4 profile requests, 1 instruction to a facilities manager that Nana made her read aloud. Kaede's voice did not survive the second sentence, and she read the rest of it anyway. Preserve the list, she said at the end. Nana asked whether she understood that preserving it meant it could be used against her. Yes, that's why. If I hold the only copy, every promise I make about this is worth nothing. That was the first strategic instinct I saw her turn on herself rather than on a boardroom, and it was the shape of everything she did afterwards. Then Nana found the thing Kaede had not put there. Some of the location and profile data feeding those tools had not come from the company at all. It had been drawn from the clinic's systems. One thread ran to a woman named Yuna and her young daughter, Aoi, whose personal information sat in that machine without anything resembling consent. Kaede had been watching me. The clinic had been watching a mother and a child, and nobody had asked Yuna anything. The housekeeper caught me at the top of the drive with a fresh cup on a fresh saucer and stood there until I drank it. She wanted it understood that the first one had gone cold because of the door and not because of any deficiency in the tea. I said the door was entirely at fault. It was the only sentence anybody in that house produced all afternoon that every person present could have signed. Yuna had told me no twice before the festival, and she was right to both times. I had earned the refusals, and I had no standing to ask for a third hearing. I had knocked on the door of a woman whose child's data a machine had swallowed, and I had done it as a man attached to the company that ran the machine, and she had looked at me through a chain lock and said, "Delete her from your systems and stay away from us." I gave Nana's card to the gap in the door and left. You do not get to demand trust from someone you have already harmed. You can only stop harming them and see what grows in the space. The charity festival was Kaede's, or had been, one of those bright civic nights her fund put on every year. Lanterns and food stalls and a stage, the public face of a company that liked to be seen making cities kinder. Kaede attended with Nana beside her as the agreed witness. And I kept my distance in the crowd because doors open did not mean in your face. I was there for Yuna, who had brought Aoi after all of it, the way tired mothers bring their kids to the free thing. I was recognized twice before 9 o'clock. The first was a woman in her 60s who looked at me a moment too long and then steered her grandson to the other side of a stall, which is a small thing, and stays with you. The second was a man about my age who stopped in front of me holding a paper cup and said, loudly enough for the cue, "You're the one, aren't you? From the wedding thing?" I said I was. He said, "My sister's husband did something like that," and walked off, and I never found out what he thought I had done. The press release had purchased a category, not a verdict. At a festival paid for by the company that had barred me, I became a shape other people's grievances could be poured into. Emmy had warned me. I had not understood that it happens in queues, at 9 at night, over a paper cup. Then the announcement went out over the festival PA, twice, in the flat cadence they trained staff to use. A lost child, 4 years old, red jacket, last seen near the west stalls. The tone is deliberately boring so parents don't panic. Every parent within earshot panicked anyway. I watched 300 people turn into a slow, useless mass, all moving toward the same place, which is the opposite of what you want. The festival's security lead was a young man with a radio and a plan for pickpockets, not this. I did not take anything from him, and I did not tell him what to do. I told him what I could see, that the crowd was compressing westward because that's where the announcement had pointed them. That the 2 exits nobody was watching were the service gate and the riverside path, and that a frightened child walks downhill and towards light. He looked at me for 1 second, decided, and sent his 2 spare people to the river path and the gate. Then he made the mandatory report, because a lost child incident at a sponsored event generates a form whether or not the child is found in 90 seconds. Aoi was found in 90 seconds, and not by any of us. She walked out of a crowd of 1,000 strangers and straight up to Kaede, and at the time it looked like the one impossible thing in a night full of explicable ones. It took me until the next morning to work out why it wasn't. The fund's banner was 6 meters of lit vinyl over the west stalls with Kaede's face on it, and it is the same photograph printed at the head of every assistance form the charity sends out. Yuna had filled in one of those forms 18 months earlier at a kitchen table with her daughter beside her. Aoi had lost her mother and walks to the biggest lit picture of the grown-up she has been told is the lady who helps. Yuna confirmed it later, unasked, in the tone of a woman who resented having to. There was no sign in it. There was a marketing budget. I was close enough to see Kaede's face when it happened, and I have tried many times to describe it and always fail. It was recognition and grief and hope, all firing at once, in a woman looking down at a child who was not hers. Mio, she said, not loudly, like a word she'd been holding under her tongue for weeks. The girl hummed, while she stood there, a scrap of a tune, 4 notes and a 5th that fell, the small private melody children carry without knowing where they got it. And Kaede went white, because it was the melody from the lake house, the one she described in the hospital, the one her remembered daughter sang every morning. She crouched to the child's level, and I saw her hands come up, and I saw her stop them. She did not touch Aoi. She looked at the emblem stitched on the girl's little jacket and read it out loud, the name of a school, half to herself. The way you say a thing to keep from grabbing. That the school name was spoken aloud mattered more than any of us knew standing there. Kaede said it in the open, in front of Yuna arriving at a run, in front of Nana, in front of the festival's own security staff who were already logging the lost child incident, because logging it is what a mandatory report requires. The name went into that report, and the company legally sponsored the festival's safety program, which meant a contractor tied to Toma's group had access to those reports. Nobody read Kaede's mind. She simply said a word out loud in a public place, and a machine downstream wrote it down. Kaido's instinct, relayed to the security lead over a radio Nana overheard, was to isolate the child. The girl is a medical trigger for the CEO, he said. Move her to a private room, away from Ms. Kaede, until we can manage the situation. He meant it as protection, of course. He always did. He wanted to wrap a frightened child in a policy to shield a fragile executive. He was ready to make Aoi into a stimulus to be controlled. It was the same reflex as the locked wing, scaled down to fit a small child, and it turned my stomach precisely because it sounded so reasonable over a radio. Kaede forbade it out loud in front of witnesses, and it was the first time I watched her spend her own authority to protect someone against her own interest. No one isolates this child, she said. She is not a trigger. She is a lost little girl, and her mother is right there. And when Yuna reached them, breathless and furious and terrified in the way only a mother separated from her child can be, Kaede did not cling, did not explain, did not use the moment. She stepped back and said, "She's yours. I'm sorry I frightened her," and she handed the space between them back to the person it belonged to. Kaido arrived 11 minutes later, and Kaede did not wait for a private moment. She asked him, in front of the security lead, Nana, Yuna, and 2 staff, whether he had instructed the team to move the child to a private room. He said he had suggested a quiet space for everyone's welfare. She asked whether he had used the words medical trigger. He paused for exactly as long as a man pauses when he is deciding whether a radio channel is recorded. "I may have," he said. "I was concerned for you," Kaede said. "Then be concerned in writing, because the next time you describe a 4-year-old as a trigger to be managed, I want a document with your name on it." The security lead wrote the exchange into his own incident notes without being asked, and Nana asked him for a copy through the festival organizer, which he provided the following week under the sponsorship agreement's transparency clause. It looked like nothing. It was one of 4 or 5 occasions when Kaido's habit of being reasonable out loud in front of people with notebooks became the thing that eventually cost him, and I only recognized it much later when Nana laid the small documents side by side and they turned out to be a line. Yuna took her daughter, and then she turned on Kaede with everything she'd been carrying. "Your fund has my family's information," she said. "Where she goes to school, who her doctor is. Things I never agreed to hand over. I filled out a form to get help with rent, and you people turned it into surveillance." She wasn't wrong, and Kaede did not pretend she was. Nana confirmed it plainly, on the spot, because Nana does not let a client hide behind a lawyer's fog. The consent Yuna had given was buried in the fine print of a general assistance form, the kind of consent that is technically real and morally worthless. Kaido's people were faster with an answer than Kaede was, and their answer was money. It arrived before anybody had said the word sorry. Within the hour, a representative from the corporate fund approached Yuna behind the stage with an offer, quiet compensation, an expedited hardship grant, and a confidentiality agreement. The standard instrument for turning an inconvenient mother into a settled matter. He was good at it. He led with the grant, not the agreement. He said the words, "No admission of anything, and we just want to make this right for Aoi," and he put a figure on a card rather than saying it aloud, which is a technique. Yuna looked at the card for a long moment, because she is a woman who fills in assistance forms to make rent. "Who do I call if I say no?" she asked. He said she could call him. "No, she said. If I say no, who at your company do I complain to? He gave her a general address for the fund office. She handed the card back. I've had this conversation, she said, at the clinic. Same voice. They also just wanted to make it right for Aoi. Then she ended it. You came with a number before anyone came with an apology. That's how I know what I'm worth to you. The offer and the lawyer's card became one more line in the ledger Nana was building, one more occasion on which the company reached for a checkbook where an apology would have been cheaper, and one more piece of paper with a date on it. Kaede did the thing that cost her, and she did it in the open. She refused to let the fund buy Yuna's silence. Instead, she disclosed the data violation to the independent committee herself that night, on the phone with Sora while Yuna stood there listening, and she called for an outside audit of the entire fund. She was, in real time, dismantling the public halo she had spent years building, admitting that the charity with her name on it had harvested families without consent, and she was doing it while a mother she'd frightened watched to see whether the apology was real or theater. Sora fought her about it on the phone, and Sora was not wrong. If you disclose tonight, the audit becomes public, and every family in that database gets a letter, and about 400 of them will go to a lawyer, she said. You'll be handing the committee a liability I have to fund. I am asking you as your chief financial officer to give me 72 hours. Kaede said, what changes in 72 hours? There was a silence on the line that everyone standing near her could hear. Nothing changes, Sora said. We prepare. Kaede said, you mean we prepare her? Yuna, I am not doing that. Sora took about 4 seconds and then said, all right, say it exactly the way you just said it to me, and don't editorialize. And for the love of God, don't apologize on behalf of the committee, because I haven't approved anything. That was Sora, as both ally and company officer. She lost the argument, gave Kaede the 2 pieces of advice that made the disclosure survivable, and stayed up until 3 writing the committee note. I learned about the call months later from Yuna, who had heard both halves. Then Kaede handed Yuna the thing that mattered more than money, which was control. These are the access logs for your family's data, she said, giving Nana the instruction to release them directly to Yuna. Everything we took, everyone who touched it. I won't manage your settlement, and I won't shape your story. It's yours. Do what you need to do. She gave up the power to steer the outcome, which, for a woman like Kaede, was the hardest thing to give up, harder than the votes she'd put in escrow, because this was personal and public at once. Something changed in Yuna's face when the logs went into her own hands. Warmth and forgiveness remained absent. I saw the recalculation of a person who expected a wall and found a door. You gave her back, she said slowly, meaning Aoi, meaning the moment on the stage when Kaede had every reason to hold and had let go. You wanted her to be yours. I saw it, and you gave her back anyway. Kaede didn't answer, because any answer would have cheapened it. She had chosen a stranger's motherhood over her own memory of a daughter, paid the cost, and asked for no credit. The board cost arrived on schedule, because it always did with Kaede now. One price for every right thing. Losing the fund's clean image, opening it to audit, admitting the violation on the record, all of it eroded what was left of her support among directors who had valued her mostly as a reputation. She was becoming, in their eyes, a liability that kept confessing. Every act of responsibility made her weaker in the arena where Kaito was strongest, and she kept choosing responsibility anyway. And I stopped being able to tell myself she was doing it to win me back, because she plainly was not thinking about me at all. I always sang the melody again before they left, tired against her mother's shoulder, and I braced for the scene stories always build here. The child who says the impossible true thing while the adults gasp. It did not come. Yuna just sighed, the deflated sigh of a parent explaining a small mystery. She picked it up at school, she said. Some teacher hums it apparently. The kids all know it now. No prophecy. No sign. A tune a teacher hummed, passed hand to hand through a preschool classroom, landing by pure chance in the one head that would make a grieving woman say the word Mio in a crowd. The magic drained out of it, and what was left was more useful than magic. A source. Yuna gave up the name on terms she set herself. The teacher's name is Reika, she said directly to Nana, the lawyer who had put the logs in her hands. Kaede and I were excluded. I'll tell you that much because you gave me my own information back and nobody else did. Then she set the boundary that told me she'd understood the machine better than any of us. My daughter is not evidence. You will not put her in front of anyone, make her sing for a room, or turn a 4-year-old into your proof. If any of you use her, I walk, and I take everything with me. Nana wrote the name down and agreed to the condition. all of it, without negotiating. Kaede spoke to me directly before she left, our first exchange since the estate, with Nana standing at the agreed distance and a lantern between us doing nothing useful. She did not soften anything. You were in the crowd, she said. The lead told me you sent his people to the river path. I said I had told him what I could see, and that he had decided. I know, she said. That's why I'm saying it. Then, I still can't be in a car with you. I said that was fine, that it would keep being fine, that she never had to explain it. She looked at me for a moment as if checking the sentence for a hook in it, and did not find one, and that visibly annoyed her. Good night, Ren, she said, and went, and it was the least romantic exchange of my life, and I thought about it for 3 days. Reika would not meet me, and when Emmy finally reached her by phone, the teacher told us without meaning to exactly how the company had already found her. I can't talk to anyone. If I do, the school loses its grant, and the grant pays for half my kids' lunches. A school teacher weighing a stranger's questions against a room of children who eat because a corporate sponsor writes a check. She wasn't protecting a secret. She was protecting a lunch program, and someone had made very sure she knew those were the same thing. Emmy confirmed the leash within a day, because tracing money is what she does when she isn't writing. The school's sponsorship contract ran straight back to Kaede's company, a clean philanthropic line on paper, a chokehold in practice. Cut the grant and the school bleeds. Keep the grant and the school does what the sponsor's office quietly suggests. It's elegant, Emmy said, in the tone she uses for things that disgust her. They don't have to threaten her. They just have to remind her the money exists. And someone in Kaido's office had already made that reminder, dressed as an offer. The offer was the tell, because it came twice. First, extend the school's grant, on the small condition that certain staff sign an agreement about certain matters. Then, directly to Reika, a new position, a better title at a partner institution, generous, flattering, contingent on her forgetting a tune she'd hummed to some 4-year-olds. They tried to buy her as a school, and they tried to buy her as a woman, and the doubling was the mistake. Because a single offer is a favor, and 2 offers with the same silence attached is a pattern, and patterns are the thing I am built to see. Nana said the hard truth before anyone got excited. If Reika testifies while she's under corporate pressure, her testimony is worthless. A defense lawyer takes it apart in a sentence. The frightened teacher paid by the company said whatever kept her grant. We can't just get her to talk. We have to get the pressure off her first, or nothing she says survives contact with a courtroom. It was the opposite of the instinct everyone else had, which was to rush the witness. Nana wanted to build a clean room around her before she said a word. Kaede built the room, and she built it with the one tool she had left. She had put her votes in escrow and handed operations to the committee, but she had kept a strategic voice, and she used it now with the precision of a person who reads her own contracts. She went to the sponsorship agreement and activated a clause that had sat there for years, an ethics provision nobody had bothered to invoke. Any contact between the company and a grant beneficiary on a disputed matter must proceed under independent oversight, and the grant may not be conditioned on it. The parents' meeting was not a friendly room, and nobody had promised her one. It was a gymnasium with folding chairs and a table at the front, and about 90 people who had read 3 weeks of headlines about the woman whose name was on their children's lunch program. A father near the back stood up before the trustees had finished the agenda and asked whether the company was collecting information about his son. Nobody at the table wanted to answer it. Kaede answered it. Some information about some of the children in this school was requested by an office in my company after an event I caused, for a purpose that was not the purpose of our agreement with you. I don't know yet whether it was provided. I have asked for that to be established by people who don't work for me. The room did not applaud. A woman 2 rows in asked what happened to the lunches if the parents complained, and Kaede said the grant could no longer be conditioned on anything anyone in the room said, and the woman said, "You'd say that either way," which was fair and unanswerable. Someone else asked whether it was true she had accused her fiancé of taking a child. She said yes and did not explain, and a low sound went through the gymnasium that I can still hear. I was not in that room. I heard it from Emmy, who was, on a public notice, taking no notes she intended to use. What stayed with me was her summary. She let 90 people be angry at her for 40 minutes, and she never once said the word misunderstanding. She did it in the open, at the school, as the person honest enough to name herself the source of the mess. Her chief executive title stayed outside. "The conflict is mine," she told the assembled staff and trustees, "and I won't let it be paid for out of a lunch program. As of today, the grant is protected. It continues no matter what any of you say to anyone. And any approach the company makes to Ms. Reika goes through an independent monitor, on the record." A trustee started to thank her, and she cut it off. She hadn't come for thanks. She'd come to remove her own hand from a throat. There was a second half to it that mattered more legally and less dramatically. Standing in that gymnasium, she released the school's staff from the confidentiality terms in their sponsorship-linked agreements only for this matter. Every other term remained. A lawyer attending on behalf of the company objected that only the committee could waive contractual protections. Kaede asked whether the committee's chair was reachable. Sora was reachable. Sora, on speaker in a school gymnasium, said, "The committee does not assert confidentiality against a witness in a matter concerning the committee, which is a sentence lawyers construct so that ordinary people can go on with their lives." The company's lawyer wrote it down and stopped talking. Sora warned her of the price afterwards, loyal and clear-eyed as always. "You just told 90 parents that the company pressures beneficiaries. That doesn't stay in a gymnasium. You're handing what's left of your reputation to anyone who wants to write about a philanthropy that leans on schools." Kaede said she was aware. She said it anyway. She had stopped defending the version of herself that was convenient and started paying, in public, for the version that was true. And she did it so consistently that after a while it stopped looking like courage and started looking like arithmetic. Kaito adapted instead of retreating, and that adaptation is what undid him, though it took weeks to bloom. He was always most dangerous and most careless in the same motion. With the oversight clause live, he could no longer approach Reika in the dark, so he approached her in the light, confident that a reasonable-sounding offer reads as generosity, even on the record. The meeting took place in the trustee's office, with the independent monitor sitting at the end of the table with a form. Kaito came himself. That was the decision that cost him. He did not send a manager, because he believed the room would go better if the warmth were his. He congratulated Reika on her program. He described a curriculum development post at a partner institute, 2 grades up, with a research allowance. He said the school would of course keep its grant regardless. Then he said, and obviously the institute's staff signed the standard confidentiality terms. The monitor asked him to repeat that. He repeated it. Reika asked whether she could take the post and still speak to Ms. Kaede's lawyer, and Kaito said, "I'd want to be careful about characterizing an ongoing," and stopped, and started the sentence again in a better shape. And the monitor's form has both versions on it, because monitors write down the first attempt. A bribe does not stop being a bribe because someone is watching it happen. What the watching changes is whether it can be denied afterwards. In the trustee's office that afternoon, Kaito paid for 4 minutes of persuasion with a document that Nana would later file without a single word of commentary attached, because it did not need any. Reika said no in the room, which took more nerve than any of the rest of it. Then she went back to her class and taught the afternoon. And when I met her 2 days later, the first thing she said to me was not about Kaito at all. It was, "Do you know what they cost actually? The lunches. Per child, per day." She told me the figure. She had it memorized. That is the whole of what she had been weighing, and every one of us had been talking to her about principles. Amy kept her own line clean through all of it, and I was proud of her for it in a way I didn't say. She had the whole story, the grant threat, the doubled offer, a teacher squeezed by a philanthropy, and it was a good story, the kind that makes a career. She did not publish it. Not without Reika's yes, she told me. She's not mine to spend. I'd be doing the same thing to her they're doing, and I'd be doing it faster. She sat on the best material she'd had in years because the person it belonged to hadn't released it. And that restraint, more than any expose, is why Reika eventually trusted the room we'd built. Reika, unsqueezed, began to talk. And the first thing she produced was a receipt for the machine's reach. She had kept it because good teachers keep everything. She showed us a request that had come to the school for student data, records beyond anything a lunch grant required. And it had arrived after the festival, after the night Kaede said the school's name aloud into a security report. The timing was the fingerprint. The company had no reason to want those records until a name traveled through a mandatory report into an office, and then suddenly, it wanted them very much. Reika had kept the request, because good teachers keep everything. Then she deflated the last of the mystery, and I was grateful, because I had grown tired of magic. "The song," she said, when Nana asked. "People keep acting like it means something. A consultant from a clinic ran a wellness session for the kids last year. Breathing exercises, calming things, and he hummed this little tune as part of it. The children latched onto it. That's all it is. It came from a clinic, not from anyone's dream. A clinic consultant. The same clinic. The melody that had made a grieving woman say Mio was not a signal from the future. It was a signal from the machine, planted in a classroom, doing quietly to children what it had done loudly to Fumi. What she had kept was in a plastic document wallet in a cupboard behind the reading corner. filed with the fire drill records, because Reika's system for anything alarming was to put it where she would find it during a drill. The data request had arrived by email and she had printed it, which no lawyer had told her to do and which turned out to matter because the printed copy carried a header, the forwarded version did not. She was frightened while she handed it over and she did not perform being brave about it. She asked twice what would happen to her if the school's board decided she had embarrassed them. Nana told her the truth, which was that the grant was protected, but her working life might not be, and that no one in the room could promise her otherwise. Reika sat with that. Then she said, "All right," and slid the wallet across and asked if she could have a copy of the receipt for her own cupboard. She handed over what she could, on Nana's terms, under Nana's protocol, so that every page had a clean chain behind it, the data request, the correspondence, and a contact for a man named Goro, the transport contractor the school used for its trips. "He's legitimate," Reika said. "He's done our routes for years. He's careful with the kids. I only mention him because..." She hesitated. "Because someone from the company asked me about old roads, tunnels, routes the school doesn't even use anymore. I didn't understand why a lunch sponsor cared about a closed tunnel." Neither did she know she'd just handed us the next thread. Reika set her own price for testifying, and it told me she had understood the whole thing better than most of the lawyers. "I'll say all of this on the record," she told Kaede directly, one of the few people who addressed Kaede as a person rather than a title or a threat, but only if the investigation includes you. "Your company took my students' data. If we're pulling the thread, we pull all of it, including your part. I'm not going to be a weapon you point at your enemy while you keep your own hands clean." It was exactly the condition Nana would have advised, and Reika arrived at it on her own, out of ordinary decency. Kaede accepted it without a flicker, and that acceptance cost her more than any board vote. She agreed that the independent check would cover her own past use of corporate data, the surveillance, the fund, all of it, which meant she was signing away her ability to control a flattering version of her own history. She could have had Reika's testimony as a clean spear aimed only at Kaito. She chose instead to be examined beside him. "If I only clean up other people's messes," she said, "I'm just a better-dressed version of him." She kept her voice, she kept her money, she gave up the convenient past. There was a reframing happening in her memory through all of this, and she named it once, quietly, to Nana, where I happened to overhear. In the future she carried, Nana and Reika and a transport man had been a web of accomplices, people who helped a faithless husband spirit a child away, a romantic conspiracy that had broken her marriage. Now, watching the same names line up as a lawyer protecting rights, a teacher protecting students, and a contractor who drove careful routes, the story bent. "They weren't helping him take her," she said, slowly, like someone reading a sentence in a language she was still learning. "They were around her. They were protecting her." The affair-shaped memory was becoming a protection-shaped one, and it hurt her differently. She asked Jun that evening whether a memory could be wrong about why and right about who. Jun said yes, easily, that it happens to people every day without any clinic involved. "Then how does anyone know anything?" Kaede said. "Slowly, and with other people," Jun said. "Something reorganized then in how I thought about the man I was fighting." Kaito did not remember the future. He never had. He was a step ahead because he listened. A contractor who read security reports, an office that pulled school records, a doctor who assessed loyalty, and the things Kaede said out loud in public rooms. He took other people's carelessness and assembled it, patiently, into moves. He was not a prophet. He was an auditor, which is to say, he was doing my job for the wrong side, with a bigger budget and no obligation to be right. Emmy closed the loop on the tunnel while I was still absorbing that, and laid flat the sequence read like a confession written by an administrator. Day 1, Toma's contractor draws the festival security report with the school's name in it. Day 3, the COO's office requests school records well beyond anything a lunch grant covers. Day 4, somebody opens the transport annex of the sponsorship file, a document the company is perfectly entitled to hold, which lists every contractor the school uses, Goro's name and license number on the second page. Day 9, a payment leaves Toma's budget for Goro, not for a school route, to survey an old closed tunnel. Nobody in that chain read anybody's mind. Kaede had described that road out loud, more than once, to people she trusted, and one of them was Kaito. The registry simply told his office who was legally able to take a vehicle down it. A closed tunnel that a lunch sponsor had no reason to care about, that a grieving woman's memory kept circling, that a man who listened for other people's carelessness had just paid to have examined. Nana would not let me call it proof. "It's a sequence," she said. I can't put a sequence in front of anybody. I can use it to decide who I write to next. Fine. It told us where to look. Goro had been sent to look at that tunnel, and we needed to reach him before the road did. Goro would not hand over the route until he had heard it from Kaede's own mouth, and he said so before anyone had finished getting out of the cars. He was a broad, weathered man who drove children to museums for a living, and he stood in the gravel lot at the foot of the mountain with the survey order in his hand and said, "Somebody paid me to look at a dead tunnel," and wouldn't say why. "Before I take anyone down there, I want to know what she thinks is at the end of it." He pointed his chin at Kaede. He wasn't being cruel. He was being careful, and careful was the only currency any of us had left. Kaede answered him straight, which was its own kind of courage, because the answer indicted her. "I talked about this road," she said. "In the future, I remember, this is where my daughter was taken from me. I described it, the turns, the closed section, to people I trusted. One of those people was Kato. If someone paid you to survey it, it's because I put the idea of this tunnel into the world," and he listened. Goro studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded, folded the order, and made a copy of it on his phone, which he sent to Nana before we moved. "So there's a record," he said. "Whatever happens down there." He had been doing this work long enough to leave a trail on instinct. He also said what it cost him to be standing there, without being asked. 22 years, I've had the school routes and the municipal contracts. This survey job is the first thing anyone's paid me for that they wouldn't put on a letterhead. He had taken it because his second bus needed a gearbox. He said that part plainly, the way men say the true reason when they have decided not to be admired. Nana had gone through the conditions with him twice the previous evening, and softened none of them. He could lose the corporate work. She could not protect him from the contractor list. And if the survey order was part of something criminal, he would be a witness with a payment in his account. "I know what I took," Goro said. "I'd rather be the one who says so first. We went in 3 vehicles, and the meaning of the day lives entirely in the division of labor. Goro drove, and Goro led because he knew the road, and I did not. Daichi rode as safety, on leave from the company, and there as a private citizen, after placing his records beyond its reach, because rigging a way out is his trade and not mine. Jun came for Kaede, because a woman whose memory rearranges itself under stress should not be far from a doctor. And I did the one thing I am for. I watched the seams. I counted people. I kept the picture of who was where and what could go wrong. That is the shape of my usefulness, and on that road it was almost not enough. The tunnel was older than its closure notice suggested, a throat of stained concrete with a decades-old repair scar running along one wall, and Goro slowed as we passed it. "That's the weak section," he said over the radio, matter of fact. "Marked it on my first pass. You don't put weight on that stretch." He knew the bones of the place. I wrote the location down in my head the way I write everything, a small red flag on a map, not knowing yet how fast the map would matter. Kaede was silent in the back of Jun's vehicle, her hands pressed flat on her knees, going somewhere the rest of us couldn't follow. Daichi saw the other cars first, because seeing threats is what he watches for. "We've got company," he said, clipped, no alarm in it, which was worse than alarm. 2 vehicles behind us, closing. Corporate plates, moving with the deliberate pressure of drivers trying to herd rather than pass. They were Toma's. I was sure of it before Daichi confirmed it off the plates. And they were doing what a security team does when it wants to end a survey without a paper trail. Crowd the target toward the exit and make it look like they left on their own. My instinct wanted the chase. I felt it come up hot and stupid, the desire to turn, to confront, to make Toma admit on a mountain road what he'd never admit in a boardroom. I said the opposite, because I had learned by then that my instincts were a liability under pressure. "Don't engage them," I told Goro and Daichi. "Don't race them. Hand the observation to the road service. Log the plates, and let them be exactly as reckless as they want to be on a public record." It was the right call, and it was not enough, because the men behind us were not interested in a public record, and the road was about to make its own decision. Daichi called the road service while we were still moving, and learned what institutions are actually like. The duty officer was polite, competent, and unable to help inside the next hour. The tunnel was decommissioned and off their active network. The access road was leased and therefore private. The fastest thing available was a patrol car at the lower junction in about 40 minutes if nothing else came in. Daichi gave him the plates anyway, and the times, and his own name and license number, because a logged call at 11:04 is worth something later, even when it does nothing at 11:04. Then he said, off the radio, "That's the help. That's all the help there is." I had spent 3 weeks assuming that if you told the right authority, an authority arrived. Then one of Toma's men answered our horn on an open channel, which was a mistake he made because he thought the tunnel had no reception. Daiichi asked what authority they were operating under. The voice said, "Private land, we're securing a survey." Daiichi said, "You're on the public side of the gate." Silence followed, and then the voice said, "Then get off the road and there's no problem," which is not a security instruction. It is a demand from a man who has already decided what the afternoon is for. Toma's cars moved to block the return path where the tunnel met the rented access road, the one stretch where private security had any color of authority at all. That was the trap, if it was a trap, sealing us between the closed section ahead and the block behind. I do not believe Kaede planned what came next, and it matters that I say so, because the man was dangerous enough without my inventing crimes he did not commit. He wanted to stop a survey. He did not order what a heavy vehicle does to a 50-year-old repair car when it swings across it at speed. The lead blocking vehicle cut across the marked section. The weak stretch Goro had flagged, and the sound it made is the sound I still hear. Not a crash. A cough, a deep concrete cough somewhere above us, and then dust, and then Goro's voice going hard and calm at once. Out of the cars, now, against the sound wall, not the ceiling. The old repair had taken the weight it was never meant to take, and the tunnel began, without drama, without music, to come apart along the seam a careful man had marked and a careless one had ignored. During the collapse, I did one thing, and it is not heroic in any way anyone would want. And I am at peace with that. I did not lift anything or drive through anything or save anyone with my hands. I counted. There had been road workers near the closed section, a crew nobody had cleared out because officially the tunnel was empty. I counted them, and I counted us, and I kept counting as the dust changed the math, calling numbers to Daiichi so he knew how many bodies the exit had to account for. In a place where everyone's attention narrows to the 10 feet in front of them, somebody has to hold the whole number. That was me. That was all of me. Kaede's memory turned against me in the worst possible second, and I have come to understand why. Under that much fear, the oldest, deepest version surfaced first. The bodily one. The one that doesn't care about facts. She looked at me through the dust, pressed against the wall where Jun had put her, and she said, "This is it. This is where you took her. I remember you carrying her away from me down this road." Her whole face was the accusation again. Fresh as the hospital, because terror had reached past the new context and grabbed the old feeling underneath it. I did not argue. You do not argue with a drowning person about the temperature of the water. There were 4 of them, and they were the entire point of my life for about 19 minutes. A foreman in his 50s called Ueda, who kept apologizing for being in the way. 2 men in their 20s who stayed calm because Ueda did. And a 4th, the youngest, who could not stop talking, and whose talking turned out to be useful, because as long as we could hear him, we knew where he was. The fall had come down in 2 stages with a gap between them, which is the only reason anyone survived it, and it had left the 4 of them behind a shoulder of rubble with a meter of clear air along the wall and no way back toward us. Daiichi would not let anyone climb the pile. He said the second stage had not finished moving, and he was right. It settled twice more while we worked, each time with that same dull cough, each time with everybody's hands going still. My count went wrong once. I had 5 behind the fall for about 90 seconds because Ueda's torch made a shape on the wall that I read as a person, and I gave Daiichi a number that would have sent him in one more time than he needed to go. He caught it before I did. "Recount," he said, without heat, and I recounted, and it was 4. He never mentioned it again. I have. Daiichi found the way out where Goro told him to find it, an old safety pocket and a maintenance channel from the tunnel's working years, where a man who had surveyed the place said it would be. Nothing I read got anybody out of there. A contractor who drove children to museums had walked that road once with his eyes open and remembered a door, and that is why we came out. Daiichi cleared it and rigged a line through it, hand over hand in the dark, and the division of labor held, each of us doing the only thing we could do and trusting the others to do theirs. Toma ran. Of course he ran, his vehicle clear of the fall, his men scattering back down the access road. And there was a moment, a real one, where I could have sent Daiichi after them and come out of that tunnel with a captured enemy instead of just survivors. Behind me, 2 of the road workers were still pinned behind the fall. And the choice was that simple and that total. Chase the proof or dig out the people. I stayed. Let him go, I said. Everybody on the trapped men. Toma escaped down the mountain, and I have never once regretted the trade, though it cost me the cleanest evidence I would ever hold. We got them out, all of them, through Goro's door, and Goro paid for it. A slab shifted while he was steadying the last worker through the gap, and it caught his leg, and he went down without a sound, the way men who work with their hands go down, swallowing it. Even then, even hurt, he saved the case. He pressed his phone into my hand, with the recording of the survey order still on it, and the end coordinates of the route he'd been paid to trace. "In case I pass out," he said through his teeth. "You keep that. That's the whole reason they'll say it never happened." He had been leaving a trail from the first minute in the gravel lot, and he left one even while bleeding. When the last worker was clear, and the dust began to settle, and the count finally closed, all present, all breathing, Kaede's memory moved again, and June was beside her to see it, as he had been in the hospital. I watched it happen from 6 feet away, both of us witnesses, neither of us touching it. "It's changing," she said, and her voice had lost the accusation, gone thin and astonished. "The workers, they lived. In the memory they didn't. There was a road and people died, and I blamed—" She stopped. She looked at me, and it was not fear this time. It was vertigo. "You weren't taking her from me," she said. "You were taking her away from them. Goro warned you. You drove her out because his people were coming." Her hands had started shaking, and she pressed them into the gravel to stop it. "I had it backward. I stood in that road and screamed at you, and I had all of it backward." Then she said the part that was not about me at all, and it came out of her in a completely different voice, a mother's voice reporting a child's words. She told me she didn't want to go to Uncle's house. June asked her carefully not to reach for it. Kaede reached anyway. In the car, Mio said Uncle's house makes her head feel loud and she didn't want to go, and I told her not to be silly, and She stopped and put her hand over her mouth. "I made her go," she said. "Every week. I drove her there myself." Jun wrote the time. He did not tell her whether it was true. He told her that it had arrived under extreme stress and that stress-recovered detail is the least reliable kind. And Kaede said, "I know what I heard," and June said, "I believe that you heard it." That's a different sentence, and it's the only one I can sign. I stood 6 feet away and did not say a word, because anything I said would have been a man collecting. But something had entered her account of the future that had never been in it before. Until that afternoon, Kaido in her memory had been the safe one, the constant, the person she went to. Now there was a 4-year-old in the back of a car saying a room made her head feel loud. And Kaede could not put that sentence anywhere. I have to be careful about what that reversal was, because I made the mistake more than once of treating a changed memory as a verdict. Jun said it in the settling dust before either of us could get drunk on it. Her memory reorganized under new events. Real, important, and still not evidence. Nobody testifies to a feeling. What had changed was the meaning of the road. The kidnapping had become a rescue inside her, and Kaido now stood in her future memory not as the safe man, but as the thing I had been carrying a child away from. The official version of the day arrived before the ambulance did. By 4 o'clock, the incident was a structural collapse in a decommissioned tunnel, cause under review. By 6, the company had expressed relief that no one was seriously hurt, and confirmed it was cooperating fully regarding an unauthorized entry by third parties. Unauthorized entry. Third parties. My name was not in the statement and did not need to be, because 2 outlets put it there for free. The plates Daiichi read out at 11:04 did not evaporate, and I want that on the page. Because an account in which men drive at people on a mountain road and nothing follows is an account that has quietly given up. The road authority referred the collapse to the police. Both blocking drivers were identified from the plates inside a fortnight. One was charged with dangerous driving. The other kept his license and lost his job. The contractor's operating certificate went to review, and Toma came off site duty, stayed on the payroll, and appears in that file only as the man who booked 2 vehicles. That is where accountability stopped. It reached the hands on the wheels, and no higher, because nothing on paper tied the wheels to the office that wanted the survey stopped, and Nana said so to my face before I could start hoping. Goro lost the school routes within 9 days. Not for the survey, and not officially for anything. The trust simply moved to a larger operator at renewal, and the letter thanking him for 22 years was warm and impossible to argue with. He rang me to tell me himself, which I did not deserve, and when I started to apologize, he cut me off. "You didn't take my contract," he said. "I took a job I shouldn't have, and then I told the truth about it. Those are both mine." What he asked for instead was that his statement be recorded properly and early, while his leg was still in a cast and the dates were fresh, so that nobody could later suggest he had assembled it to suit anyone. Nana took it in a hospital day room over 2 hours, with an independent witness present, and it never had to be corrected. We came out into daylight filthy and shaking, and Kaede sat on the gravel with her arms around her knees and looked back at the mouth of the tunnel that had just rewritten in her, and she pointed us at the rest of it. The route, she said. In the memory, when you took her out, the road didn't end at nowhere. It ended somewhere I know. She looked at Goro's phone in my hand, at the end coordinates glowing on the cracked screen. It ends at his house. The lake house. That's where the sessions were. That's where he... She couldn't finish, and she didn't need to. The road I had supposedly kidnapped a child down did not run away from home. It ran, straight and deliberate, to Kaito's door. The court order Nana carried to the lake house did not say what Kaede remembered. It could not. A judge does not preserve a building because a woman recalls a future, and Nana would have refused to ask for such a thing, even if a judge had offered. What the order rested on was paper and a live file. The tunnel collapse was already a police and road authority matter with 2 drivers named. Goro's survey order, produced to the court, ran out of Toma's budget to a set of end coordinates, and the end coordinates were this gate. On that, plus the comms logs Daiichi had preserved, Nana applied to preserve evidence in support of anticipated proceedings arising from the collapse. We can't touch the inside on her memory, she had said in the car. We can preserve the outside on his footprints, his trail, not her dream. She had asked for more and been refused. In chambers, she requested entry, imaging, and a forensic copy of any device memory. The judge granted preservation and a visual inventory by a court-appointed expert, and nothing else. No power on, no data, no search of anything not visible from the room the order named. You are asking me to open a private house on a pattern of payments, the judge said, according to Nana, and I am going to let you look at the outside of the furniture. She thanked him and took it. And in the car afterwards, she said, a narrow order that survives appeal beats a wide one that gets vacated in a fortnight. We are not trying to win today. We are trying to still be holding this in 6 weeks. Kaito met us at the gate himself, unhurried, a man receiving guests at a weekend house. You didn't need a court for this, he said, spreading his hands at the lake, the pines, the tasteful, expensive quiet of it. You could have asked. I have nothing to hide from Kaede, from her lawyer, from an inspector, from anyone. He allowed the inspection with a graciousness that was itself a kind of message. Look all you like, I am not afraid of looking. And then quietly, to Kaede, away from the record, he made his offer, which was the real reason he'd come. Drop it, he told her gently, standing close. The old family friend. Withdraw the accusation against Ren, let this whole investigation go, and I'll make sure you keep your seat. Your dignity, all of it. Or don't, and we all keep pulling threads until everyone's naked in public, including you. Including that clip from the clinic. He didn't raise his voice on the word clip. He didn't have to. He was telling her he held footage of her terror and would use it, and he was offering to trade her the burial of her own fear for the surrender of the truth. The independent expert did the work while the 2 of them stood in that terrible negotiation, and I stayed outside, on the gravel, because I had made a rule, and the rule mattered. I did not enter the house. It was not mine to enter, and a barred man walking through a preserved crime scene is a gift to the other side. So I watched through the open door as the expert moved through the future therapy room Kaede had described from a memory she shouldn't have. Cataloging equipment, touching nothing, powering nothing, staying inside the narrow permission of the order. Kaito's own lawyer walked the expert room by room with a copy of the order and objected 11 times, and 9 of those objections were sustained by nobody because there was no one to sustain them. They simply went into the log. The 10th was about a cable run behind a wall panel. The expert agreed it was out of scope and did not look. He wrote down that he had not looked, why, and who had asked. The 11th objection was to Kaede being in the house at all, on the grounds that she was a potential witness whose recollection could be contaminated by the visit. It was, irritatingly, a decent point. Nana had anticipated it. Kaede entered accompanied by Jun, said nothing while inside, and gave her statement afterwards in a separate room to an independent recorder, so that no one could later claim she had been walked through a script. There's a reconsolidation rig here, the expert said finally, reading serial plates, cross-checking against a manifest. Associative work. It's consistent with the architecture in the clinic's licensed contracts. He was careful, the way the honest ones are. I am confirming that the equipment exists and what it is designed to do. Whether it has been used on any particular person is not something this order permits me to look at. Even so, the first half was enough to change the weather. The machine that reassigns who a person fears was no longer a rumor out of Fumi's file. It was here, in Kaito's house, at the end of the road. Kaede recognized the room. I've sat in here, she told Nana, in the memory. This is where it happened to me. Then she said, seal it. Take a dated statement. And keep it out of the public completely. At the car, Nana read the amendment back, Withheld stays withheld, not in the index or summary. Kaede said, good. One thing in her account would be shown to nobody. She added the amendment there in the driveway into Nana's sealed file, and it was the thing I had been half praying for, and it changed nothing I was allowed to use. She stated, dated and private, that in the future she carried, I had not stolen Mio from her. I had taken the child out of this house, away from Kaido, after a warning, and the version where I was the kidnapper was the edited one. It was, for me personally, the closest thing to grace I'd had since the hospital. And it was sealed, and it was her memory, and Jun's voice was already in my head reminding me that nobody testifies to a feeling. I said it before anyone made me. That statement is hers, and it stays sealed. I'm not going to use Kaede's memory as my alibi. Nana said, good. The second you make her private memory your public defense, you trade her intimacy for your innocence. I did not. Kaede answered his offer in the driveway, and she answered it in a way I did not expect and have never entirely got over. Play it, she said. Play the clip. Show the board. Show the press. Show anyone you like. Kaito started to say that he did not want to, and she talked over him. You keep telling people you are protecting me from being seen, so see me. Then we will both know exactly what you are. He did not answer. Not once since the hospital had I seen him at a loss. And he was at a loss now, because his whole instrument is the threat of an exposure he can be persuaded not to perform, and she had just removed the persuading. Then he recovered and said, you'll regret making that a dare, which was the closest thing to honesty he had said all morning. She told me afterwards, through Nana, that she had not been brave. She had simply worked out that he would use it either way, and that she would rather not spend the interval being grateful to him for waiting. Daichi worked the physical trail while the lawyers worked the room, and he came out with the pieces that would actually stand up. He photographed and logged the device's serial number, and he tied it, through the access records he'd been preserving, to Toma's contractor movements and the corporate procurement that had brought it here. This I can prove, he said, holding up his tablet. Not what it did to anyone. What it is, where it came from, whose hands signed for it. That's a chain. Chains hold. A serial number is a boring thing. Boring things are what survive cross-examination, because there is nothing in them for a lawyer to argue with. Kaido refused the silence deal, and his refusal was smarter than accepting would have been, which is the thing about him I kept having to respect. He could have taken Kaido's withdrawal and buried everything. Instead, he calculated that the investigation would grind on regardless, and he chose to fight it in the open under the banner he trusted most. I have nothing to bury, he announced, in effect. So I will not pay to bury it. And having declined to trade the clinical clip for her silence, he did the colder thing. He used it anyway. He took the clip to the board. Not to the public. Not yet. But to the directors. In a closed session I heard about from Sora within the hour. A clinical fragment of Kaede in distress, flinching from me. Her fear raw on a screen. This is the woman you want steering the company, he told them, in Sora's account. And this is the man her own body cannot bear to be near. Whatever story his lawyers are building, watch her face. It was devastating precisely because it was true footage of a true fear, stripped of the context that the fear had been installed. He was using the wound to argue that the wound proved him right. Nana made me watch it, once, in her office, with the sound on. I did not want to, and I said so, and she said, then you can't help me challenge it, and I'm not doing this on your feelings. So, I watched 40 seconds of Kaede in a chair in a room I had never been in, going rigid at something off camera, and then the small, terrible sound she makes when she is trying not to make a sound. I would like to write that I studied it professionally. What I did was ask Nana to stop it and then ask her to play it again, and then sit with my hands over my face while it ran. Afterwards, I told her the only two useful things I had. That the timecode overlay was in a format the clinic's own patient copy exports don't carry, and that whoever had cut it had removed the 4 seconds before the reaction. She wrote both down. Her sealed statement stays sealed. Even against this, I said. Nana put down her pen. This clip is going to be the picture of you for a while. I said yes. She nodded and moved on. Nana challenged where the recording came from, and she did it without over-promising, which is how I knew she meant it. That footage was taken inside a clinical setting under a consent framework we have not seen, she said. Its origin, its authorization, and its chain of custody are all in question, and I will pursue every one of them. She did not say it proved nothing. She did not say it would be thrown out. She said she would fight it, which in a fight worth having is the only honest promise a lawyer can make. Nothing in this was ever going to be won in an afternoon, and she had stopped letting me imagine otherwise. The cost of the day was Kaede's, and it was heavy. Kaede, having shown the clip to the board, let its existence leak to the degree that served him, and the public got a limited, careful fragment. The CEO afraid, the ex-fiancé lurking near her recovery, an inspector at a private home. It read as he wanted it to read. Kaede lost more of the operational trust she had left, and I, in the frame, went back to being a man who influenced a vulnerable patient. A man who somehow always seemed to be standing at the edge of her worst moments. The reversal in her memory was total and private. The story the public held bent the other way. Kaede showed me she had finished becoming whoever she was becoming. In front of Sora and her father, on the record, she refused to let Kaito hold the role he most wanted. "You are not my protector," she said to him evenly, in the driveway of his own house. "You are not my guardian. You do not get to decide what is done to me for my own good, and you do not get to call that love. Whatever I am now, I am not yours to manage." She said it without looking at me. Masato heard it. Sora heard it. It won her nothing at all. It was not a move on a board. It was a boundary set out loud. And I had learned by then how much those cost her and how little the world paid her for them. Masato found me at the gate afterwards, which took an effort I did not appreciate at the time. He stood beside me for a while, looking at the lake, and then said, "I bought him that boat," and pointed at a small varnished thing at the end of the jetty. 15 years ago, he'd never had one. I said the varnish had held up well. "It is a very good boat," Masato said, and then his mouth did something complicated. He did not apologize for the estate. He said, "My daughter told me this morning that I am not to make any decisions about her without her in the room, and that if I do, she will stop telling me things." I said that sounded correct. "It is correct," he said, aggrieved. "That's what makes it unbearable." He shook my hand, which the photographers on the lane got, and it cost him a phone call from 2 directors that evening. And he never mentioned that to me either. The board did not reward the truth, because boards reward stability, and Kaito was selling stability. They declined to restore her operational control. They left her with her sealed strategic voice and took the rest. And they let Kaito keep the advantage he'd been accumulating. A man who looked calm, holding a clip of a woman who looked afraid. I stood at the gate and watched the meeting break up through the windows. We had won the truth and lost the room. And in this world, those are not the same victory. They are barely the same currency. Sora rang that evening and told me what the day had actually cost him. In the flat voice she uses for figures. To hold the room, Kaito had committed to a date. Not a quarter, not a target. A date for the city deployment, in front of directors, with Akasaka's people on the line. "He's just put a fixed point in the calendar," she said. "Everything he does from now on has to arrive before it. Men who are running to a date make different mistakes than men who are running a company." I asked her whether she had counseled against it. I asked him twice, in the minutes, whether the schedule was achievable, and he said yes twice, in the minutes. She let that sit. "I'm not on your side either, Ren. I'm on the company's. It's just that lately those keep pointing the same way." The question I had brought from the hospital, "How do I clear my name and get her back?" died in that driveway. Kaito was the threat. The machine was real and had a serial number. The goal was to stop what it was built for without selling Kaede's sealed memory. That meant accepting a case made of slow, narrow facts. The device, the purchase, the route, the people willing to say what they knew. None could be asked to carry what Kaede had sealed. Kaito gave us the shape of that next thing before we'd even left. As the board filed out, he announced his intention, warm and confident, a man turning defense into offense. He would convene a full, public session and propose accelerating the city project, the large civic deployment the company had been preparing, as proof of his steady hand. "Let the work speak," he said. "Let us show the country what this company can still do." He was going to answer the accusation that he was dangerous by pointing the same machine at an entire city and calling it stability. He mistook holding the wheel for care itself. And the terrible part, the part that kept me up that night, was that it might still work. The night before the vote, Kaede asked to see me, with a witness in the room and the door open, as we did everything now. She looked exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. "They're going to ask me tomorrow, on the record, whether you took Mio," she said. "And I have to tell you something before I answer. I don't have one memory anymore. I have 2. One says you carried her out to save her. One still says you stole her. They're both in me and they both feel true, and I can't make them agree." She said it like a confession, because to her, it was one. Jun had come with her, and he made her show me what she meant, rather than describe it, because he had learned that descriptions of this let everyone believe whatever they preferred. He asked her to say my name. She said it. He asked her what her body did. She said, after a moment, "It gets ready to run." He asked what she believed. She said, "That he carried her out of that house to keep her alive." "Say both in one sentence," Jun said. Kaede said. Ren saved my daughter, and I want to be further away from him than I am right now. Then laughed once and put her hand over her eyes. It was not confusion. Two complete reactions were using the same nervous system, and only one got a vote at a time. She was offering me something, and she did not have to say it. She could stand up in the morning and choose the version that cleared me. She could hand me my life back in one sentence, and part of her wanted to, out of guilt or fairness or the wreckage of what we had been. Don't, I said. Don't choose the one that helps me. If you tell them you're certain when you aren't, you've lied to save me. And then everything you've built on being honest is gone. And so is any chance that whatever you finally remember is actually yours. She stared at me. You're telling me not to defend you. I'm telling you not to lie for me. Those are different sentences. I had that phrasing from Daichi. It kept being the only true thing available. Jun added the medical version afterwards, in the corridor. And it was less comforting than mine. If she testifies to a certainty she doesn't have, she'll be rehearsing it, he said. Rehearsal is how a version wins. You have just talked her out of installing a memory in herself. He did not say it approvingly. He said it the way a doctor tells you a thing is true, and also that he does not envy you. Kaito opened the public session the next morning, like a man unveiling a garden. Sora fed me the room over the phone, and Emmy sat beside me, in the press overflow narrating the feed, and between them I watched him lay his foundation stone by stone. First, Shiori's assessment. Read aloud, a licensed physician's measured concern about the former CEO's stability. Then Akasaka's credit, dangled bright and immediate. The money the company needed to steady itself against the very scandal Kaito had spent weeks cultivating. He built the case that the company was in danger, and that danger has a cure, and the cure had his name on it, and he built it without once sounding like he wanted anything for himself. Shiori attended, and she was asked to go one step further than her document, and she would not. A director asked whether, in her professional opinion, Ms. Kaede should be excluded from strategic decisions. Shiori said the question was outside her assessment. He rephrased it 3 ways. She declined it 3 times, and on the third she said, "You are asking a doctor to make a governance decision so that the governance decision has a doctor's name on it." No. Kaito's face did not move. But the report he had read aloud was suddenly a narrower object than it had been 10 minutes earlier, and every director in the room had watched its author decline to widen it. He got what he needed from it anyway. That is the difference between a document and a witness. A document cannot object while you use it. Kaede's one move of the morning came before her answer, and everything that eventually caught Kaito rested on it. She asked, as a shareholder of record, that the Risk Assurance Group's written caution on the accelerated timeline be read into the minutes in full, rather than summarized in the pack. The chair looked at Kaito. Kaito, who could not be seen suppressing a safety document in an open session, said, "Of course." It took 4 minutes to read. It was tedious and technical, and half the room stopped listening, which she had counted on. What mattered was that from that moment the warning was not an attachment. It was on the record, time-stamped before the vote, in language nobody could later claim had been buried. Nana told me afterwards it was the single most valuable thing anyone did that day, and that Kaede had asked her the night before exactly how to word the request. Then they asked Kaede the question, and she answered it honestly. And I have never been prouder of anyone, or watched a sentence do more damage. I cannot tell you with verified certainty what happened to my daughter, she said, because my memory of it has changed more than once, and I will not present a feeling to this board as a fact. It was the most trustworthy thing said in that room all day. It was also, in a governance fight, a loaded gun she handed to the man across the table, and he picked it up before she finished speaking. Kaito's public relations machine turned her honesty inside out within the hour. The framing moved from her to her competence, seamless and merciless. Not is she lying, but can a person who cannot trust her own memory be trusted with 1,800 jobs? She just told you, in her own words, that she cannot distinguish what is real, his people put it, in and out of the room. That is not a character flaw. It is an operational fact. He had made her greatest integrity into the exhibit for her incapacity. And the awful thing was that the argument was not entirely wrong, and everyone in the room knew it wasn't. Sora tried to hold the honest middle, and it cost her something to do it in front of a friend. She proposed suspending both of them, Kaede and Kaito alike, pending a genuine independent review on the reasoning that if the former CEO's judgment was in question, then so was the conduct of the officer who kept appearing at the center of every incident. If we're going to be cautious, she said, let's be cautious about everyone. Set them both aside. Let outsiders look. It was fair. It was correct. It was the kind of proposal that loses to a man holding a check with an expiration date. Because that was Kaido's real weapon, and he deployed it now. The credit was conditional, and the condition was time. Akasaka's money, he explained, was available immediately, but only immediately, and only paired with a decisive leadership resolution today. A company bleeding confidence cannot afford a suspension and a search committee, he said. We steady the ship now, or we watch it list. He turned Sora's careful fairness into a luxury the company supposedly couldn't afford, and a frightened board will always choose the fast certainty over the slow correct thing. I have audited enough of them to know it in my bones. Akasaka joined by video again and negotiated in public, which he did not have to do and enjoyed doing. He wanted the veto written into the shareholders' agreement rather than a side letter. He wanted a launch date inside the quarter, and he wanted, he said pleasantly, the operational officer's personal undertaking, not the company's, that the schedule holds. Sora asked what that meant in practice. It means if the date slips, the facility is repriced, and Mr. Kaido's incentive shares are the collateral, Akasaka said. I find that people meet dates they are personally standing behind. Somebody at the table laughed nervously. Kaido said yes to all three inside a minute, because saying no to any of them meant the money left the room and the vote went with it. I have thought about that minute more than about the vote. Akasaka did not corrupt him. Akasaka simply attached his mortgage to a calendar, and from that morning, Kaido was no longer a man building a position. He was a man with a payment due. Akasaka's price came attached, and Kaido paid it in front of everyone, which is the detail that mattered more than the vote. The investors' terms were a standing veto over major decisions and an accelerated launch of the city project. Kaido accepted both. And then, with the risk auditor's own warning already in the record, a written caution that the accelerated timeline outran the safety validation, he personally signed the acceleration anyway. Sora watched him do it. I heard her go quiet on the phone. He had just bound his own name in ink to overriding a safety warning on a civic deployment, and he had done it to win an afternoon. The coalition voted for him. Sora's proposal lost. It was not close in the end, because fear is not close. It stampedes. Kaede lost the CEO seat she had bled to keep partly whole. I lost what remained of any professional standing. Formally now, my access and my contracts declared incompatible with a company under Kaido's steadied hand. And Kaido stood at the top of it, temporary chief executive, the summit he'd been climbing since he installed himself at a hospital door, and he accepted it with a graciousness that made the win look like a burden he was nobly agreeing to carry. This is a victory for stability, he told the press afterward, and Emmy actually laughed beside me, a short, ugly sound. We were looking at the same thing he called stability and seeing a man who had mortgaged the company to an investor, chained himself to a doctor whose license was in question, and signed his name over a safety warning. He had reached the top. He had also, in reaching it, tied himself by signature to every dangerous thing underneath it. I have watched a lot of people win exactly like that. It is the most expensive way there is. Sora found the seam in the wreckage, the way good finance people find seams, in the dates. She pulled the deal documents into her hands as an outgoing committee member entitled to the record, and she saw it immediately. The agreements with Akasaka, the acceleration paperwork, the leadership resolution. All of it was drafted before Kaede ever spoke that morning. The board had been sold a spontaneous response to a crisis of confidence. The paperwork proved the response predated the crisis it claimed to answer, exactly as the rescue package had weeks before. He had not reacted to Kaede's honesty. He had scheduled the whole thing and waited for her to walk into it. Sora did the one thing that made the day survivable. She kept her copies, legally, as a board member's documents, and she lodged them with Nana. They're going to call this a market reaction, she told me that night, tired and furious. A CEO who couldn't hold the room, a natural loss of confidence, an unfortunate necessity. I've got the dates that say it was staged and prepared. It doesn't undo the vote. But it means nobody gets to write the innocent version of how it happened. She had chosen to stay inside a system she no longer approved of, specifically so there would be a witness inside it. That is lonelier than leaving, and it does not come with anyone thanking you. She paid for it immediately too. By the end of the week, Kaido had restructured the reporting lines so that the finance function sat under a new interim office, and Sora found herself with the same title, the same salary, and 2 fewer meetings that mattered. She did not resign. She told me she had thought about it for one evening and decided that a resignation is a letter and a seat is a seat. Kaede took the loss without breaking and without pretending it didn't break something. I told the truth, And it lost, she said to me on the phone. The witness rule stretched thin across a bad connection. I keep doing the honest thing, and the honest thing keeps costing more than the lie would have. Yes, I said, because it was true and because she'd have known if I softened it. It does. And you're still doing it. There was a long silence. I'm not doing it for you, she said. I know, I said. That's why it counts. It was maybe the most honest exchange we'd had. Two people agreeing that the good thing wasn't going to be rewarded and choosing it anyway. I should say plainly what I lost, because I had spent weeks watching Kaede pay for her integrity, and I want it clear that I paid too, and not as strategy. My profession was gone now, not suspended. Gone. A man formally declared incompatible with the company that was the center of my field. The apartment, the standing, the assumption that I was a person others let into rooms, all of it was ending in real time while a man smiled about stability on the news. I was not playing a long game where the losses were secretly wins. I was losing. That distinction had come to matter to me more than almost anything, because the alternative was to become the cold observer I'd read about, the man who calls his own ruin a plan. 2 days later, I gave notice on the apartment, which took 11 minutes and 1 signature, and felt like nothing, which was the surprising part. I sold the car to a dealer for less than it was worth. I kept the tools of my trade, which are a laptop and a filing habit, and 1 flat white box of 400 hand-lettered place cards I had been carrying since the hotel, and still could not throw away. Emmy turned up with a borrowed van and did not ask whether I wanted help. Her spare room contains a sewing machine, a window that does not shut, and from that evening, me. Around the 4th trip up the stairs, she said, without turning round, Mum would have had opinions about all of this. And I said, she'd have had one opinion, repeatedly. And Emmy laughed so hard, she had to put the box down on the landing. Then she set terms, 2 rules. You don't touch my notes. And when you inevitably ask me to run something before it's ready, I'm allowed to throw you out. I agreed to both and broke the second inside a fortnight. The place cards became the case, and I would like to say that was a decision. It was not. I needed index cards at 11 at night in a house with no shops open, and there were 400 pieces of very good cardstock in a box with other people's names on them, so I wrote on the backs. 1 fact per card, a date, a payment, a signature, who held it, who could prove it. Then I pinned them above the sewing machine because it was the only clear surface in the room. Emmy came in next morning with tea, looked at a wall of wedding stationery reorganized into a chain of custody, and said, Table 9 is the security contractor. I said Table 9 had been our aunt. Your aunt is now 900,000 yen to a private clinic. She stood there a while. Then, move Ito-san down. She's a payment schedule and she was very kind at Christmas. And she went to work. It was ridiculous. And it was the most useful thing I built in the whole business, because a wall forces an order, and an order shows you gaps. 2 evenings later, in front of it with cold tea, I finally saw the shape nobody had said out loud. Every card that carried Kaido's own signature was dated earlier than the event it was supposed to be answering. Not one of them. All of them. Emmy found the thread that kept the night from being only a defeat, and she found it doing the patient work that is the opposite of Kaido's flash. While he celebrated, she traced the accelerated project back to its parts, to the specific module that made its prediction strong enough to sell, and she found the person who had built it. An engineer named Takumi. He had designed the associative module, the same architecture at the center of the clinic and the lake house, and now the city. According to Emmy's reporting, he understood better than anyone alive why Kaido's signature on that acceleration made a particular kind of disaster possible. Kaido had won the company and bound himself to a project, and somewhere in the city was the one man who knew what that project's engine could actually do, and why signing off on it in a hurry was not merely reckless, but specifically, technically catastrophic. We had lost the room, we had lost the vote, the seat, my career, but a man who had spent the day chaining himself to a machine had just made the engineer who built that machine the most important witness in the country, and Emmy had found him first. Takumi slid a drive across the workbench and said, "That's everything. That ends it tonight." We were in a port workshop arranged by Emmy because he would not meet anywhere the company's name could reach. He was younger than I expected and more frightened, an engineer who had watched one precise thing he built turn into a weapon. Every session, every edit, every patient it was run on. Put that in front of a court and you're free by morning. There it was on a scarred bench, the shortcut, the whole case in a rectangle of plastic. I picked it up. The version of me that wanted his life back closed a hand around that drive before any better part of me had a chance to object. Inside, it was the end of 5 weeks of losing. My name cleared, Kaido exposed, Kaede vindicated tonight, the way Takumi said. It weighed about as much as a bar of soap, which is the part nobody warns you about. People who take the shortcut are not, in my experience, evil. They are holding something very heavy and there is a table right there. Nana did not let me hold it long. Put it down. I didn't move fast enough and she said it again, harder. Stolen patient data. Not one of those people agreed to have it copied, and not one of them agreed to be your alibi. Use it and you win by doing to them what he did to them. She let that sit. And in a court, it poisons everything it touches. You'd hand him the one argument that sinks the case. Takumi flinched because the theft was his. I copied it because they were going to destroy it. Build records, session logs, all of it. Kaido was cleaning house and I panicked. I took it to save the evidence, not to sell it. He wasn't lying. He was a man who had built the machine, couldn't live with what it became, and grabbed the only thing in reach. I don't want money. I want it to stop. But his lawyer says if I talk, I lose everything, and if I don't, he'll protect me. And I can't tell which one is the trap. That pressure was real, and it had arrived before us. Kaido's lawyer had already reached him with a lawsuit that would bury him if he testified, and a soft landing if he stayed quiet. The offer's specificity confirmed what we needed. Kaido cared, precisely and urgently, about this module and its serial number. He had the 2-page offer folded into a technical manual, a consultancy retainer, non-disparagement, and a paragraph routing third-party approaches through company counsel. Read the last line, Nana said. The last line noted that the retainer was offered without prejudice to the company's rights regarding intellectual property removed from its premises. Carrot and stick. Same envelope, same author. He's made sure you can't take one without conceding the other. Takumi asked whether that was illegal. It was not, and that was the trouble with the whole affair. Lawful offer, lawful threat, lawful record of both, Nana said. What makes it useful is that it exists, it is dated, and it names the module by its serial. A man who isn't worried about a machine doesn't paper a consultancy around it. I made the choice out loud, because I needed witnesses to it, mostly myself. We're not using the database, I said. Not to clear me, not to sink him, not for anything. Takumi stared at me like I'd refused a lifeboat. That's your freedom, he said. That's your whole life on that drive. It's their lives on that drive, I said. Fumi's, people like her. Nobody asked them. If I use it, the only thing that's changed is which man didn't ask. So we did the harder, slower thing. Nana's first act was to stop anybody reading it, herself included. The drive went into a sealed bag that night, logged, signed for by 2 people, and delivered next morning to a neutral custodian from the court's list. Her application asked that it be held intact and unread, and that the people whose lives were inside it be told it existed. It's their history. They don't get protected from knowing somebody copied it, Nana said. The court appointed an independent representative for the patient group, who wrote to everyone named. 12 answered. 4 wanted their sections preserved for claims of their own. 3 wanted them destroyed and said so in a line each. 2 asked for their own copy, which the custodian released to them under supervision, and one of those 2 was a woman the clinic had spent 2 years telling that no such record existed. 3 did not reply, and their section stayed sealed in the custodian's hands, which is the correct answer to silence and the slowest one. Nothing in that box entered our file. Nana put a wall between the theft and the case. A stolen copy in my hands proves nothing. In their hands, it is their property and decision. The woman who had been told her records did not exist wrote to me once, through the representative. And it was not a thank you letter. She said that people like me had found her file and then spent 9 days deciding among ourselves what ought to happen to it, and that she would have preferred to be asked on the first day rather than the 7th. She was right about that as well. Nana answered her in her own name and agreed with her in writing. I never read a page of it, and that is the entire extent of what I can claim. Takumi watched us hand away the thing that could have won, and something shifted in him, the way it shifts in a person who expected to be used and finds himself asked instead. If you're really not selling them out, he said slowly, then I can give you something clean. He separated at the bench in front of us the patient data he had no right to from the knowledge that was genuinely his, the architecture, the function, the parts he could speak to as its maker without betraying anybody. He gave a limited declaration, and its limits were what made it strong. He would testify to what the module was built to do, how it could reassign the emotional weight of a memory, and how a specific version of it could do specific harm. He would not speculate about who had used it on whom. I can tell you what it does, the function, what it's able to do. He stopped and restarted, the way he did whenever a sentence had a person in it. I can't tell you who ran it on who. That's not something I'd know. But I designed the thing and I'll put my name on that part. The independent expert who took his build log spent 2 sessions trying to break him, because if a friendly examiner cannot shake a declaration, a hostile one will. She asked why a safety anchor existed at all in a purely therapeutic module. She asked whether he had ever objected in writing. He had not. She wrote that down. You understand that you'll be asked why you kept building it, she said. Takumi said, because it was the best work I have ever done, and I did not want to believe what it was for. She asked him to say that again more slowly, so she could record it exactly. He signed beneath that sentence. The answer is in his declaration, in his own words, and it is the reason the declaration reads like a person rather than a position. Then she confirmed the authenticity of the build log and the serial records, and the machine had not only a number, but a maker willing to explain it under his own name and be embarrassed on the record while doing so. One more thing came out of that workshop past midnight, and it changed what I thought I was fighting. Takumi asked what any of it had to do with a woman who remembered 10 years that had not happened. Nana put Jun on speaker rather than let me answer, which was correct, because I would have answered like a man who wanted a particular result. I can give you a model, Jun said, not a proof. Any doctor offering you a proof is selling something. The mechanism is reconsolidation. Recall a memory and it goes briefly unstable and is written back, and the module changes what gets written back. Which faces the threat, which is safe. That much is established. That much is Fumi. The rest is model. The accident put Kaede's network into a particular state for a short window. In one possible 10 years from now, a version of her is under the same procedure, in the same state, on the same architecture. 2 systems briefly identical. For that window, the present took an echo of one possible future autobiographical network. Not prophecy, not a database. One woman's story, arriving in her own head, out of order. Takumi had gone very still. Then it isn't events that crossed over, it's the network. And the network she'd have then has already been edited. He looked at the bench rather than at us. She didn't receive a record of 10 years. She received a version of herself who had already been taught to be afraid of the wrong man. The fear came attached to the facts. Yes, Jun said. That part I would put my name to. The events in her account are checkable one at a time, here, by us. The weight sitting on them was assigned by somebody else, 10 years out. And it arrived pre-assigned. Then, because he is Jun, and only Kaede has this, Fumi and Haru have false pasts built in this decade. If a second person tells you they remember the future, they are unwell or they are lying. I asked whether her memory could be trusted. Not the feeling, Jun said. Check the fact. Every argument with her should be about a document, never how strongly she knows something. I stopped trying to make Kaede believe me. Doing it properly cost us. The main device stayed with Kaito, and nothing in the custodian's box could be used by me. The case would have to be built from many narrow true statements. Kaito's people had their answer inside 4 days, and it was better than anything we had. Their version, the accused man's team obtained a copy of the company's clinical data and had it locked away where nobody could examine it. Every word of that is true. In that order, it describes a cover-up. It ran in the softer outlets as a question rather than a claim, which is how these things are done, and which does not require anybody to be sued. Emmy would not answer it in print. If I write the explanation, I make it a controversy with 2 sides. Let the court records say it. Court records are boring, and boring survives. She was right, and it did not help. For 10 days, I was, in the parts of the internet that care about such things, the man who hid the evidence. Nana had warned me in the workshop that the honest route would look worse before it looked like anything, and I had agreed easily on a Tuesday, when it was theoretical. Nana caught the other problem before it became one, and it was one I had not seen. She acted for Kaede, and Kaede had used corporate data on at least one patient's family. I can't hold both sides of that, so I won't. The court's representative kept the patient group, Nana kept Kaede, joint work only, where both consented in writing. It slowed us down, and it cost money nobody had, and it meant asking the same question twice, in 2 different rooms, of the same frightened person. And when the case finally mattered, nobody could say a patient's consent had been taken by a lawyer working for someone else. Takumi joined us, and I made a point of what he joined as, because the temptation to turn a person into a tool never fully leaves me. He was not a universal key, and he was not going to solve anything with a keystroke. He was a frightened, principled man, with narrow real knowledge and his own limits, and I told him he could name those limits whenever he needed to. You decide how far in you go, not me. He nodded, and I could see that it mattered. that somebody in this had finally offered him a boundary instead of a use. Kaede heard about the choice from Nana, not from me, and she called that night. The witness rule stretched across the line again. You gave up the drive, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes. A silence. You could have been free tonight. Yes. Another silence. Longer. I keep waiting for you to do the thing that proves I was right to be afraid, she said, and you keep not doing it. I didn't know what to say to that, so I said the true thing. I've wanted to, more than once. I'm not sure wanting to and not doing it makes me safe. It just makes me someone who hasn't done it yet. She was quiet for a while. That's more honest than I expected, she said, and hung up. That stayed with me longer than any of Kaido's moves. I had held the shortcut and put it down with Nana in the room, the patient's named, and the theft somebody else's. It had not made me safe. It had only kept their histories out of my hands. What I had told Kaede was the accurate version of it. I was someone who hadn't done it yet. Daiichi built the boring, durable thing out of what Takumi gave. The serial number, the build log, the procurement chain, and he ran it back to its origin. And the origin was older than the company's current trouble. The serial traced to an early research contract, and the name on that contract was Masato's. Kaede's own father had funded the original work, back when it was meant to loosen the grip of trauma, before anyone bought the version that reassigned who you feared. The knife had been forged in a lab a loving father paid for, and somewhere in that first contract were the terms that said what it was and was not allowed to become. Nana told Kaede in a room rather than in a filing. I was not there. Kaede did not cry and did not defend him. She asked 2 questions: whether her father had known what it later became, and whether the contract could be got without his cooperation. Probably not, and probably yes. Kaede said, then ask him anyway. Give him the chance to be the one who hands it over. A strategic instinct and a daughter's instinct in one sentence, and I could not tell you which was in front. Neither, I suspect, could she. One final thread in the build records, and it was the one that turned a case into a rescue. The module, in its original design, was paired with a sensor anchor, a locating function, a way the system could register where its subjects were. Takumi confirmed it quietly. It was for safety, originally, he said, so you'd know where a patient in a session was, but it means the network knows where the patients are, all of them. Buried in the honest half of what Takumi had kept then was not only proof of what the machine did, but a way to find the people it was still being done to. I left the workshop into a cold salt wind with less than I'd walked in wanting, and more than I'd deserved. I had given up my freedom to protect strangers' stories, and I did not feel noble. I felt scared and poorer and further from clearing my name than I'd been that morning. But we had a maker who would name the machine, a father's contract that had drawn the first line, and a locating anchor that could point at the patient still inside Kato's system. The single-file victory was gone. What stood in its place needed 9 more people to keep standing, and every one of them could still change their mind tomorrow. Masato opened the family archive himself, and the first thing he did was confess. I paid for the beginning of this, he said, unlocking a cabinet of contracts in a study that smelled of old paper and older money. Shiori's early work. I funded it because she promised she could loosen the grip of the worst memories, give people back their lives. I did not fund a machine that decides who you're afraid of. He handed the founding contract to Nana, with the care of a man handing over a weapon he'd forged without meaning to. His daughter's whole ordeal had a first page, and he had signed it. He had not intended to open it that morning. He had intended to have a conversation about whether opening it was wise, and he had brought his own lawyer for that purpose. And his own lawyer had advised him, correctly, that voluntarily handing over founding contracts in a live dispute was not in his interest. Kaede listened to all of it. Then she said, Father, if you make them get an order for this, you will spend 3 months being a man who had to be compelled, and at the end of it, they will have the same papers. Masato said the order might never be granted. Then you will be a man who successfully hid it, she said, and I will know that, and so will you. He sat with that for about a minute. His lawyer tried once more. Masato said, Leave the room, Hideo, in the voice of a man who has been giving that instruction for 40 years, and unlock the cabinet himself. His one condition was that he be permitted to read the addendum aloud rather than have it read to him, which sounded like vanity and was not. He wanted to be the person who said his own name and then Kaito's. The contract drew a line, and the line mattered. In its original terms, the work was explicitly forbidden from altering the identity of a memory's culprit, or the pattern of a person's attachments. It could soften a wound. It could not move the blame, could not reassign who was the safe one and who was the threat. That was the boundary Masato had insisted on, and for years it had held. Then Nana turned to a later page, an addendum, and there was Kaido's signature, authorizing a separate associative module that did precisely the forbidden thing. The prohibition and its violation were in the same folder, in two men's hands. The urgency came from Kaito, as it always did, and it was real, which is what made it dangerous. He had signed, as temporary chief executive, an order transferring Shiori's patients to an island facility before the independent review could reach them. Fumi, Haru, all of them, about to be moved somewhere our lawyers and doctors couldn't easily follow. To protect them, we needed to know where the island was, and the only reliable pointer to it lived inside Kaede's memory, in the version of the future where she had been taken there herself. We needed her to remember a place, and remembering, for her, had become a procedure with a cost. Fumi rang Nana on a Wednesday from a corridor. "They've told us we're being moved on Monday," she said. "For continuity of care to an island." She had asked which island. Nobody would tell her, because the facility's location was, she was informed, protected for patient privacy. A sentence with a beautiful shape and no floor under it. Nana filed for an injunction on Thursday and lost it on Friday, and losing it took 19 minutes. The transfer was a clinical decision within a lawfully operating program. The patients had signed program consents, no immediate harm had been demonstrated. The court would not manage a clinic's estate. The judge was not hostile. He said, almost kindly, that if we could show a specific unlawful purpose, he would look again, and that a general suspicion of a company was not a specific unlawful purpose. "He's right," Nana said in the corridor, furious in the flat way she goes furious. "That's the part you'll want to shout about, and he's right. We don't have a place, we don't have a purpose, we have a signature and a bad feeling." Then she put the whole session in motion with one line. "If we knew where, we could ask the local authority for a licensing inspection on Monday morning. Where is worth more than why, right now?" So, the moral catastrophe of that week began with an ordinary logistical fact, the way most of them do. We did not need proof, and we did not need a confession. We needed an address by Monday, and there was exactly one place in the world that had one. Jun laid it out with the honesty that was his whole professional character. He would run a single diagnostic session, tightly controlled, and he prepared 3 verified signals to prompt her memory, each pre-screened for safety: a neutral fragment of a voice, a recording of ordinary working noise, and a third drawn from her own life, the recording of a marriage proposal, mine, from before the accident. "The neutral signal is the safest," Jun said, to both of us plainly. "It may not surface the route. The proposal is more likely to open the island, because it's tied to the deepest part of the network, but it overlaps with what she feels about you now. Waking that node risks the present, not just the past." Kaede consented, and I want every word of what she consented to on the record, because people would later try to make it uglier or cleaner than it was. She was competent. 2 doctors said so, and no one seriously argued it. She signed in her own hand an agreement to 1 session, and she kept for herself the right to stop it at any moment. And she delegated one thing to me, the choice of which of the 3 signals to use. "You know the case better than I do right now," she told me. "You choose which one. I trust your read of what we need." She handed me the decision freely, with her eyes open, and that is the exact thing I would misuse. Jun made sure we both understood before anything began. "I can stop this if her indicators cross the thresholds we've named," he told me privately. "But I cannot overrule her decision to delegate. And I cannot overrule your choice because I think one signal is braver than it needs to be. She is competent. She chose to let you choose. My job is her safety, not her wisdom, and not yours." He was telling me, as kindly as it can be said, that the moral weight was mine, and that the law would not lift it off me. Her vital signs stayed steady. No contraindication appeared. Nothing was going to stop me but me. The 3 signals sat on a tray in sealed sleeves labeled A, B, and C, and Jun played 4 seconds of each so that nobody could later say I had chosen blind. A was a woman's voice reading a weather bulletin. B was a workshop, a fan, a drill, somebody's radio. C was 11 seconds of a restaurant in March, cutlery, a chair scraping, and my own voice being an idiot about a boat. Kaede listened to C without any change in her face at all. That is what the flat, terrible thing about her condition looked like from outside. She heard the recording of the best night of our lives the way you hear a stranger's ringtone. Jun asked her, once more and on the record, whether she wished to make the selection herself. "No," she said. "He knows what we need. Let him choose." She was not being romantic. She was allocating a task. I said the letter out loud. It was one syllable, in a quiet room, with 3 people in it and a recorder running. Jun asked, "Which one?" And I said, "C." And he waited a beat, 1 beat, no longer, and he was entitled to the beat, and then he said, confirmed, C, to the recorder, and reached for the sleeve. What Jun had warned was possible is what happened. The proposal did not merely point at the island. It lit the whole shared node, the future marriage, and the present love wired into the same web, and when the reconsolidation moved through it, it moved through all of it. I had aimed a signal at a map and it went straight through the last living thing between us. It took about 90 seconds. Her hands moved once. Jun called 2 numbers to the nurse, both inside range, and did not stop the session, because there was nothing to stop. Nothing was going wrong medically. That is the horror of it. Every instrument in that room reported a woman who was completely fine. She surfaced with the island. That part worked. "There's a place," she said, eyes still half closed, Jun's hand on her wrist. "An island. Low buildings, a jetty, a name on the intake board, Haru, and a schedule. They move people there in 3s. She gave us the pointer we needed to find the patients, clear and usable, and Jun recorded it, and somewhere in me a small monstrous accountant noted that the gamble had paid. And then her eyes fully opened, and she looked at me and the paying stopped. "Who are you?" she said, not with fear this time, with nothing. That was worse. The fear had at least been a relationship. The fear had known me. This was a stranger's polite confusion, a woman looking at a man she could not place. "You were in the memory," she said slowly. "But I don't. I know your face is supposed to mean something, and it doesn't mean anything." Jun checked her, quiet and fast, and confirmed what I already knew from the flatness in her voice. The node had reconsolidated. The island had come up. The history of us, the knowing, the trusting, whatever had survived, even as hatred, had gone down with it. They brought the photographs later, gently, as you show someone evidence of a life they cannot feel. Us at the coast, us laughing at something out of frame, my handwriting on the back of one. Kaede studied them like a document about a stranger, respectful and blank. "These are real," she said. "I can see they're real. I was there. I just can't find the part of me that was there. The facts were intact and returnable. The feeling was not a fact, and no photograph has ever put one back." I confessed it to her and to Nana in that room, because I was not going to let it be discovered as something worse later, and because she deserved to hear it in my own words. "There was a safer signal," I said. "It might not have found the island. I chose the stronger one because I wanted the result, and I told myself it was for the patients, and part of it was. But I used the choice you trusted me with to take the biggest swing instead of the safest one, and it cost you something that was yours. I made myself finish it. You gave me a decision, and I spent it on the outcome instead of on you. And I would like to tell you, I agonized. I didn't. It took me about 4 seconds." Nana's face was stone. She had told me weeks ago not to make Kaede's memory into my instrument, and I had found a way to do exactly that with her own permission in my hand. Then she did her job, which was then the least comforting thing available. She wrote my admission down, read it back, and had me confirm it. "You understand this is now a document," she said. "It is discoverable. If this ever goes to a hearing, their counsel will put it to you that you exploited a delegated consent, and you will have to agree. Because you just did, in front of a lawyer, in writing." I said I understood. "Good," she said. "Because if you had asked me first, I would have advised you to say nothing, and you would have taken the advice, and she would have found out anyway, inside a fortnight, off a transcript." She capped her pen. "This is the only part of today you did right, and you don't get to feel good about it either." And she told me one more thing before she left, in the doorway, without turning round. I represent her. "If she instructs me to act against you over this, I will act against you competently, and I will not warn you first." The island detail went to work within the hour, because that is what it had cost her, and wasting it would have been obscene. The name, Haru, on an intake board, low buildings, a jetty, a schedule in 3s. Emmy matched it against the licensing register for coastal residential facilities in 2 prefectures. And by evening, we had 3 candidates, and by the next morning 1. Nana filed a request for a licensing inspection before the Monday transfer. It was granted for the following week, not for Monday. The patients went anyway. But we knew where, and knowing where was the difference between what happened on that island and nothing happening there at all. Kaede did not forgive me, and she was right not to. And I have never once wished she had. I gave you that choice because I thought you understood the difference between a thing being allowed and a thing being right, she said. Her voice was steady, which was the terrible part. There was no heat in it, only a closed door. You had my consent. You did not have the right to spend the deepest part of me for a faster answer. Those are not the same. And you knew they were not the same because you're the one who taught me that in a locked room at my father's house. The sentence I had used to free myself from her cage came back and locked around me instead. Then she drew the boundary that would define whatever we were now. You will not use me as an instrument again, she said. Not my memory, not my consent, not my body's reactions, not for the case, not for the patients, not for yourself. If I do anything from here, I decide the how, down to the smallest signal. You have lost the right to choose on my behalf permanently. Nana wrote it down, formalized it, and I did not argue a word of it, because arguing would have been one more attempt to manage her. And I was finally, expensively, done managing her. And still, after all of that, she chose to keep going, and the reason she gave was the measure of how far apart we now stood. I'll take part in the independent review of the island, she told Jun and Nana. Those patients are being moved, and someone has to be able to say what that place is. I'll do it. She looked at me then, briefly, without malice and without warmth. Not for you. There is no you, for me. I'm doing it for the people on that island, because it's right, and because I can. The old branch where she loved me was gone, cut at the root by my own hand, and she was still walking toward the danger, and she was doing it clean, for strangers, on her own authority. I sat in that medical room after they had gone and read a system, which is the one thing I have ever been reliably good at, and the system was me. In the port workshop, I had held a stolen shortcut and put it down and felt noble, and it had been easy. The theft was someone else's, the patients had names, and the room was watching. Here the permission was legal. The choice was mine alone, and the person I spent was the one I had sworn to protect. I failed quietly, completely, with everybody's consent and nobody's blessing. Whatever I proved from here, I would have to prove it without once pointing at love as evidence that I was any good. I had spent the last of it on a location. I had the location. The patients were still being moved onto it on Monday morning. The island did not need storming, which was the first thing I got wrong about it. I arrived braced for a rescue, some version of the man who counts people in collapsing tunnels. What met me at the jetty was not a fortress, but a quiet, low set of buildings, and a doctor named Shiori standing calm on the intake steps, holding it together, with one sentence: these patients cannot consent to leave. They are not well enough to know what they want. She did not need walls. She had a diagnosis, and a diagnosis is a better wall than concrete. We were on that jetty because of a form, which is worth saying plainly, since every version of that morning, people tell back to me, involves a boat at night. The prefectural health office had granted a licensing inspection of a residential facility whose registration listed 16 beds and whose intake board that week showed 23 names. Over-occupancy is not a scandal. It is, however, a lawful reason for an inspector to be standing on your steps at 9 in the morning with 2 colleagues and a clipboard. The inspector's name was Ogawa, and she cared about 2 things: bed spacing and fire egress, and was scrupulously uninterested in Kaede, memory modules, or anything the rest of us had come for. Nana had written to every patient's registered address the week before. 11 had written back. It was simple. Shiori could refuse us, but not Ogawa. And once Ogawa was inside, 11 people could ask for us. Fumi met us at the dayroom door and said, loudly enough for the staff, "This is my lawyer's colleague and I have requested her attendance." Haru was the one who broke my heart before he broke her wall. He was a slight, careful man who had been given a false wife and false children the way Fumi had, and when Nana explained that he could ask for his real history back, he shrank from it. "If you take the family," he said, "what's left of me? I know they weren't real. I know it here." He touched his own temple. "But they're the only warm thing I have. You're not offering me the truth. You're offering me an empty room." He was arguing for his own cage, and he was not wrong that it was warm, and that is the hardest kind of person to help without becoming the thing you're fighting. Nana refused the group and demanded the individuals, which was the whole strategy in a single legal move. "You cannot declare a category of people incapable and lock the category," she told Shiori. "Capacity is assessed one person at a time with that person's own doctor and that person's own lawyer, and none of your staff in the room." She was insisting on the thing the whole machine was built to prevent. Each patient, alone, asked what they actually wanted by someone who answered to them. Shiori resisted, because a group is controllable, and a person is not, and Nana pushed anyway, patiently, one door at a time. Shiori and Jun argued for 2 hours in a staff room with the door open, and it was the best argument I heard anywhere in this, because both of them meant it, and neither of them was lying. Her case was this: These were people whose autobiographical structure had been destabilized. Removing an installed attachment without a replacement had, in her documented experience, produced 2 suicide attempts in 4 years. A patient asking for the truth in an inspection week is not making a considered choice. They are making a frightened one, in a corridor, under the influence of strangers with an agenda. "You are describing consent," she said to Jun. "I am describing what happens on a Tuesday 6 months later when there is nobody in the flat." Jun did not dismiss it. "Then your remedy is aftercare, not authority. You are using a real risk to justify holding a decision that is not yours. If the danger is the empty flat, fund the flat. Do not keep the man." Then he said, "You have run this program for 4 years and never offered a patient the choice with an independent advisor in the room. You do not know what they would say. Neither do I. That is the point of asking." Shiori was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "If you are wrong, you will read about it in a small item in the paper, and you will not connect it to today." Jun said, "Yes." Neither of them enjoyed it. The reason Shiori was dangerous was never corruption. She was 2/3 right, and a person who is 2/3 right can carry the other third a very long way. Kaido answered from the mainland the only way he could now, by paying and by signing. He financed Shiori's position, funded the argument that the whole group was incompetent, and as temporary chief executive personally signed an extension of the program that kept them on the island. He thought he was buying stability. What he was actually doing was making himself a named party to a medical dispute, putting his own signature on the document that held sick people against independent assessment. Every time he reached for control, he left his name on the reaching. I had stopped being surprised by it and started quietly counting on it. Kaede unlocked the island by refusing to stand above the people in it. She walked into the general meeting, a woman who no longer remembered loving anyone in the room, least of all me, and she said, "If you're going to decide who here is competent to choose, assess me by the same standard. I'll submit to it first." She offered to stay on the island under observation, voluntarily, for 72 hours, the same span the law allows for an involuntary hold, chosen instead of imposed, on one condition, that every patient be given a separate doctor and a separate lawyer, the same as her. She made herself one of them, instead of their rescuer. I did not try to stop her, and I did not try to save her. Refusing to break a lock or steal a drive had felt noble. This was standing in a doorway watching a woman I had failed walk voluntarily into a facility our enemy ran, while every cell in me wanted to organize something, arrange something, manage the outcome. Managing her outcome was the precise thing I had done in Jun's room 6 days earlier. Doing nothing had never cost me more. "You're really not going to interfere," Nana said, watching my face. "No," I said. She decided. "It's hers." Nana studied me for a second longer than she needed to. "That's new," she said. It was the closest thing to approval she had given me since the wedding suite, and it was for something I had not done. The breather, when it came in a kitchen, over tea. And I only know about it because Haru told me after, shy and amazed. Kaede had found him in the small clinic kitchen, staring at a shelf of teas, unable to choose. Instead of the old game everyone kept playing with both of them, trying to make them remember the right one, she'd said, "I can't remember which one I used to like either, so let's just pick one we like now." And the two of them, a woman who'd lost real love and a man who'd been given fake children, stood at a shelf and chose a new tea, not to recover anything, just because it smelled good, and drank it. "She didn't try to fix me," Haru said, turning the cup in his hands as he told me. "Everybody keeps trying to give me back the real thing, like the real thing is a prize. She just said the past one's gone and this one is fine, and we drank it." Then, he said, Kaede had explained something to him, slowly, the way you explain a thing you've just learned yourself. That remembering something and having the right to choose it were not the same. That his false family was a memory someone gave him, but what he did next was a choice that was his. She wasn't taking the warm thing away. She was telling him he was allowed to want a real cold one. That conversation did what no legal filing could. Haru withdrew his consent first. Of all of them, the most frightened one, the one with the most to lose. "I understand I might end up with nothing," he told his own new lawyer, in his own room, without Shiori's staff. The empty room. "I've thought about it quite a lot, actually, and well, it would be mine. I'd rather do it myself. Badly." He gave up the family he loved because a woman who had lost her own love told him he was allowed to choose the loss. The others followed him, because courage is contagious in a way fear only pretends to be. Once Haru withdrew, once the group saw that a man could say no and the island did not fall on his head, they wanted their own rooms, their own doctors, their own lawyers. At the second meeting they demanded individual consultations, one after another, and Shiori, who could hold a category with a single conclusion, could not hold a dozen separate people, each asking a separate question. Not all of them chose the truth, and that matters more than almost anything else here, because a clean sweep towards reality would have flattered every one of us, and it is not what happened. A woman in her 70s, I will call her by her floor, because she asked never to be named anywhere, sat with her own doctor and her own lawyer, with no clinic staff in the room, and listened to the whole of it, that her son was not her son, that the file existed, that she could have it today in her hands. She thought about it for a long time. Then she said, "No, thank you." She said she was 74, that the boy visited on Sundays whether or not he was hers, and that she had decided she would rather have Sundays. Her lawyer confirmed she understood. Her doctor confirmed she was competent, and she went back to the day room, and that was that. And Nana wrote it down with the same care she gave Haru's, and never once in the weeks afterwards described it as a setback. I asked Nana that evening whether it bothered her. "It would bother me if she hadn't been asked," she said. "The wrong outcome freely chosen is not my business. That's the whole job. Most people think my job is getting people out. My job is making sure the door works." The handover took 4 days and was as boring as Nana had promised. Each patient signed a scope. This section, not that one. Treatment notes, not correspondence. The annex if it exists to an independent keeper and to no party. 2. Release nothing. 1. Released everything. Changed her mind about a single page, and the keeper returned it and reissued the whole schedule rather than amend it, because an amended schedule is a schedule somebody can argue about. Ogawa's inspection report, when it came, ran to 4 pages and mentioned none of us. It found the facility overoccupied, cited 2 fire egress breaches, and required remediation within 30 days. It is the least dramatic document in this entire story, and it is the reason we were ever in the building. Shiori did not surrender so much as run out of room, and she never once pretended to a conversion she did not feel. She released her grip because she could no longer legally hold it. The clinic was compelled to hand the permitted portions of the patient files to an independent keeper, chain intact, consent by consent, under the same statutory right Fumi had used 3 weeks before. Not stolen, like the drive I'd refused. Given lawfully by the people they belonged to. It was slower than a theft, and it was the opposite of a theft, and it would hold in a way the drive never could have. Nana turned the distinction into a document before anybody could get careless with it later. Kaede's stay was voluntary observation, signed by her, revocable by her at any hour, no physician's signature under it. No clock running. An involuntary hold is a different animal, an immediate danger. 2 doctors' signatures, a stated start time, a 72-hour ceiling, a right of challenge. They sound alike in a corridor, Nana said. They are not alike in a file, and sooner or later somebody will use one word for the other. Her own 72 hours were not symbolic and nobody made them comfortable. She was assessed the same way the others were. Her own physician, her own advisor, no clinic staff, 3 separate sessions. Jun conducted none of them deliberately because a doctor who has treated someone for 6 weeks is the wrong person to certify them, and he insisted on that himself before anyone could suggest it. On the second day, the assessing physician asked her the standard question about whether anyone had pressured her into being there. Kaede said, "Yes, me." He asked her to clarify. She said that she had put herself in a position where refusing would have made her a hypocrite in front of 11 people, and that she considered that pressure, and that she had chosen it anyway, and would he please write both halves down? He wrote both halves down. It is in the record. It is, Nana says, the single most useful paragraph anybody generated on that island, because there is no version of it that reads as a woman being managed. Fumi sat with her twice in the evenings. Not to help. Fumi had made it clear she was nobody's support worker, but because Fumi had already lost a family that was not real, and Kaede had just lost a love that was, and they had, as Fumi put it, the same size hole from different directions. I do not know what they said to each other. Fumi told me one line of it, months later, and only because I asked twice. Kaede had said she was frightened that whoever she was now would turn out worse than the woman who had been erased, and Fumi had said, she was though, wasn't she? And Kaede had laughed. The cost landed on Kaede, as costs did, and she paid it without flinching. Staying the 72 hours meant staying under observation, and it meant she could not, in that window, resume any fight for the company she had lost. She set the CEO question down entirely, temporarily gave up the seat she'd bled to protect for weeks, because she'd tied her own freedom to the patients and would not accept hers ahead of theirs. She had made herself one of them, and now she waited with them, a former chief executive on a cot, having chosen it. Kaede lost more than a facility. He lost the monopoly that had made the patients useful to him as a controllable block. Now they were a scattered array of individuals, each with a lawyer, each a limited legal case in Nana's growing file, and each one carrying, on the record, a program his signature had extended. He had wanted a group he could declare incompetent. He had produced instead a dozen witnesses and a medical dispute with his name on the founding document, and he had done it while calling it care. The last thing the island gave us came out of those lawfully released records, and it turned a local rescue into a warning about everyone. In the permitted files, cross-referenced against Takumi's build knowledge, the same reassignment module appeared where it had no business being, not in a clinic, not on a patient, but woven into the city project. The mathematics that reassigned who one sick person feared was being aimed, in aggregate, at the behavior of a crowd. The thing that had rewritten Fumi and Haru and Kaede was scheduled to be pointed at a whole city. On a timeline Kaito had signed over a safety warning to accelerate. I brought Akari a list, not a solution, because a list was the most I had a right to bring. I had the company's modeled flows from the project papers. She had the live turnstile counts the company never saw. Neither source showed the fault alone. Laid over each other, they did. These forecasts assume flows the station has never produced, she said. The model expects the crowd to move one way. The turnstiles say it moves another. She didn't thank me. She asked who I was, checked, and said plainly that a suspended auditor walking into a municipal dispatch room with a spreadsheet was, in her experience, either a crank or a man with a grievance. I said both were possible and neither changed the turnstile counts. She looked at the counts for about 90 seconds. Then she said, "If you're right, that gap is where people die," and started pulling her own numbers. That was the correct response, and it was hers, not mine. Nana and Sora tried the front door first, and it is worth recording that it was tried and did not open. Sora wrote to the city's project office in her own name as a director, attaching the risk assurance caution Kaede had forced into the minutes. Nana filed for suspension pending the licensing questions raised on the island. City rules required independent medical cover for a live transport launch. Akari requested it from Mickey's hospital, and the hospital assigned Mickey's clinical safety team. That was why she was at the hub, and why the triage line answered to her. The city's answer took 4 days and was entirely reasonable. The deployment had passed its statutory approvals. The safety caution was an internal corporate document. An internal corporate disagreement is not a regulatory finding. The licensing matter concerned a medical facility in another prefecture. Come back with the determination from a body with jurisdiction, and we will act on it within 1 working day. That's not a brush off, Sora said, reading it twice. That's a map. It was also, unfortunately, a map with a 6-week walk on it, and a launch in 5 days at the other end. Before the launch, Takumi and I drank coffee, and mostly, we didn't talk. We sat on a loading dock near the hub with 2 paper cups going cold, and I let the silence stay, because filling it was usually me trying to manage someone. Finally, Takumi said, "I keep getting used. My work gets used. I don't want to be the guy who hands you the thing that fixes everything and then finds out what it cost." I knew that fear better than he could have known I did. "Then you decide your limit," I said. "How far in you go is yours. I won't choose it for you." I meant it in a way I had not been able to mean anything before the room where I spent Kade's memory. He looked at me for a while. Then he said, "All right, my limit is, I'll isolate the module and I'll say what it does. I won't touch the live routing. If somebody dies because a system I disabled was the only thing watching a platform, I'm not carrying that." I said that was a good limit. It was better than a good limit. It was the exact one, and it held on the night. Kaito got the warning in writing and took the risk anyway, and his choice needs describing precisely. He did not sabotage the launch. He received a formal recommendation to postpone, a written caution that the accelerated timeline outran the safety validation, and saw in it only the thing that would cost him Akasaka's credit and his position. So he signed the authorization to proceed. He accepted a known risk to a public space rather than lose a deal. He did not build the danger. He declined to stop it on paper in his own name. Kaede's contribution came through June, and only through June, as she had demanded. She would not be my instrument, would not let me pull the location out of her the way I'd pulled the island. Instead, she gave it to her doctor, and her doctor gave it to the room, a specific place, a specific concourse, where in the version of the future dissolving inside her, the crowd had crushed and people had died. June delivered it flatly, with his usual caveat that a memory is not a blueprint, but it was a place to watch, and Akari marked it on her board, and nobody had to touch Kaede to get it. Jun brought one other thing that day, and he brought it because she told him to, in her own words, with a note in her own hand saying he could repeat it to the room. She had worked it out in the week after the island, sitting with her sealed accounts and a calendar, and she wanted it said aloud before anybody did anything at the hub. In the future she carried, the concourse went first, 51 dead. She was chief executive, and it was her platform, and what finished her was not the accident, but the 11 months of concealment after it, which she had not known about and had signed papers for. The company went to Akasaka's money because there was nowhere else to go. Kaito became the indispensable man. She was put on a year's leave, and it was inside that year, not before it, not after it, that she stopped working, married me, moved out to the lake, and had a daughter the following spring. The leave had come with a clinician attached, and the clinician was Shiori, and the lake house was where the sessions were held. That is how a 4-year-old ended up in a room that made her head feel loud. She wants the order understood, Jun said, and read from her note rather than paraphrase it. The node is upstream of the child. Every decision that produced that pregnancy, in that year, in that house, sits below a disaster and a cover-up. Prevent the disaster, and the year does not happen. She is not telling you Mio would be unborn. She is telling you the sequence that made that particular Mio will not exist, and whatever follows is some other sequence, with some other child in it, or none. Nana asked the question I could not make myself ask. Jun answered flat, no. There is no version where she keeps both. She knows. She wrote it, signed it, and asked me to read it before the launch rather than after, so nobody could tell her afterwards that she had not understood the trade. That is the entire reason I said nothing at that hub for 6 hours except numbers. The city let us watch and would not let us rule, which was correct and which I had stopped resenting. Observer access for the specialists, nothing more. Nobody hands a suspended auditor the controls, and nobody should. My whole function was to stand where I could see every screen at once and say, at the right moment, that these two numbers cannot both be true. That is not power, it is attention. And attention was the only thing I had left that could not hurt anybody. Akari had drawn up the observer list herself, and she built it out of the municipal contingency schedule, rather than out of anybody's loyalties. A launch of that size required a named medical lead from the receiving hospital, and the receiving hospital was the one Kaede had been admitted to in the first week. Its clinical safety coordinator was Mickey. Akari sent the request to a title and a building, not to a person, and she was mildly annoyed when I told her I already knew who would answer it. The launch began and the gap opened almost at once, the way faults do, quietly before they're loud. The project's model predicted the evening crowd flowing smoothly along its designed routes. The actual people did what actual people do, which is not what a model in a lab expects. The forecast and the floor diverged, and the divergence pointed slowly toward the exact concourse Kaede had named. I called it out. Predicted flow and real flow are splitting at the north concourse. The system's routing people into a space it thinks is empty and isn't. Then I did the only thing I'm for. I split the problem into pieces and handed each piece to the person who owned it. I was also wrong about one thing that night, and it nearly mattered. I read a stall in the east escalator bank as a mechanical fault and told Daiichi so. It was a stopped pram and a woman kneeling, and if he had staged his people east on my word, the north corridor would have been 4 bodies short at the moment it needed them. Daiichi checked it on camera before he moved anyone. You get the seams, he said afterwards. Stop trying to get the causes. I have written that on the inside of my skull. Akari's decision was not one decision either. She went to local manual in 3 stages, and each stage cost her something she had to answer for. Reduced headway first, which delays the network and generates complaints she signs off personally. Then platform hold at 2 stations, which strands people. Then at 1941, full local control, which her service does perhaps twice a year and never on a launch night with cameras in the building. Her regional supervisor came on the line during the 2nd stage and asked, in the careful voice of a man protecting both of them, whether she had a documented technical failure to point to. She said no. He said, then you're doing this on your own assessment. She said yes. Log it as my call, my name, and put the time on it. He logged it. Akari saved several hundred people by accepting, in writing and in advance, that if the evening proved quiet, she would spend 6 months explaining why she had degraded the network on a barred auditor's warning. They took their pieces. Akari put transport on local manual. Takumi isolated the module and cut the reassignment maths out of routing. Daichi cleared the corridors before the pinch became a crush. Mickey stood up triage for casualties we were working not to have. It held. The central system failed at its peak as a badly accelerated system does, and a month earlier, that failure would have funneled a rush-hour crowd into a concourse and killed people. That night, the concourse was empty when the system fell, because a dispatcher had taken the wheel by hand, and a crowd had been steered clear by people who trusted the floor over the forecast. The place where, in a vanishing future, a mass of people had died, stayed empty. Nobody in that concourse saw anything at all. Nobody ever does. Mickey's line took 11 people that night, and none of them were crush injuries. A man who fainted on a stopped escalator, a child with asthma, a woman who went down on a hard floor when the platform hold announcement startled her and broke her wrist, which is a real injury from a real decision that saved other people. And Mickey wrote it up exactly that way. She found me afterwards at the medical post, and it was the first time we had spoken since the hospital corridor. You're going to hear people say nothing happened, she said. 11 things happened. Write them down. Then, because she is not a soft person, your name's still poison. Don't stand near my post when the cameras come. And then, because she is not a cruel one either, she handed me a bottle of water and said, you were right about 240 as well, and walked off. The launch log recorded what mattered, coldly and permanently. The written warning, and Kaido's personal decision to proceed over it. Independent observers had access to that log, which was the price he'd paid for the authority to launch at all. He had wanted the record to show a triumphant deployment. It showed instead a man who'd been told the timeline was unsafe and had signed his name across the warning. And it showed it to people he couldn't edit. Kaido, of course, tried to own the save. Within the hour, his public relations firm was framing the averted disaster as proof of the system's excellence. A resilient platform that had protected the city, vindication of his steady leadership. But the observers had watched Akari kill the central system and drive the crowd by hand. They had watched the prevention happen because a human being overrode the machine, not because the machine performed. The system didn't save anyone, Akari said flatly to an official who repeated Kaido's line to her. I turned it off and did it myself. Put that in your report. He could spin the public. He could not spin the people who'd been in the room with their hands on the controls. I earned something at that hub, and it was worth what it was worth. Akari, Mickey, and the dispatchers had watched me be useful without grabbing for control, and they began cautiously to trust me. It did not restore my license, and it did not clear my name. The observer pass was cancelled the following morning along with everyone else's, and nobody made an exception for the man who had read the gap. What I had was 4 professionals who would say, if asked in the right forum, that I read it correctly and did not reach for a wheel that was not mine. Akari put 1 sentence of that in her own incident report without being asked. It was the most valuable thing I owned, and it was not much. Then the cost arrived. The real one, the one no averted crush could offset, and it arrived in Kaede, and June was beside her to witness it, as he always was. The node was prevented. The future that ran through it could no longer exist, and so the memory that depended on it began to rebuild, below the node, as the patient's death had dissolved in the hospital weeks earlier. Except this time what dissolved was not a stranger. It's going, Kaede said, and her hand came up to her mouth. The years. Mio's, her first day of school, the gap in her teeth, the song, I'm losing the... She stopped. She could not finish because the thing she was reaching for was leaving as she reached. Kaede did not scream. She sat very still while a daughter drained out of her. A specific child, specific mornings, a specific small voice. June stayed beside her. He did not tell her it got easier. Kaito was not finished, because men like Kaito are never finished. They only change the ground, having failed to own the prevention. He moved to the one lever he had left, the wound he had just watched open. Shiori, at his direction, offered Kaede a procedure, a reconsolidation that could, she said, restore the image of Mio, give the daughter back, return the years the node had erased, and, not incidentally, the feeling that had gone with them. Kaito demanded it be done quickly, before the independent review could examine the method, and he framed the hurry as mercy. He was offering Kaede her daughter back, using the machine that had rewritten her, on condition that nobody be permitted to check it first. Jun took the offer apart in front of her without telling her what to do, in about 4 minutes. At the cost of a 9-year professional relationship. No procedure could establish whether a restored image corresponded to anything. A reconsolidation strong enough to install a person is strong enough to displace one. He could not guarantee that the woman who came out would be the woman who went in. Shiori said he was overstating it. He said, "Then publish the method and let me be wrong in a journal." I stood in that hub among people who had just kept a city alive and watched the offer land on a woman with a person-shaped hole in her. A few weeks earlier, I would have decided it for her. I did not say a word in the whole conversation. Nana told me afterwards that my silence had been the loudest thing in the room and that Kaede had looked at me twice, checking. I do not know what she was checking for. I know she found a man standing still, and that it was the first thing I had given her in a month that cost her nothing. They wanted her answer before the review could reach the method. So, if I am honest, did I? For reasons I did not examine closely at the time. I went back to the medical post instead and helped Mickey finish writing up 11 people who were alive, and waited. Shiori offered Kaede her daughter back, and she did it kindly, which was the cruelest available way. In a quiet recovery room, she showed her what the procedure could restore. A reconstructed image, the shape of a child's face, 4 notes of a song. I can give her back to you. The memory, the years, the feeling that goes with them, and the rest of what you lost. She meant me, folded in beside the child. The love erased in Jun's room dangled next to the daughter, erased at the hub. It was a leash wearing the face of mercy. I was not in the room for the demonstration. Kaede described it afterwards to Jun and Nana with me present, in the flat inventory voice she had started using for things she could not afford to feel yet. And I am setting down only what she said. It was not a photograph, and Shiori never claimed it was. 2 days before, in the assessment for the proposed procedure, she had asked Kaede to describe her daughter, a fresh bounded description, given voluntarily, on a form headed with the single purpose it was taken for, with Nana sitting in and the transcript in Kaede's own hand. Height against the doorframe, the gap in the teeth, the way the hair went at the crown, 4 notes of a song, that description, and nothing else, is what the composite was built from. Nana had drawn the boundary before a word of it was taken. The sealed accounts stayed with her, off every clinic system and every company system, unopened. The clinic's own counsel had asked for them in writing weeks earlier and been refused in writing, and both letters were in the file. Shiori did not ask a second time. She asked for something new instead, and Kaede chose to give her a small measured amount of it. Kaede also kept things back, and she told me so herself, unprompted, in the same flat voice. There were things about Mio she would not put on a clinical form. One of them she would not put anywhere, in any form, to anyone. And it had sat on the withheld line of Nana's schedule since the first week in a hospital and had never moved. It was wrong, she said of the image. The mouth was wrong. Then, after a moment, and I still could not stop looking at it. She said the 4 notes played underneath, and that she had put her hand out towards the screen before she knew she was doing it, and that Shiori had watched her do it and had not looked away because the watching was the point of the exercise. Nana asked, carefully, whether she had been told it was a reconstruction before or after it was shown. Before, Kaede said. She was completely honest. She told me it was built out of what I gave her on Tuesday, and that it wasn't her. She looked up. That's what I can't get past. She told me the truth, and it worked anyway. Jun would not let the offer stand unqualified. Understand what she cannot promise. She cannot guarantee that what comes back is true, and she cannot guarantee that you, the person in this chair, survive it intact. Reconsolidation does not restore. It writes. You would get a new version that feels like a return. It might feel like Mio. It would not be proof of Mio, and it might not be you. The same discipline as the first hospital corridor. A doctor who would not call a feeling a fact even when the feeling was a mother's. Kaito pressed for speed, and the speed was the tell. He needed Kaede reconsolidated on his timetable by his doctor, with the method sealed, because a grateful restored Kaede might stop fighting him. He was offering her a daughter in exchange for her silence, and calling the hurry compassion for a mother made to wait. Kaede did not ask what everyone expected. Not what will I get back? Not will it really be her? Not will I love him again? When Nana relayed the question she did ask, I had to sit down, because it measured the distance between this woman and the one in the hospital bed. Who has the right to stop the session once it starts? Not what returns. Who controls the stop? Shiori's first answer was that the supervising clinician would halt on any adverse indication. Kaede said that was not the question. Shiori's second answer was that the patient could of course indicate distress at any time. Still not it, Kaede said, and then put it in a form that could not be answered sideways. If I say stop, and the clinician's judgment is that continuing is better for me, what happens? Shiori waited about 3 seconds. Then she said, in a reconsolidation window, halting can itself become a clinical risk. Which is true. It is also the entire argument, and Kaede heard it land. So the answer is that there is a window in which my no is a symptom, she said. She got one concession out of that exchange, in writing, and it is the concession the rest of the day ran on. A safe word, agreed in advance, with an obligation on staff to halt at the word regardless of stage, recorded in the protocol, and signed by 2 people. Shiori signed it. She signed it because refusing to sign it in front of an independent advisor would have been an admission, and because she believed, I think genuinely, that it would never be used. There was no hold on her that morning, and there never had been one. What she had was the voluntary observation she had signed on the island. Her signature, no physician's signature under it, no clock, revocable at any hour by the woman who had signed it. The center used the right word all week because Nana had made a document of the difference and given a copy to the duty office. Jun kept a standing instruction to challenge anything that changed, and nothing had. I did not plead with her. The procedure that might give her Mio might also give me back the woman who had loved me. Shiori had said so, in as many words, with the offer folded in beside the child. 1 session, and Kaede might look at me and know me again. Every selfish cell I have wanted to lean into that recovery room and say, choose it. Choose it for both of us. I miss being known by you. It's yours, I said instead, when she looked at me. And that was the whole of it. Whatever you decide. I'm not going to argue for the version that helps me. I did that once already. She held my eyes for a second, the stranger, and the man who had wronged the woman she used to be. Then she looked away and made her choice, and I found out what it was at the same time as everyone else in the building. They began at her word, and she stopped it at hers. Just before the layer that promised Mio's image was to activate, in the last moment when it was still only preparation, Kaede said the safe word and withdrew her consent. She reclaimed the exact authority I had misused, the power to halt, and spent it on the one thing she wanted most in the world. She turned down her daughter, and in the same breath the return of everything she had felt for me, because the filling came with a hand that was not hers on the switch. The staff hesitated, and the hesitation exposed everything. They should have stopped instantly. Instead came a glance towards the door, towards the memo pinned in the office, towards the demand that this be finished before the review. For a few seconds, a room of medical professionals weighed a patient's withdrawn consent against a temporary chief executive's paperwork. It was 11 seconds. Nana timed it afterwards off the session log because Nana times things. 11 seconds is not a conspiracy. It is what it looks like when 4 people who are not villains all wait to see which of them will move first. A nurse named Ito moved first. She reached across and cut the sequence at the console, out of turn, without authorization from the supervising clinician, and said, she said the word, in the voice of a woman who has decided she would rather explain herself to a panel than to herself. Then she wrote it in the record in her own hand, including the 11 seconds, and including that she had acted without instruction. She was suspended for 4 days for it, and reinstated. And months afterwards, when the investigation reached her, she gave the keeper a 2-page statement nobody had to persuade her to give. When people describe how all of this ended, the summit, the launch, the fall of a man, I think about a nurse reaching across a console out of turn, 11 seconds late. Shiori did the one thing left to her, and it is the only genuinely dangerous minute of that morning. She signed the first of the 2 signatures. An involuntary hold requires her own name, a start time, and 1 line of ground. That a patient withdrawing consent inside a reconsolidation window presents an immediate risk to herself. Nana read it standing up and said, out loud, for the room and the log, that an application is not a hold, that a second independent physician had to put a name under that one before anybody could keep Kaede anywhere, and that June would challenge it inside the hour if they did. So everything turned on a doctor none of us had ever met. Kaede did not wait for him passively. From the chair, still shaking, she called for a joint request from every patient in the program for separate independent doctors of their own, using the 11 seconds as the reason. She had walked in as a grieving mother being offered a miracle, and she came out of the chair, converting her own refusal into a demand on behalf of 11 other people. The second doctor arrived that afternoon and did the least cinematic and most important work of the week. His name was on a rota. He had never met any of us. He had been told only that a competent adult consent question required an independent view. He spent 50 minutes with Kaede alone, and the questions he asked, which she repeated to Nana afterwards, were dull and exact. Whether she understood what was proposed, what she believed would happen if she declined, who had spoken to her in the past day, and what each of them had said. She told him about Shiori. She told him about Kaito's memo. She told him, unprompted and against her own interest, that a man she could not remember had told her the decision was hers and had then stayed silent, and that she had found the silence unnerving rather than reassuring. He recorded no immediate danger to herself or to others, recorded that she understood and could weigh what she had been told, and declined to sign. Without a second signature, the application was paper. Nothing had to be broken, and nobody had to be defied. The hold simply never came into existence, and the center, which is an institution and not a villain, said so in writing within the hour. Shiori made one further choice that afternoon, the choice of a person who has felt the ground move under her. She could see that Kaede was ready to make her the sole villain of it, the licensed doctor whose signatures were on everything. So she began quietly keeping her own logs of who had ordered what, because a woman about to be handed the whole blame learns fast to document who was standing behind her. She did not become good. She became careful, in a direction that happened to help us. The center canceled the procedure, and Kaede ended her voluntary observation the same evening, and it was not dramatic. No gate was thrown open. A form was signed. A doctor confirmed that a competent adult had withdrawn her consent, and that nothing on file permitted anyone to keep her. Kaede walked out of a facility that had offered her the resurrection of her child, carrying instead her intact, wounded, freely chosen self, and it was the quietest, enormous thing I have ever watched a person do. The next morning, the thing that let any of us breathe was a breakfast. Fumi and Haru made it, eggs and rice and the new tea, and set a place for Kaede, and did the one merciful thing nobody else in her life managed. They asked nothing of her memory. They did not ask about Mio or Ren. Nobody held up a photograph or a song and watched her face for recognition. They ate breakfast with a woman who had chosen her freedom over her grief and let her be a person at a table instead of a case with holes in it. Haru burned the eggs and was aggressively unrepentant. He blamed the pan. Fumi pointed to her intact batch. Haru claimed she had cooked second in the fat, which any reasonable person would concede was an unfair advantage. Then Fumi called the new tea too weak. Kaede accepted it. Haru demanded a stronger defense from the woman who had personally chosen that tea off a shelf, and Kaede said she was defending it, and Fumi said not with any conviction. This went on 4 minutes. It was the first argument I ever heard Kaede lose. Then she reached for her purse to cover the groceries. 15 years of reflex, the woman in the room who pays. Haru put his hand flat on the table and said, no. He was not being proud about it. He said that if she bought the eggs, she was a visitor, and visitors get thanked and then get talked about after they leave, and that she was signing the same request as everybody else that afternoon, and she could not sign it as a benefactor. Which is why the joint application for independent doctors went in with her name inside the body of it rather than at the bottom. 1 of 11, alphabetical, no title after it, no separate paragraph. Nana said afterwards that it was the strongest possible form for that document, and that she had been about to propose something considerably worse. It came out of an argument about eggs. I watched from across the room and did not join, because I was not owed that table, and because the whole gift of it was that it asked her to remember nothing at all. She continued her treatment after that, the slow, independent kind, and did not demand the company back. She could have. The board's grip was slipping and Kaito's costs were mounting. I'm not ready to hold power again, she told Nana, and I'm not grabbing it just because it's grabbable. I did enough grabbing. She set the crown down and left it there. And like everything else she did now, it cost her something and asked for no applause. Whatever Kaede and I were now had changed again, and it would be easy to make it warmer in the telling than it was. We were not lovers. She did not remember being lovers, and she would not pretend for anybody's comfort, least of all mine. But we were no longer accuser and accused, and no longer patient and manipulator. We were something like careful colleagues. Two adults who had each, separately, chosen the hard right thing too often to keep treating each other as enemies. It was not love, and it was not trust. She set the pace of every conversation, and I let her. And the strange part was how much easier that was than everything I had tried before. Kaido, denied his grateful, reconsolidated Kaede, did what he always did when a ground failed him. He changed the ground. If he could not win in a clinic or a boardroom or a train station, he would win in front of the whole industry, and he announced that he would take the company's case to the national summit and defend the platform as safe, voluntary, and essential. From Emmy's reporting on his prepared remarks, I learned the load-bearing promise of the defense, that the system had never, not once, been used on anybody without consent. I sat with that promise the way I had sat with the loyalty assessment line weeks earlier, turning it over. He was going to stand on the largest stage in the country and guarantee personally that the machine had never touched anybody who had not agreed to it. A promise made that loudly, in front of that many people, is not a wall, it is a place to aim. Kaito stood on the biggest stage in the industry and made the machine sound like medicine. The national summit filled a hall with everyone whose opinion moved money, and he owned the room as he always owned rooms. A platform that kept cities safe. A therapy that freed people from their worst memories. All of it voluntary. All of it consented to. The accelerated launch merely the next responsible step. Akasaka sat in the front row, and Kaito made sure everyone understood the deal and the demonstration were bound together. Back the launch, back the future. It was a masterful performance, and I sat in the audience knowing exactly how to end it in a single afternoon. And knowing I would not. I was in that hall on a day pass that cost 8,000 yen and required a name and a card, which tells you the difference between corporate security and public relations. The summit sold open registration to anyone curious about the future of public safety, so the man barred from every building the company owned sat in row 14 of a rented hall and listened to its chief executive describe the machine. Somebody from his team recognized me in the first interval, and I watched a short silent argument happen 20 meters away about having me removed. They decided against it correctly, because removing a paying attendee from a public conference generates a photograph. I bought a coffee and stood where they could see me drinking it. It was petty. It was also the best 400 yen I spent that month. Emmy found me in the crowd and said the thing I'd been dreading, because she is a journalist, and journalists say the useful, terrible thing. You could burn it all down right now, she murmured. The sealed material. Kaede's account, the raw personal records. Put it in front of this room and his voluntary collapses in 30 seconds. He's up there swearing the machine only ever touched people who agreed, and you're holding the proof that it didn't. She wasn't advising it, she was naming it, so it would be a decision instead of a drift. I know, I said. I'm not going to. Nana put it shorter. Her memories. Their histories. Nobody in that file consented to be used against him, and consent doesn't stretch to cover a good cause. Publish it, and you have done the act he is being investigated for. She had told me this once about the wedding suite, and once about the stolen drive, and I had learned it expensively in a room where I spent the deepest part of Kaede for a location. I was not going to learn it a fourth time, so I refused, and the refusal cost me the fastest victory I would ever be offered. Publishing the sealed dictations would have cleared me by dinner and finished him by morning, and it would have done it by stripping a woman's private mind in front of 1,000 strangers, which is the violation I claim to be fighting. Kaede confirmed it herself, and she did not do it as a gift to me. I'm not asking you to make an exception, she told me, through the witness who still attended our conversations. Not for what we used to be, because I don't remember what we used to be, and not for the case. My memory is not evidence, and it is not a weapon, and it is not yours. Keep it sealed. She said it with the flat certainty she used for facts. She was not sparing me a hard choice. She was reclaiming her mind from being anyone's ammunition, mine included, and I heard in it how completely she had stopped needing me to be her rescuer. Kaito, of course, used our restraint against us, and it was clever, and it worked in the room. Where is this proof? He asked the summit, spreading his hands. My accusers speak of secret files, sealed evidence, terrible things done in the dark, and yet they produce nothing. They ask you to convict a company on rumors they say they're too principled to show. If the proof existed, it would be here. He turned our decency into an absence, and the absence into an argument, and a hall full of people who could not see the sealed files nodded along, because a thing you refuse to show looks, from the outside, like a thing you don't have. The patients answered him, but not as he had braced for, and it was the most dignified thing I witnessed in the whole affair. Fumi and Haru came, not to bleed their case histories onto the stage, not to be exhibits of damage, but to stand up as owners. You keep talking about our consent, Fumi said, into a microphone. Steady. I'm here to tell you I never gave it, and that my records are mine, and that I decide whether they're ever shown. Not him, and not the people fighting him. We are not your evidence. We are the people your evidence is about. They refused to be weaponized by either side, and in refusing, they became the one thing Kaito couldn't spin. People, present, saying no. It cost them. Fumi's name went into 3 national outlets that week, attached to the phrase false memories, and a man she had worked with for 11 years stopped speaking to her. Haru's landlord asked carefully whether there was going to be trouble. Both of them, asked later, said they would do it again, and one of them was lying, and I have never been sure which. Takumi came to and did not speak from the floor, and that was his limit holding. What he did instead was sit beside Professor Shiba during the technical session and answer the questions Shiba put to him, quietly, one engineer to one academic, with Nana present and a note taken of every exchange. Shiba asked the only question that mattered, and he asked it from the floor, into a microphone, with Kaito standing at the lectern. You describe an aggregated public model and a licensed individual therapy as separate products. Do they share a weighting layer? Kaito said the platform used a common research foundation, as all platforms did. Shiba said, that isn't the question. Kaito said the architecture was proprietary. Shiba said, then I can't assess it, and sat down, and the sound of an academic sitting down in a silent hall is louder than most speeches. Shiba was the independent assessor the summit trusted, a careful academic with no stake in our fight who had come to evaluate a technology. Having heard the patients and read the little that was properly public, he would not pretend the method needed no scrutiny. I cannot endorse a system whose subjects stand here telling me they never agreed to it. At minimum, this requires independent examination before any expansion, not a victory. A crack, one credible neutral voice saying the thing must be checked, and cracks were what we dealt in now. Akasaka moved to protect his money, as money always does, by demanding the deal be tested before it was judged. Finish the launch, he told the room, in effect. Run the final demonstration under observation. Then we decide whether the partnership stands. He was not defending Kaito out of loyalty. He was refusing to let uncertainty cost him without one more chance at the upside. And in demanding the demonstration, he set the stage for the only place the last piece of proof could ever come from, though none of us said so out loud. Nobody in that hall was confused about what the demonstration was. Whatever a great many people called it afterwards. It was not a memory show, it was a partition test. What the company sells is aggregate flow management. Anonymous sensor feeds in, likely group behavior out, safe routes offered to an operator who makes the decision. After a central system had failed in front of a city, the demonstration existed to prove the platform sound, and the failure a scheduling problem rather than an architecture problem. 4 modules, declared in advance and in order, a replay of the hub's own anonymized flow data, a signal response calibration run against that replay, an operator handover, an override audit, and fourth, the one everyone would eventually argue about. The fourth was called partition assurance. Kaito's whole public defense rested on the claim that the clinical mathematics and the civic mathematics were sealed off from one another. So the fourth module was built to show the seal holding. One consenting individual, one narrow recall of one fragment, read-only, with the aggregate model running alongside and demonstrably unable to touch it or be touched by it. A person in the room, deliberately, to prove that a person in the room changes nothing. The lawful layer can model a crowd, wait a warning, decide which sign lights first, and in its licensed medical form, present a signal the patient has chosen. What it cannot lawfully do is the 2 things the closed layer adds: read an individual's response live and unasked, and reassign the emotional role a person occupies inside that individual's memory. Which is why Akasaka's condition and Kaito's promise turned out to be one object seen from 2 sides. If the fourth module ran clean, the deal survived. If it ran better than clean, if the former chief executive sitting inside it named her ex-fiancée in front of the country, then the individual layer stopped being a liability and became a protective function, and everything the patients had said became noise. Kaito did not need the demonstration to work. He needed it to accuse me. The investors met behind a closed door afterwards, and Sora was in the room because she was still, technically and inconveniently for everybody, an officer of the company. She reported it that night with the exhaustion of a person who has spent 2 hours listening to people discuss a woman's medical history as a variable. Akasaka's position was not moral and did not pretend to be. He wanted a personal guarantee that no regulator would open a file inside 12 months. Kaito could not give it. So Akasaka asked for the next best thing, a public undertaking on the record, from Kaito personally, that the system had never operated without consent. An undertaking creates a liability, and a liability is something an investor can price and sue over. He asked for it, Sora said. Kaito didn't volunteer it. Akasaka wanted a rope, and Kaito handed him one and thought he was buying protection. She paused. Write this down somewhere, Ren. When it goes wrong for him, everyone is going to say he got arrogant. He didn't. He got financed. Then Kaito made the promise, the load-bearing one, and I felt the last empty place in our case settle as he said it. To reassure the summit, to save the deal, To answer Shiba and the patients, he guaranteed it personally and on the record, in front of everyone who mattered. This system has never been used on any person without their separate, explicit consent, and it never will be. I staked the company and my own name on it. He needed the promise to survive the room. He did not understand that he had just built the wall he would later run through, in front of witnesses who would remember him building it. The vote went his way conditionally, the way institutions hedge. They approved a final demonstration of the system under independent observation, deferring the real judgment until after. It was a loss for us in every visible sense. The launch would proceed. The deal stayed alive. And I remained, at the end of the biggest day yet, a man with no public exoneration at all, still the unstable X from the press releases, still barred, still ruined, watching the man who ruined me collect applause. Partners left anyway, quietly, the way careful money leaves. Not because we had proved anything, but because we had introduced enough uncertainty that some of his backers decided the exposure was not worth it. He kept the stage and lost a few of the people behind it. Erosion, slow and unsatisfying, the opposite of the single-file victory I had given up in a port workshop, and I was learning to believe in it because it was the only honest thing on offer. Something happened between Kaede and me at that summit though, and it did not look like anything, and it changed more than the vote. She watched me refuse to publish her memory. She watched me stand there and take the loss rather than spend her. And afterward she said, without warmth but without the old flatness either, "You could have won today by using me. You didn't." She studied me like a document she was reading for the first time. "I don't remember loving you, but I can see what you did just now, and it's the first thing about you I've been able to trust since I woke up." I said something graceless about how it wasn't much. She said, "No, it isn't. It's one afternoon." And then, after a moment, with the closest thing to dryness I had heard from her since the accident, "Don't ruin it by being pleased." It took her about 4 seconds to say, and it kept me upright for 11 days. While the room argued, the real work got filed, and it got filed the slow, lawful way that holds. Nana submitted the admissible package to the proper authorities. Everything we could show without violating anyone. The module, the serial, Takumi's declaration, the addendum in Kaido's hand, the launch log, the contracts, the payment trails. Sora added the corporate chronology. The dated papers proving the takeover was staged. Emi published only the permitted digest, the verified, owner-approved slice, nothing sealed, nothing stolen. It was a case built entirely out of things people had the right to give. The authority that received it was not impressed and did not pretend to be. The officer who took delivery counted the volumes, issued a receipt, and told Nana, in the level tone of a person who says this 11 times a month, that a submission of this size would enter assessment, and that assessment currently ran to 14 weeks. Nana asked what would move it faster. A live offense, he said, or a regulator with jurisdiction telling us it's urgent, not volume. Volume actually slows us down. She thanked him, and we walked out into a car park, and she was quiet for most of it, and then she said, "That is the correct answer, and I hate it." 14 weeks. The final demonstration was in 9 days. Every piece of the case was filed, dated, receipted, and asleep. "So it sits there," I said. "It sits there," she agreed, "and it is complete except for one thing. And the one thing is not in our gift. We cannot make him do it." Then she looked at me with an expression I had not seen on her before, something between grim and interested. Fortunately, he has an investor, a deadline, and a personal guarantee. I made myself see what that package did and did not do. It established that the machine could reassign fear, that Kaido had access and motive and a signature on the forbidden addendum, and that patients who never consented had been harmed. It did not establish the one act that would end him. Kaido himself, personally, running the forbidden layer on a person who had refused. Every witness was locked and every document filed, and the whole structure had a single empty socket in it. And the only place that socket could be filled was a demonstration he had just been granted permission to run. The last thing came from a hospital, not a summit, and it turned the abstract fight into a woman's body and a due date. Yuna was near her time. When she went in for ordinary care, she was refused the ordinary course, held up by a risk flag on her file that traced back to Shiori's program, the same reach that had swallowed her daughter's data, now standing between a mother and a delivery room. She rang Nana from a waiting area with Aoi asleep across 2 chairs, and the first thing she said, according to Nana, was not about herself. It was, "They've told me I may need a supervised assessment. Aoi's with me." Who takes Aoi during an assessment? Kaido's lawyer, I would learn later, and only from the correspondence, had asked that the flag be preserved pending the launch. Not created. Preserved. He did not need to reach into a hospital. He only needed something already inside it to stay where it was until after the launch. A machine built to decide who a person feared was now standing between a mother and a delivery room. Back on that call, Nana asked Yuna one question, which was whether anyone had put the flag in writing anywhere she could see it. Yuna said she didn't know. Nana said she would know by morning, and started drafting. Aoi was fixing her mother's hair when the hospital tried to take the birth away. It was a small, ordinary scene, and it was the last one of those we got. It was a small, ordinary scene. A 4-year-old with a plastic comb making a mess of Yuna's braid while the little folded things waited on the bed. Tiny socks, a hat the size of a fist, the small, hopeful inventory a family lays out for someone who isn't here yet. I was there because Yuna, of all people, had finally asked me to come, and I sat in the corner and watched a child arrange baby clothes and thought that this, at least, was a room the machine hadn't reached. I was wrong by about 10 minutes. The restriction came down as a line on a screen. Yuna's delivery could not proceed on the normal course. A medical flag on her file required review, a caution about the mother's stability, and it traced, when Nana pulled it, straight back to Shiori's program. The same reach that had swallowed Aoi's school records had put a note in Yuna's chart, and now the note was standing between a woman and the ordinary birth of her child. Aoi kept combing. She didn't understand why the adults had gone quiet. That was its own small mercy. The flag needed explaining because Yuna had never been a patient of Shiori's and had never signed anything with the clinic's name on it. Nana found the answer inside the disclosure the island had produced. When the fund handed assistance form data to the clinic's research cohort, the transfer Kaede had confessed to the committee on the night of the festival. It went across as households rather than as individuals. Aoi was the index subject. Yuna went in beside her as a household contact, matched on the health insurance number, because that was the one field both systems shared. The cohort screening then generated a household stability annotation automatically. On the record of an adult, nobody had ever asked anything. And once a note exists inside a licensed program, it travels wherever that number travels. That is the entire route by which a woman who filled in a rent form acquired a caution about her fitness on a maternity chart. The hospital was not the enemy. The version where a corporation bullies a hospital is more satisfying and is not what happened. The obstetric lead who came to explain it was a tired woman who had delivered, by her own estimate, 4,000 babies, and she was following a rule she had not written. There is a flag on the record from a licensed program, she said. I am not permitted to read behind it. If I disregard a flag and something happens, I lose my registration, and this unit loses its consultant. I need somebody with the authority to remove it, or I need a court to tell me it doesn't apply. She looked at Yuna when she said it, not at us. I am sorry. I know exactly how this sounds from where you're sitting. Yuna asked her one question. If it wasn't there, would you be worried about me? The consultant said, no. Yuna said, then say that to the judge, and the consultant said she would, and she did, 4 hours later, on a video link from a corridor, still in scrubs. Jun cut it at the medical route first, because that was the layer only a doctor could touch. A flag from a program that's under independent review does not replace a current assessment, he said. I can examine this patient now, and I find no basis to restrict her care. An old note is not a live danger. He would not let a stale file masquerade as a present emergency, the same discipline he'd shown in the very first hospital corridor, refusing to let consistent be mistaken for true, refusing now to let flagged be mistaken for unsafe. His lawyer requested that the flag be preserved until after the launch, a quiet administrative ask. Reasonable on its face, and a letter in the corporate file, asking a hospital to hold a restriction on a mother's delivery until a corporate demonstration was complete. He had tied his launch to a woman's birth in writing, in the politest available language. Nana forced it open with an emergency medical legal review, the fast track for this collision, and in front of a judge every layer of it had to be named. And here, Kaede paid more than she paid for anything else in this. She offered a narrow, closed piece of her own case as an example of how the system harmed people. To do it, she had to open, to a judge, the record of what had been done to her and of what she had done to others. Yuna spoke first, before any of the lawyers, because she asked to and because the judge allowed it. She had not prepared anything. She said she was 31, that she worked in a bakery office, that she had filled in a hardship form 18 months ago to get help with rent, and that as far as she could tell, everything that had happened to her since had come out of that one form. Then she said the sentence that decided the tone of the hearing. I'm not asking anyone to say I'm a good mother. I'm asking why a company I've never worked for gets a note in my file about whether I'm safe to have a baby. Company counsel began to say that the flag originated in a clinical context, and the judge stopped him and asked whether the company accepted that it had no standing in the applicant's obstetric care. He said the company had never asserted such standing. The judge said, "Then why is there a letter from your instructing solicitor asking that the flag be maintained until the 29th? Company counsel paused in a way lawyers are trained to avoid. The judge required separate consent for every fragment of Kaede's material, which was correct and which made it worse, because it meant agreeing piece by piece to each humiliating disclosure. She agreed to almost all of it. She refused one. It was the line that had sat on Nana's schedule marked withheld since the first week in a hospital. One item about Mio, never given to a doctor, a clinic, the company, her father or me, never written on any form and never entered in any clinical note anywhere. Nana believed it would help the application and said so. Kaede read it to herself, said no, and gave her reason in open session. That one isn't about the system. It's just my daughter. You can have everything the machine touched. You can't have her. The judge accepted the refusal and then did something that mattered more than the refusal. He entered it on the disclosure schedule as an identified item, withheld by the holder, dated, held by counsel, unread by the court, and by every party. From that afternoon, there existed a public document recording that one particular detail existed, that one person had ever spoken it aloud, and that nobody outside Nana's office had been permitted to see it. Nana had asked for that wording deliberately. I did not understand why for another 4 days. Then she sat in a closed session and admitted, under her own name, that she had surveilled me, tracked me, watched my building, pulled my location, refused my boundaries, tried to keep me in a locked wing of her father's house. She put her own frightening behavior into a legal record under her own name, not as a victim of the machine, but as somebody who had also, in her fear, done harm. I was there as a witness, and staying inside that lane took everything I had learned. When the court asked about the surveillance, I confirmed it happened, and confirmed it had frightened me, and I did not ask for her to be punished. When they asked about Yuna, I said nothing, because Yuna had her own voice, and I had learned in a festival crowd that speaking for people is its own kind of theft. The control was real, and it caused real harm, I told the court, and I'm not here to see her punished for it. I'm here because somebody has to say out loud that it happened. Kaede refused the one weapon that might have made it easy, and she refused it out loud, in front of the person offering it. A hospital board member she had known for years found her in the corridor at the first adjournment and said gently that a call to the chief of service could probably resolve the whole thing before lunch. No, she said. He said it wasn't pressure. It was a conversation between people who knew each other. That's what pressure is when I do it, Kaede said. If I fix this with a phone call because I like this woman, then I'm someone who fixes things with phone calls, and the next person I don't like doesn't get one. He was offended. He had been trying to help, and he had been, and she had told him no, in a corridor with a stranger's lawyer 3 meters away. It cost her a man who had liked her for 11 years, and she never brought it up again, then or afterwards. Jun and Nana closed it between them, medicine and law in their proper lanes. Jun established that the file had no current medical validity. Nana established that the consent underneath the flag was legally defective, buried, coerced, never truly given. And the court assigned Yuna her own independent doctor, canceled the automatic restriction, and let a mother give birth on the ordinary terms every mother is owed. Aoi never knew there had been a fight. She just eventually had a sibling, and a comb, and a mother who'd been left alone to do the most ordinary, miraculous thing there is. The court did one more thing, and it looked like housekeeping. Nana had applied for it in writing the day before, and the judge had reserved it. Her argument was narrow, and it went straight through the door the letter had opened. The company's own solicitor had asked, in writing, that the flag be maintained until the launch, which made the launch a matter the court was now seized of. The flag arose from a consent defect the court had just found, and the device scheduled to run at that launch sat on the same technical circuit as the module that produced the defect. On that, and on the assessment package already lodged, he ordered the equipment of the final demonstration preserved under an independent custodian. Kaede had won the right to run his demonstration, and had just been told by a court that whatever he did with it would be watched and kept. The practical form of it mattered more than the principle. The order named a custodian, a technical keeper from a list the court maintained, unconnected to any party, who would attend the demonstration, log device state before and after, and take possession of the unit immediately afterwards. It required that the device's own audit log be enabled and not cleared, and it obliged the operator to make a written declaration in advance of every module scheduled to run. Kaedo's counsel did not oppose it. Opposing a preservation order 4 days before a public demonstration you have called safe, voluntary, and exemplary is not something a competent lawyer does. He asked only that the custodian be bound to confidentiality regarding proprietary architecture, which was granted, and which was the correct ask, and which changed nothing. That declaration of scheduled modules is a piece of paper about 4 lines long. It is the single most expensive document Kaede ever signed, and he signed it 3 days before the launch, at a desk, probably in under a minute, in the entirely reasonable belief that he would never need to do anything he had not declared. Shiori chose that week to protect herself, and her self-protection was our gain, which is the most honest kind of help there is. She had watched Kaedo's lawyer position the flag and seen the shape of a plan to make her the doctor whose signatures were on everything. So she gave a limited statement out of the logs she had started keeping, sessions she had conducted, orders she had received bearing Kaedo's signature, and the technical line between her licensed therapy and the purchased module. She did not confess to save her soul. She testified to save her license. Nana wrote the limits of it into the filing, and that is why it survived. Shiori attested to nothing she had not personally done or personally received, and where Nana pushed, she declined, twice, on the record. That's why it's worth something, Nana said. A witness who gives you everything you ask for gets taken apart in an afternoon. She refused me 3 times on the record. That's what makes the rest of it stand up. I asked whether Shiori would face consequences. Yes, Nana said. Her own. She's bought herself a hearing instead of a prosecution, probably. She has not bought forgiveness, and she hasn't asked for any. That was the last honest thing about Shiori, and it stayed true right through to the medical commission months later. She never once pretended the statement made her clean. The cost landed on Kaede, publicly and permanently, and she paid it with her eyes open. Her admissions were filed now. Anyone could look them up and find that the woman fighting the machine had also been a woman who caged a man and watched his building, and she had put it there herself so that a stranger could give birth on ordinary terms. What it did to how she was seen was not simple. Some lost sympathy for her, the way people do when a victim turns out complicated. Others, the ones who mattered, watched somebody take responsibility in real time, in public, at cost, and trusted her more for it. Her chance of quickly returning to power dropped to nothing. She did not seem to mourn it. There was a moment, small, after the session, that I have kept. Kaede stood in the hospital corridor near the nursery window, and she watched the newborns for a while, and I stood a careful distance away, and neither of us said anything about the daughter she couldn't remember. Finally, she said, "Not quite to me. I feel the shape of it, standing here. The wanting. I just don't have a face to put in it." Then she turned from the glass. Yuna's kid is going to grow up with a mother who fought to be left alone with her. That's a good thing that happened. I'm going to let that be enough for today. It was the healthiest sentence I'd ever heard her say, and it had nothing to do with me, and that was why it was healthy. The package was complete now, and Nana walked me through what complete meant, because she never let me hope in the wrong direction. Chain of custody closed. Sora's corporate chronology in. Emmy's permitted, verified version already out, so the public account existed and was owner-approved and clean. Everything that could lawfully be shown had been shown, and the socket in the middle of it was still empty. Kaedo's lawyers had the filed package, or enough of it, and they could read that empty socket as clearly as we could, which meant that to save the deal at the launch, to make the system look like a triumph instead of a crime, he needed Kaede to stand up and accuse me in public, and so demonstrate that the machine correctly identifies a dangerous man. He needed her accusation, and the only route left to it, from a woman who no longer feared me on command and no longer remembered why she once had, ran straight through the one instrument he had sworn on the largest stage in the country never to use without consent. Nana said it in the car park, buckling her seatbelt, in the voice of somebody stating a weather forecast. He has 4 days, a deadline, an investor holding a personal guarantee, and one thing he needs that he cannot get honestly. She started the engine. We don't have to do anything now. We have to be in the room, and we have to make sure the room is being recorded by someone who doesn't work for him. The final launch was held in the wedding hotel, the same building where a stage suite had started all of this, and I do not think Kaito chose it for the irony. I think he chose it because it was grand, and it was his to book, and he had never once understood that the rooms he picked to display his control kept becoming the rooms where his control came apart. I stood in a ballroom where I was once photographed as a cheating fiancé, and this time an independent observer stood beside me, confirming for the record that the sealed evidence package had been received and lodged before anyone touched a switch. Nana set the boundaries out loud, so no one could later claim confusion. Kaede had consented to enter the demonstration under strict, narrow terms. One fragment of memory could be surfaced, with her hand on the stop, and the closed adaptive layer, the reassignment engine, was expressly barred. Nana stated it to the observer, to the court's preservation officer, to the room. One fragment. The closed layer is not authorized. Any use of it is a violation of consent and of this preservation order. She was not making an argument. She was laying down the exact line so that a crossing of it would be unmistakable. Kaede had argued for 2 days to be allowed in at all, and she had argued against me, among others. Jun's position was that she should not attend. Nana's position was that attending was legally unnecessary and personally dangerous. My position, when she asked for it, was one sentence: that I did not have a position, that I would say so honestly, and that after Jun's room, I was not going to have opinions about what happened inside her head. Her reason for going was not courage, and she was irritated when anyone called it that. If I'm not in the room, he demonstrates the system on a screen and everybody applauds a graph, she said. If I'm in the room, he has to do it to a person, in front of a custodian. With my lawyer holding the consent form, I'm not going to be brave. I'm going to be inconvenient. The custodian ran his pre-check at a folding table, and that is where the evening was actually decided. He confirmed the device's audit log was enabled and unwritable by the operator. He read out the 4 declared modules and had the operator initial each: flow replay, signal calibration, operator handover audit, partition assurance. I noticed a second cable leaving the operator console for the stage display and asked what it carried. The operator said the console was mirrored to the stage for the demonstration and the safety stop was independent. The custodian entered both claims before noting the time. Then he said, in a bored voice, any module not on this schedule will appear in the log as an undeclared activation. Kaito was standing 6 meters away when he said it. I watched him hear it, and he nodded the way you nod at a fire safety briefing, politely, at a procedure that concerns other people. It was, I am fairly sure, the last moment in his life when he could have simply run the 4 declared modules, shown a graph, and walked out with the deal intact. I could see Akasaka wavering from across the room, and Kaito could see it too, and his whole world now balanced on the next few minutes. The investor was doing the arithmetic money always does when a deal starts to smell. The partners who'd left, the summit doubts, the court order sitting on the very equipment about to be demonstrated. Without a clear public vindication tonight, Akasaka would walk, and the deal would collapse, and the temporary chief executive would be a man holding a suspended launch and a mortgaged company, and a package with his signature all over it. He needed a triumph. He had bet everything that he could manufacture one. My own job that night was the least interesting in the building, and the only one anybody had actually given me. The hotel's event manager, who remembered me from a worse evening, asked me to walk the room with her beforehand. 240 guests, 1 court officer, 3 medical staff, and a press pen, in a ballroom with 2 usable exits and a service corridor blocked with staging. We had the staging moved. We agreed a hold point for the press pen so a rush at the stage would not close the north door. Mickey returned with the same independently contracted medical team from the hub and placed them at the back rather than the front because casualties in a crowd happen at the edges and not where the cameras are. Daiichi took the service corridor. None of it was heroic, and all of it is why, when the room turned, nobody went through a door sideways. While the most important minute of my life happened 20 meters away, I stood at the north door with a radio, counting. It was what I had done in a hospital, tunnel, and transport hub, and I had stopped being embarrassed about it. The demonstration began, and it went for the throat. The 4th module surfaced her consented fragment, and around it, the screens assembled a scene out of material the company already lawfully held. Shiori's composite child, my own face lifted off the wedding vetting file, a road, an open car door. Every line of it said kidnapper. Nana objected twice that a constructed presentation is not a recall, and had it entered on the log. and the custodian wrote it down, and it changed nothing in that room, because the room was looking at a small still body and a man standing over it. It worked on Kaede's body as it was built to. I watched her face when the image resolved, and the hatred that came up in her was total, older than reason, the deepest bodily version of the thing that had been installed in her in a hospital bed 8 weeks before. Whatever cautious cooperation we had built, the image reached under it and grabbed the oldest wire. "Say it," Kaito told her gently. The way he said everything, stepping into the space beside her. "You see what he is. You've always seen it. Tell them. Name him." He needed the words out of her mouth. The public accusation that would turn his machine from a suspected crime into a proven protector. The CEO's own terror, confirming that the system could rightly identify a dangerous man. He was so close. Her face was full of the hatred he'd manufactured. All she had to do was open her mouth and give him the sentence. And I stood there and did not move to stop her, because stopping her was the one thing I no longer had the right to do. And Kaede, with the hatred filling her whole body, did not say it. She did not trust the strongest feeling in the room, because she had learned at a very high price that the strongest feeling in the room is what this machine manufactures. "No," she said, her voice shaking with an emotion she refused to obey. "I feel it. I feel all of it, and I don't trust it. Show me the minute before. I don't want the scene. I want the context you cut out. Show me the minute before this." It was the one thing Kaito could not give her. The minute before was the minute where I carried a child out of his house, and if it played, his scene died. So he crossed the line, and he crossed it knowing exactly where it was, because Nana had drawn it out loud 10 minutes earlier. He activated the closed layer, the forbidden one, the reassignment engine, barred by her consent, and by a court's preservation order, in front of an independent observer, on the largest stage he had left. He did it because it was the only move he had, because his whole belief was that her autonomy would destroy them both, and that only his hand on her mind could save the thing they'd built. And in that belief, he reached into a woman who had said no and turned the machine on. Jun was 3 feet from her and did not stop it, and he has had to explain that to 2 separate bodies since. I have never once heard him complain about being asked. Nothing medical crossed a threshold. Her indicators were high and stayed inside the agreed range, and a doctor who halts a procedure because he dislikes the man running it has decided he is in charge of an adult's choices. What he did instead was say it out loud, twice, timed and recorded. The patient has not consented to that module while reaching for the stop Nana's protocol gave him. The log later showed that the operator's assurance was false. The console had been slaved to the stage position, and Jun's stop took 4 seconds to register. Every technical fact that ended a man's career happened inside those 4 seconds, and we know how long they were because a machine under a court order was writing it down. I have thought a great deal about why he did it, because he was never a fool, and I am not going to turn him into one. The deal, the company, the whole edifice required her accusation. She would not give it. The machine could take what she would not give. And he had a story ready for it. You can see the shape of it in the transcript, that the closed layer had engaged as a protective interlock automatically when the subject's distress crossed a threshold. Exactly the safeguard a responsible system carries, exactly what the 4th module had been sold as. It is not a stupid story. What ruined it was that he had initialed a schedule 3 days earlier, naming 4 modules, that his interlock was not one of them, and that a log he did not control was writing down the second he chose it. He did not act on impulse. He priced the risk, decided he could argue his way out of it, and was wrong about the price. The layer read her live, and it produced an object. On the wall screen, in the arms of the child in that reconstructed scene, something appeared that had not been there 10 seconds earlier. A gray cloth rabbit with one ear, worn at the seam. 240 people saw the rabbit. Only the operator's console saw the string printed under it, and the custodian's log has that string with a timestamp on it, which is how I can tell you it existed before Kaito opened his mouth. What I heard from the north door was Kaito reading it out. She is holding her rabbit, Kombu. She never went anywhere without it, and he took her anyway. He did not understand what he had done. He could not have. That name had never been written on a clinical form, never given to a doctor, never said to her father, never said to me. Kaede had spoken it once in her life, into a recorder in a hospital room in the first week, and it had sat on a schedule ever since with the word withheld beside it. Nana moved the instant she heard it, and she never revealed a word of the sealed account, then or afterwards. She had the independent keeper confirm one narrow fact, that the name Kaito had just spoken appeared in a sealed dictation held since the first week, and that the same item sat on the court's own disclosure schedule as withheld, unread by every party, the company included. "There is no other route to that word," she said, "to the observer, to the room, to the record. It is not in the consented fragment. It is not in the description Dr. Shiori took for the procedure assessment. It is not in a clinical note, a filing, a statement, or anything my client has ever said in public. It exists in one sealed document a court has confirmed nobody has opened, and in one woman's head. The closed layer took it out of her head without consent 30 seconds ago, and he read it aloud. The independent log did the rest, cold and mechanical and unanswerable. The device, under the court's preservation order, logged its own unauthorized activation. The closed layer, coming on outside the consent boundaries, time-stamped, attributed, recorded by a system nobody in Kaido's employ controlled. 3 things had just happened that had never happened before, and only 3. He had activated the forbidden layer. The detail it extracted had matched her sealed memory, and an independent log had recorded the whole violation. Everything else, everything, was already filed. Akasaka left before the room had finished turning, and the manner of it told me more than any document. He did not look shocked. He gathered his 2 people with a small gesture, stopped at the end of the row to say something brief to the company's counsel, and went out through the north door past my marked position without hurrying. What he said to counsel, Sora learned inside the hour, was that the guarantee had been personal, and his firm would be looking to the guarantor. He had asked for a rope at a summit, held one end of it for 9 days, and the moment it went taut, he was already walking. Nobody in that ballroom had to retell anything, and watching that, I finally understood why Nana had built the case the slow way. No witness stood up to explain the module, the tunnel, the island, or the addendum. All of it was lodged and dated, and had been sitting in an assessment queue for 9 days. The evening added 1 item, and the structure gave the item its meaning. He tried, and Sora killed the try. As the room turned, Kaido reached for the only exit left, the claim that it was a technical glitch, a malfunction, the layer activating on its own. But Sora was there with the record, and she did not let it stand. "He guaranteed it personally at the summit," she said, holding up the words. "Not the company, him. That guarantee is an undertaking an investor priced and this board relied on, and it is 9 days old. A malfunction does not get left off a schedule the operator initialed by hand 3 days ago." Emmy told the public only what could be told, and the restraint was the whole reason it held. She reported the fact of the violation and the previously permitted chronology. Nothing sealed, nothing stolen, nothing of Kaede's private mind. The system was used tonight without consent, in violation of a court order and a public guarantee, her report said. And it did not need to say more, because everything else was already in the filed record for the authorities who would now, slowly, do their work. She had spent 8 weeks refusing to publish what wasn't hers, and it meant nobody could argue with the 2 paragraphs she finally ran. The board suspended him that night, and the equipment was legally seized, and the investigation began, and it only began. There was no instant verdict, no man in handcuffs while music swelled. What happened was procedural and real. 3 directors convened by telephone at 11 minutes past midnight and suspended the temporary chief executive from all operational duties pending review, which took 4 minutes and required no finding of wrongdoing, because suspension never does. The custodian took the unit and its log into a sealed case and signed for it in front of 2 witnesses. The filed package, asleep for 9 days in an assessment queue, acquired a live incident and moved. Kaito lost his protection and his control over the story. He did not lose his freedom that night, because that is not how any of this actually works, and I had promised myself I would not pretend otherwise. He went home. Somebody drove him. 10 weeks later, he was still going to a lawyer's office twice a week, and the file was still open, and Kaede did not turn to me. That is the last thing and the truest one. The scene had been exposed. The context she demanded would come. The man who had rewritten her was finished. She stood in that ballroom having refused to be used one final time, and she looked at me, and there was no recognition rushing back, and no love returning with the truth. "I know what he did to me now," she said quietly, past the wreckage. "I know you didn't take her." She stopped and made herself finish it, because she had got very good at finishing things. That's context. It isn't feeling. "I still don't know you." I said the only thing that wasn't a request. "That's all right." She said, "It isn't, particularly," which was fair, and then she let the court officer lead her out to give her formal account. I stood alone in a ballroom, where I had twice been made into someone I wasn't, finally cleared, entirely unreunited, holding a victory that had returned the truth to me, and none of the person it was about. The morning after Kaede fell, the board met in a crisis room off the same hotel ballroom, and the first thing the adults in it did was refuse to make the ending bigger than it was. There was no perp walk, no thunderclap of justice. There was a sober, careful separation of two different processes, the corporate one, which could move fast, and the criminal one, which could not and should not. They suspended Kaito from the company that morning. They did not pretend they had the power to convict him, because they didn't. His own record kept doing the work it had done for weeks, while I mistook patience for losing. His signatures on the addendum and the acceleration. His payments through Toma. His public guarantee at the summit, broken on a preserved device in front of an independent log. All of it went to the investigation through a clean legal chain. The case against him would be a real investigation, slow and procedural, and survivable by no one who had signed what he had signed. It would take months. That was correct. Justice that arrives in an afternoon is usually just revenge with better lighting. It was not unanimous, and it was not dignified for the first half hour. Two directors argued that the company should announce a full internal investigation and get ahead of it. Sora asked what such an investigation would find that the court did not already hold in a sealed case, and one of them said, "Something we control." She said, "Yes," and let the words sit until everyone heard what he had said. Another wanted a statement distancing the company from Shiori's clinic entirely. Nana, attending for a different client and permitted 1 point, observed that a public attempt to move all responsibility onto a licensed practitioner would be noticed by the practitioner, who had logs. The statement was not issued, and that is the reason Shiori's later evidence stayed narrow and truthful instead of becoming a war. Sora took the temporary chief executive role, and she took it under conditions, which is the only way she would take anything. Independent oversight, a fixed term, the committee structure Kaede had built kept in place and strengthened. She did not want the chair and said so. "I'm keeping it warm and clean," she told the board, "and I'm keeping the lights on for the people who work here, and then I'm handing it to whoever earns it honestly. Don't get used to me." It was the least triumphant acceptance of power I have ever seen, and it was why she was the right person to hold it. Shiori answered for herself before the medical commission, and did not get to buy her way out with testimony. Her limited statement had helped and had been true, and still did not erase her signatures. She kept her logs and faced her board. She had done real harm in a licensed coat, and at the end, she had chosen to document rather than destroy, and both were true of her at once, and the commission would weigh them without my help. The patients decided the fate of their own data, and that above everything at the hotel felt like a win. Their records went to an independent fund, patient-controlled, and each of them chose for themselves what stayed sealed and what could ever be used. They stopped being evidence in someone else's fight and became people with authority over their own histories. Haru told me he was going to have his real past read to him slowly, on his own schedule, in his own empty room that he was, piece by piece, furnishing himself. The fun meeting where they decided it ran 4 hours and was, by a distance, the most boring important event of the whole business. 11 people and 2 advisors in a community center room with bad chairs, working a schedule line by line. Research access yes or no, anonymized or not. Veto rights. What happens to a record when its owner dies? Fumi chaired it badly, and then better. Haru wanted a clause letting any patient withdraw everything at any time, for any reason without explaining. 2 others thought that made the archive useless to researchers, and they argued for 50 minutes. Haru won. The clause is in there. He was so pleased with himself that he told me about it twice. The woman from the island who had chosen to keep her son came too, and voted, and made one intervention, that nobody's file should be labeled as containing a false memory. They changed the wording. It took 10 minutes. It is the kindest thing anybody did that month. Kaede paid a price nobody demanded of her, which is the only kind of price that means anything. The earlier escrow had restricted how she could vote a controlling block. It had not transferred her ownership. Now she transferred a separate portion of her personal shares to the Patient Protection Fund, not as charity, but as restitution, a material acknowledgement that she too had used people's data, had surveilled, had harmed. "I refuse to be the wronged CEO who came out clean," she said. "I did damage. Damage costs this much when you actually pay it." She made herself materially poorer to make the point that accountability is a number, not a speech. And she did not go back to the chair. She could have. The path was open, the sympathy was rebuilding. The company was hers by history if she'd reached for it. She continued her treatment instead, the slow, independent kind, and she left the leadership question for a version of herself she said she wasn't yet. I gave up power once to prove I was safe to hold it, she told me. I'm not going to grab it back the second it's grabbable. I'll come back to that question when I'm a person who can ask it cleanly. Not today. She set the crown down, and this time, walked away from where it lay. Nana went back to her own practice, unchanged and unclaimed. A great many people around us plainly expected a loyal woman to be bent into a reward at the end of it. She did not become mine, or a soft landing, or a second romance. She closed the file, sent her invoice, argued with me one last time about something small, and returned to being what she had been from the wedding suite onward. A lawyer with her own career who had a client, and the client had never been me. Don't make me into the moral of anything, she said at the door. I did my job. Then she left to do it for someone else. My own name came back slowly and separately, which was the only honest way it could. There was no moment of public exoneration and no crowd turning as one. My professional status went to a review of its own, to be rebuilt out of narrow true testimony from people who had watched me work. I sat through all 3 statements, which the panel permitted, and which I would not recommend to anybody. Akari went first, by video, from a dispatch room, 11 minutes, between shifts. She confirmed that an unaccredited person had brought her a discrepancy between modeled and observed passenger flow, that she had verified it herself, that every operational decision after that had been hers, and that at no point had he attempted to operate any system under her control. Then she was asked whether she would work with me again. If he brings me numbers, yes. If he brings me a theory, no. Mickey was shorter and considerably worse for my vanity. She confirmed the thermal double count, confirmed the technical decision had been hers, and added, unprompted, that in her assessment, I had been emotionally compromised that day, and that she had considered removing me from the floor before concluding my observation was material. The panel asked whether she wished to withdraw the first half. She said no. She wished to keep both halves because they were both true, and a review that heard only one of them was not a review. Daiichi finished the job. Asked to characterize my conduct during the sealed floor investigation, he said, he asked one useful question and then stopped talking, which is rare. Asked whether he considered me trustworthy. He said the question was outside his competence, that he was not qualified to assess anybody's character, and that he could only say the logs had never contradicted anything I told him. Asked whether that was a positive assessment, he thought about it for some time and said, it's the strongest one I give. There is a particular experience in listening to 3 highly competent people describe you accurately for 40 minutes. Nobody said I was good, nobody said I had been wronged. What went into the file was that I read gaps correctly, did not reach for wheels that were not mine, and was difficult on a bad day. Nana said afterwards it was worth 10 character references precisely because it did not sound like one. Emmy came to the second hearing and sat at the back and did not report on it, having declared the conflict for the 4th time to an editor who by then found the whole thing funny. Afterwards, in the corridor, she said, do you know what you've actually got at the end of all this? 2 people who'll say you're competent and 1 who'll say you're competent and difficult. I said that was more than I'd had in March. It's more than most people have ever, she said, and then she made me buy her lunch, which cost more than my rent that week, and she knew it. There is no way of setting down what I did not get that does not sound like self-pity. So here it is anyway. The wedding was not coming back. Neither was the woman who had loved me, because that love had been spent by my own hand on a location. Neither was Mio, who had never been mine to lose and now might never be born to anyone at all. Exoneration clears a name. It does not refill a person. Masato asked the question everyone was too careful to ask, because a grieving father is allowed to ask the thing the rest of us swallow. He came to Kaede quietly and said, was there a way, with the machine, under control, with consent, to restore the branch, to bring back Mio, to give his daughter her daughter, and maybe her love again? And Kaede, who wanted that child more than anyone alive, said no. No more experiments, she told her father. Not on me, not for me, not even for her. I am not going to build a person out of a machine because I miss having one. Whatever comes next has to be real, or I don't want it. Masato said he would fund it privately, quietly, with whatever safeguards she named, and she said, Father. No. He asked once more, months later, and got the same answer, and stopped. Yuna's baby was born on an ordinary Tuesday, with an ordinary independent doctor, and nobody's flag on anything, which is the least dramatic sentence here, and the one I would keep if I could keep only one. She sent Nana a photograph, and Nana forwarded it to precisely nobody, because it was not hers to forward, and told me about it instead in one line, and that was correct too. Aoi, I am told, was unimpressed by the baby for about a fortnight, and then became insufferable about it. She still sings the 4 notes. Reika still hums them in a classroom, to children who will carry them somewhere else. And none of it means anything at all. And I have decided that I'm glad it doesn't. She ended the engagement herself, formally, cleanly, which mattered more than I expected. For 8 weeks, the old vows had hung over both of us, a future that claimed us, a marriage remembered, and a marriage canceled, and a wedding staged, and a ring that had become a receipt. I brought the original ring to the garden and set it on the bench between us. Kaede did not touch it. This belonged to 2 people who don't exist anymore, she said. The one who loved you and the one who hated you. I'm neither. I'm not going to wear a promise I can't remember making. I did not argue. I had learned, at the cost of everything, that arguing with her decisions was just management wearing a nicer face. Okay, I said. I left the ring where it was. Then she said the thing that the whole 8 weeks had been walking toward, though none of us could have named it at the start. We were sitting on a bench in a garden, with no cameras and no lawyers and no machine. 2 people who had survived each other, and she said, "What I actually know is this. I know you didn't take her. I know you gave up winning, more than once, rather than use me. I know you stood in a locked room and told me protection without consent is a cage, and then you lived like you meant it, even when meaning it cost you me. That's not the same as remembering that I loved you. But it's not nothing. It might be the realest thing I've got. I don't remember you," she went on, and she did not say it cruelly. She said it like a fact she'd made peace with. "I know you, only by what you've done since I woke up in that bed and called you the worst thing I could think of. And what you've done since is the only version of you I can actually trust, because it's the only one I watched with my own eyes." She turned the empty place on her finger where a ring used to be and looked at it, and looked at me. "So I don't want to uncancel anything. I don't want to go back. There's nothing back there for me to go to. But I would," she said. And here her voice did something it hadn't done in 8 weeks. It got careful in a new way. Not frightened, not certain, just open. "I would let you take me to dinner, once. As 2 people who have never met. New rules. I decide the pace, I keep the right to stop, and neither of us pretends we're finishing a story we started before. No wedding waiting at the end of it. No promise. Maybe no Mio. Ever. And you have to be able to hear that and still show up. Just dinner with a stranger who's read your file and wants to find out if the man in it is real." I thought about everything it would have been so easy to say. That I loved her. That I'd wait forever. That I knew we'd find our way back. All the lines the first week would have handed me. All of them true once, and none of them mine to say now, because they all belonged to the future she'd made me put down. So I didn't say any of them. "I'd like that," I said. "Dinner, as strangers. I'll come, and I won't bring the old one with me. Just me now. That's all I've got left anyway." She almost smiled. Not quite. A near thing. The ghost of an expression on a face I had loved and been feared by and failed and, apparently, was going to be allowed to meet again from the beginning. "Friday," she said, standing, pulling her coat around her. "Somewhere loud and ordinary. And if you try to remind me of anything, I'm leaving." "Deal," I said. She walked off across the garden without looking back. A woman who had lost her company, her memory and her daughter, and had chosen, out of all of it, to keep her freedom and one dinner with a stranger. Only after she was gone did I pick up the ring and put it back in my pocket. I told Emmy that evening, because there was no version of not telling Emmy. She asked where I was taking her. I said somewhere loud and ordinary. She asked what that meant, and I said I did not know. And she said that was the correct answer, and then spent 40 minutes overriding it. The place I had shortlisted, she informed me, was a place a man takes somebody he wants to impress, which was the single worst thing available to me on Friday. She proposed a ramen counter with 11 seats and a television nobody watches. I said that seemed like a low bar. "It isn't a bar," she said. "It's a room where neither of you can make a speech." She was right, and it changed what I did, which was nothing. No restaurant with a view, no reservation under both names, no plan for what I would say. 11 seats and a television. And the only preparation I made all week was to leave the ring at home. On Friday, I left Emmy's spare room with no ring in my pocket and no plan beyond arriving on time. Since a hospital room 11 hours after an accident, I had been trying to get something back, and that morning, I stopped. I was just going to show up and let her decide the rest.
In the end, this story was never about restoring the future Ren and Kaede had lost. It was about learning that love cannot be preserved through control, rebuilt from manufactured memories, or justified by calling possession protection. Ren had to accept that saving someone does not give him the right to choose for them, while Kaede had to separate her real feelings from the fear and hatred forced into her mind. They could not bring back their old relationship, and they could not guarantee that Mio would ever exist again. But they found something more honest. The freedom to meet each other as they are now, without promises, false memories, or a predetermined ending. Because real love does not demand to be remembered. It tells the truth, respects every boundary, and gives the other person the freedom to choose, even if that choice is simply to begin again.